countries. So we're leading the use, teaching and advocating the use of acupuncture and other therapies to other countries in the NATO alliance. Now, cupping, okay? Cupping is using vacuum to stimulate meridians and acupuncture points. And, back in 2000, Gwyneth Paltrow was walking around with these marks on her back, and people didn't quite understand this is a fashion statement or what. But by 2016, we see that Michael Phelps, was getting gold medal after gold medal at the Summer Olympics. And, he was getting cupping, on his legs and his back and shoulders, okay, to improve blood flow without taking drugs. And he swears that it helped him a lot. Next, in our laboratory, we showed that indeed, stimulation of acupuncture points can improve blood flow. Here, we use a force meter instead of a finger because this would give us a measured amount of pressure. And we looked at like 5 different acupuncture points. And at each point, when we put the pressure directly onto an acupuncture point, each of these, blood flow measured by laser light, so-called laser Doppler flowmetry, increase a lot, okay? And the very interesting thing is the spatial specificity is very high. If we miss the point by 1 centimeter to the left or to the right or to the top or the bottom, you see the effect is not there. You have to get right onto that point. And if you get onto the point, you can improve blood flow many, many times. We also show in the laboratory that acupressure, okay, could really calm people down. In this case, we have our subjects watching horror movies. And you can see that would increase the blood pressure, okay. And when we put like pressure, we're using a force meter, no needles, onto different acupuncture points. Like this is called yin tang, okay, impression hall. The blood pressure increased by watching horror movies, under stress, would come down. And if we deliberately miss the point a little bit, the effect is not quite as much. And here we're looking at heart rate, same thing, okay. Heart rate went up watching these horror movies and came back down when we put pressure on this point. And also, what's called HRV, heart rate variability. This is a measurement of the fight or flight response. And you can see that watching the movie, this went way up, and then with the pressure on yin tang, it came back down. So we can show in the laboratory that these acupuncture points really work in real time. Next, let's talk about herbal medicine, okay? A landmark in the history of herbal medicine, accepted by the Western medical community, is the 2015 Nobel Prize in Medicine, given to Tu Youyou of China for discovery of this chemical artemisinin, this article here, isolated from Chinese wormwood. So this is very useful in controlling malaria, because she found that this particular chemical that she isolated and identified in the structure could disrupt the life cycle of the malaria pathogen in the body. Another landmark is 2006. The FDA at that point, up to that point, had been approving for medicine single highly purified, single compounds as drugs. Herbal medicine was never regarded as something that seriously can be viewed as medicine. But 2006, a German company devised a way to extract phytochemicals from green tea and showed in a randomized controlled trial that it's very efficient in treating genital warts. And based on that clinical trial, FDA actually approved, this given the, the trade name polyphenol E, approved this as medicine. So this is the very first time that an undefined group of chemicals extracted from green tea, because it's so effective in treating genital warts in clinical trials, FDA gave it, the approval as medicine. Next, let's look at mind-body medicine. I was privileged in 2005, in visiting the Santa Barbara Museum of Art here in California. And there was a traveling exhibition of artifacts from Ma Huangdui, King Ma's Mound. And among the items, that illustrated in this brochure was this silk drawing of 44 figures doing some kind of dance-like movements. And we know these are not dance-like movements because next to each, figure is Chinese writing that says something like, if you do this, you can relieve, pain. You do this, you can relieve paralysis. Do this, you can relieve knee pain or decrease stress. Oh, so this artifact that's dated 2,000 years ago already, illustrate how the Chinese people understand that when you do these exercises, there's not just dancing, there are a lot of medical benefits from doing it. And by the way, this piece of silk is in the same, scroll as medical books as well. So it is clearly medically oriented. Jumping ahead, in 2009, Harvard Medical School has a publication, and on the internet, which I copied here, it says the health benefits of Tai Chi. It says Tai Chi might as well be called medication in motion, because there's growing evidence that this mind-body practice, which originated in China as martial art, has value in treating or preventing many health problems. And I added here on the right just partial list, of disorders that had been shown by clinical trials that Tai Chi would, be a very effective management for these problems: stress, high blood pressure, fibromyalgia, Parkinson's, arthritis, avoiding falls, improving balance, increasing bone density, improving your lipid profile, improve sleep, improve concentration, boost immune system, on and on, all pages. And in 2010, the National Center for Integrative and Complementary Medicine actually issued many tens of thousands of free DVDs here, like this one, and it's titled Tai Chi and Qigong for Health and Well-Being. Scientifically proven benefits include bone health, cardiopulmonary fitness, balance, fibromyalgia, osteoarthritis, pain relief, hypertension, diabetes, cancer-related symptoms, and so forth. The 100,000 issue of free DVDs went in no time. So the National Center put this on YouTube. And so you can see that the NIH is really promoting Tai Chi for health back then. Also, I'm honored to be featured in a national broadcast of NBC Nightly News. They send a news crew here. It's NBC. That's myself teaching science-based Tai Chi Qigong for mind-body health at the Susan Samueli Center for Integrative Health, and in our laboratory where we do a lot of these studies, supporting what I teach over here as science-based. And another, thing that I want to bring up is a series of international conferences on Tai Chi Qigong held at leading United States universities that I was honored to be a speaker, invited speaker. 2005, at University of Illinois. 2009, Vanderbilt University of School of Medicine. And they even invited from China the absolute top grandmasters of the Chen style Tai Chi, the original type of Tai Chi. So he's the 19th generation heir of Chen style Tai Chi. And the late Grandmaster Yang Zhendou, he's the great grandson of Yang Wuchan, who started the whole Yang style. So they invited these gentlemen from China, and for this International Tai Chi Chuan Symposium, a view through the lens of science back then. 2018, Tai Chi Chuan Symposium at UCLA School of Medicine. And just before COVID, I went to this International Medical Tai Chi Qigong Association conference at Harvard Medical School. You can see here. So it certainly breaks through to mainline medical institutions in terms of Tai Chi Qigong practice for health. So just one example of how Tai Chi Qigong is a helpful practice. At Harvard Medical School, they summarize a whole series of studies showing that when you do like a stretching exercise, you stretch the connective tissues, in the body, and that will trigger certain cells to secrete certain signaling molecules that could actually initiate a whole chain of pathways that could lead to relief of pain and inflammation. We wanted to see whether, in what way Tai Chi could be helpful for relief of back pain. In this case, as you know, Tai Chi has 108 different movements, and it would take a year to learn all of that. But not all movements or Qigong movements were originally designed to relieve low back pain, which is the number one problem that most people suffer, the pain in the back. So in our laboratory, you can see that we put electrodes, in white arrows here, onto low back muscle, latissimus dorsi at the lower end of the muscle. And then in red, we put a probe, laser Doppler probe, to measure blood flow at that point. And then we try different, Tai Chi, Qigong exercises and see which one exercise is particularly good, for activating the muscles of the lower back, stretching them and strengthening them for prevention and relief of low back pain. And we found that all of these 6, exercises are very good because in each case, you can see that in blue, it would activate the low back muscles, as we can report, from the electromyography probes. And each of them would improve blood flow in that area, shown in red, measured by laser Doppler. And particularly, in the 5-animal frolicking Qigong system, there is this deer sprinting, Lu Ben, and this was particularly useful, as you can see in this diagram, particularly useful for this purpose of strengthening and stretching the lower back muscle. So we can now prescribe to people who suffer from low back pain, well, do this like 20 times, 30 times, and it will really help your lower back. If you do other exercises, may not help because it will strengthen your shoulders or your neck muscles, your upper back, but you need to strengthen your lower back. So now we could say with confidence, backed by evidence, that these 6 exercises are good for the lower back, and particularly this one. And we have done similar measurements on different exercises for different parts of the body for pain and inflammation at other places, such as the shoulders and neck and so forth. We also rely on a computer to analyze, if you do a Tai Chi or Qigong exercise, are you doing it correctly? And what if you don't do it correctly? Do you still have some benefits? So you can see, for instance, this subject here is wearing a very loose-fitting Tai Chi, costume and long hair and all this. And same person wearing tight clothes. So we want to see, is her back and her arm and her legs, bent into the right, angle and so forth. And when somebody's wearing loose-fitting clothes like this, it's kind of hard to tell. So using the computer, we could now generate the backbone of that subject. Now, regardless of, looseness or tightness of the clothes, or the person is like 300 pounds or skinny, like, we can just go by the skeleton generated by the computer system, and then we could measure the angle of the back, angle of the arm, and the angle of the legs, and so forth. So what good is this? So for instance, we can show that in this movement that I illustrated in the previous slide, called picking up the needle at the bottom of the sea, Hai Di Zhen, in Tai Chi. And you can see that here, in terms of improvement of blood flow, if you bend down like all the way, okay, touching the ground, you would get a tremendous increase in blood flow, okay? And if you do it not quite so much, okay, or halfway, 90 degrees, and barely, going down. So we can now see if you do it completely correctly or even partially, we can see the benefits in terms of enhancement of blood flow, and here, enhancement of electrical flow. So we could now correlate the movement of individuals in terms of the way they're doing it. And, you don't really have to do it 100% correctly. Even if you do it, to some extent, you actually get quite a bit of benefit as well. And we can tell you how much. Next, let's talk about energy medicine. So in our laboratory, we could measure certainly blood flow, as I've been saying, using laser Doppler flowmetry. And this particular subject is doing what's called the Chen-style silk reeling, single-handed silk reeling exercise. The arm going in a circle, kind of, And we can see that the blood flow goes up and down, up and down, up and down. This is what we call a gravitational effect. When the hand is high, we're measuring blood flow at the palm here. The heart has to pump blood up to here against gravity because the heart is lowered down. When the hand comes down low, then the heart is aided by gravity. So when the hand goes down, blood flow goes up. When the hand goes up, blood flow goes down. So you can see these peaks and valleys and peaks and valleys. There's nothing astonishing about that, okay? what's astonishing is when we simultaneously measure energy as electricity. We measure electricity on the same hand at 7 different acupuncture points, on the fingers. We're not measuring skin conductance. We're measuring electrical conductance deep in the tissue. And you can see, for instance, in blue, peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys. And in fact, these peaks and valleys coincide perfectly with the blood flow, except that they go up and up and up. When you stop doing the exercise, blood flow goes back to baseline very quickly. Here, when you stop, the electrical flow is at a higher level compared to before. So we are very excited by this because this is consistent with the whole idea of, blood is the mother of qi, a principle described in the Yellow Emperor's medical classic, Huangdi Neijing, that, the blood flow is leading the energy flow to a higher level. So we're interested in how electrical flow can affect things at the cellular level. So in a collaborative study with Professor Michael Yang, Hong Kong City University, we grow cells on a plate, and then we put an electrical current in the growth medium, and then look at the cells under a powerful microscope and videotape, what's happening. And we found, like, this particular cell that is like moving from left to right. When we put this current over there, it will change direction and to left instead of left to right. So, wow, okay. An electrical field, because they normally don't move. And one interpretation of this is that, in a cell culture, if we take a razor blade and cut a trough over here, these are cells, and create, what's equivalent to a wound, like you cut your hand, the cells would close up because they move this way, driven by the electrical current and the associated electric field, and would close up the wound. So this is a model system for studying wound healing, showing that, in fact, an electrical flow creating an electrical field could actually enhance wound healing in the model system. Okay, to finish off, the National Center for Integrative and Complementary Health, every 5 years, they issue a strategic plan of what they're going to do for the next 5 years, or not what they're going to do, but emphasis of what they want to do. They have this budget of over $100 million, mainly to support research in this area in the United States. So some of these plans I had a hand in helping to develop. So in the past, I would say like 15, 20 years ago, the emphasis was on clinical trials to determine the efficacy or effectiveness of complementary and alternative therapies such as massage, acupuncture, and so forth. Does it work? Okay. Of course they work. Okay. So now, after the first, several years, 5 years, 10 years of doing this, the emphasis is now determination of the biological mechanisms. Well, we know they work, but how they work is important. So let's study at the cellular molecular level, how come they work? Why is that important? Because in the future, future meaning from now on, including now, modernization of these historical, ancient therapies by enhancing them with the latest technologies. Because once we know the mechanisms, we can now try to devise ways to improve upon these things that have been used for hundreds and thousands of years, maybe we could make them even better using high technology that's available to us now, but not back then. So in our laboratory, we looked at, like, for instance, acupuncture, but now putting electrical pulses onto the needles. And our colleagues here at UC Irvine found that measurably, this adds more higher effectiveness to acupuncture therapy. This is so-called electroacupuncture, and the effect of electroacupuncture is longer lasting. And this is now used by many, many clinics around the country. We're also very interested in laser acupuncture, using laser beam without needles to activate, acupuncture points, in this case at the knee or in the ankles. We're very interested in transcutaneous electrical acupoint stimulation. So without even using the needles, what if you just put an electrode, onto these acupuncture points and send the electrical signals directly onto the skin without the needle? Okay, so like over here and over here. And our colleague and Professor Mason Leung, formerly at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, he published a paper showing that if you just do this without needles, he's a professor of rehabilitation science and licensed acupuncture. Yes. But he found that without the needles, this could decrease blood sugar level in diabetic patients by a very significant amount. And in our laboratory, we are also using high-tech infrared, tunnels to warm the whole body instead of just a lamp, to see what happens if you put energy in the body as infrared light, or far infrared lamp. These don't really heat up the body, but they send out energy as far infrared rays. So to what extent, we're very interested to what extent, without the heat, that this could also relieve pain and inflammation. And finally, at UC Irvine, we were lucky just now to get a $6 million grant from the National Institutes of Health to establish the topographic atlas and repository for acupuncture point research. The mission, and this is headed by Professor Richard Harris here at UC Irvine. Richard Harris was the past president, one of the past presidents of the American Society for Acupuncture Research when he was at University of Michigan, and we now recruited him here to the UC Irvine. And the mission of this new center is to create an open access web-based portal and database, and this would bring together traditional acupoint nomenclature with conventional understanding of the anatomy and physiology and a complete understanding of the anatomy and physiology of acupuncture points. So in other words, not just, identify the points according to traditional Chinese texts from hundreds of years ago, we could now define them in modern biomedical terms or physiological terms. And this is a collaborative thing that once it's established, this is not just work done at UC Irvine. It's web-based. So investigators from all over the world could enter data into this database. So there's also the creation of a scaffold, mapping tools to enable users to reproducibly map anatomical and physiological data onto this whole body scaffolding. Okay. Finally, UC Irvine was also very successful in getting money from NIH, in this case to establish the Center for Neural Circuit Mapping. This is a center that has received several multi-million-dollar grants from NIH. Principal investigator is Sang-Ming Su. Okay. And what's the mission? The emphasis is single cell genomic and epigenomic analysis of brain circuits for health and disease. So this center, working together with this center, has already produced amazing results. So in terms of acupuncture research, this center was able to help in showing how when you activate certain acupuncture points, you can see the nerve activation down to the single cell level. And you can map out, acupuncture effects on the cardiovascular system, acupuncture-mediated pain management, and not just which part of the brain is activated, but which cell down to the cellular level is activated by that needle. So we're really excited by what's going to come out from the collaboration between these two centers. So I can see that time is just right. So I will finish up by just saying thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, you can contact me at shinlin@uci.edu. And we also have a website, unfortunately, not very up to date, but, good enough, mindbodylab.bio.uci.edu. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much.
There you go.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ling, for your insightful history and also research. As you can see, Chinese medicine has over 2,000 years of history. However, it's only in the recent decades. We have a few dates, 2017, and as recent as even now, science is just validating what we have known and practiced for over 2,000 years, Chinese history, Chinese medicine. And so we're going to move on to our next presenter, but there's no better person to introduce our next presenter than Charlene.
Thank you, Rosie. I have to remind everybody that Dr. Shinlin's presentation was always a very important part for Dr. Effie Chow, that the scientific panel was always in a place of prominence with each of the World Congresses. She felt so strongly, and she was always very much ahead of her time, but that is an area that she really was ahead of her time because she insisted to have the scientists there and supporting the important work of traditional Chinese medicine and especially of Qigong. So that's a good segue to introduce our next speaker. And Dr. Alex Feng, Feng Chen, was born in Guangzhou, China, lived in Taiwan, and the family immigrated here to Oakland in the 60s. Dr. Feng created where the people who are here personally today are sitting. This is the Temple of Jidao, the path of the ultimate way, the place to learn, the place to get insight. And he has really made it a focus of his life to make sure that this is a place and that his practice is a thing where you really have true combination of the spirit, the heart, and the physical, which includes the healing. So the Clinic for Traditional Chinese Medicine is here, as well as Wu Dao Guan Martial Art Institute. And Dr. Feng has been very active with Dr. Amy Matecki, who's sitting here in the back, paving the way for integrative health and integrative medicine. Because of all of his accomplishments, the World Congress chose this year to give Dr. Feng a special award, which is the Integrative Health Lifetime Achievement.
Thank you.
Dr. Feng is going to speak with us this morning about the effects of Qigong for people living with cancer. He just gave me a face, so maybe that's not the fact.
Number one, be comfortable. Sit down. Yeah.
You want to move to the center? It's a little cleaner.
Thank you. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the center. Can you hear me? Dr. Lin Shin, the last speaker. Wasn't that wonderful? So much good information, so much useful information. It's a validation of ancient stuff that is hard to describe. Qi, what is Qi? Qigong, what is Qigong? Gong, we all know, means work. Arbeiten, work. Trabajo. What is Qi? In Chinese medicine, there are many different kinds of Qi. There are Qi written in 3 different characters. First character is Qi, that has rice and vapor as its representation, from substantial into insubstantial, from this into something else, or something else into this. The second character of Qi is a Qi that has to do with air, your breath. The third character of Qi is an ancient character of Qi. No fire. What kind of fire? Fire of desire. No fire of desires. Those are the 3 focus when we do Qigong that we work on. Transformation, breath, and something that's beyond the emotional hazard in life. Qigong and Tai Chi practice. What are the benefits? I work with Dr. Meteki, introduced me to the integrative medicine project in the hospital setting, working with cancer patients. And there's all different levels of imbalance with therapy, with chemotherapy, sometimes with radiation, sometimes with surgery, sometimes just difficult for people. So how does Qigong and Tai Chi type of exercises benefit you? We need to have people like Dr. Lin Shen to do research to validate some of this stuff. Because even though you feel good and there's benefit, people like to see evidence-based information. So it's important to have some gathering information to be able to validate your goodness, your well-being. So what is well-being? What is well-being? There are 4 kinds of things that's necessary for good health. Number 1, in and out. What you put in your body, diet. Out, your elimination. You need to have good elimination. If you have a problem with good diet, you have a problem with elimination, you're in trouble. So, in and out. Number 2, you gotta move. You gotta move. So, Qigong Tai Chi is the easiest way for people who are disabled, for people who are weak, for people who are sick, who don't feel well, who really can't do triathlon, basketball, ping pong, those kinds of exercise. Tai Chi and Qigong is the easiest exercise to do for good health, for movement, internal movement and external movement. Number 3, you have to have sleep. They did research on telomeres. Telomeres is something in the DNA that represents our longevity and good health. Sleep is one of those things. They're doing research in China right now on telomeres with Qigong practice. Stillness is really important. Not so much, well, I do this, I do that, I do, look at all of the other things I do. It's about not doing. Spend some time not doing anything. It's a valuable, valuable component of your good health. Number 4, attitude, your mood. Yesterday, it was a beautiful, wonderful, heartfelt celebration that was held.
I loved you.
I loved everybody. Your attitude of kindness, your attitude of benevolence, and attitude of just a good feeling makes a difference. If you come across negatively, not only do you affect people, you think you can affect people, but it affects you. You're the one that's going to feel the benefit of your misguided thoughts. So attitude, very important. We always say, have an inner smile, an inner joy, because it's you. That's all it is. It's you. You have it. If you have it, you can pass it on to others. But start out with the you. In Taoism, the central character is the self that moves in harmony or beyond differences. Operative word is the self. It has to start with the self. And then you can pass it on. You can then do whatever you like. But let's start somewhere. The self. Benefit. Qigong. We do Qigong practice at the hospital for over 10 years. So Dr. Mateki's guidance, as well as innovation, encouragement to make it happen. Anecdotal. Patients do really well. We have patients who started out not being able to get up from a chair. And we have videos, tapes of this. It took a couple of years of practice of Qigong. She was swimming in the dolphins, with the dolphins in Hawaii. There are many, many, many examples. If you talk to Qigong practitioners, they will tell you many, 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 many anecdotal. People say, I feel well, I feel better, I'm healthier. Many changes in your life. And we'll go through some of the changes that Qigong practice and Tai Chi practice and meditation, these type of exercises that will benefit you. Number 1, immunity. Immune system. Dr. Shin talked about certain points that helps with the immune system. When you do Qigong practice, you're focusing on the channel flow. Basic Qigong practice has only 2 things that you're involved with. Everything else is extra. Flow of qi and flow of blood. Flow of blood, Dr. Shin mentioned already. Blood, mu shi qi zi mu. Blood is the mother of qi. You have to have yin before you have yang. You have to have yin. Yin, blood is yin. Still is yin before you have activity. So, immunity, blood flow, all of it is involved when you do your practice of Qigong. You'll feel better. Your immune system gets better. Your blood cells get, your white blood cells get better. Your phagocytic cells get stronger. You get stronger in fighting against, Chinese medicine calls it pathogenic influence, 邪气, pathogenic, pernicious influence, because you have good internal strength. And that's what Qigong practice, Tai Chi practice, meditation practice enhances. Number 2, blood pressure. Then Shin also talked about Yin Tang point, Shen Men point, herb. There are many points that you can do to calm yourself down, to work with blood pressure. That's not saying you should not take medication when necessary. There's no one good cure for anything, for everything. There's no perfect medicine in the world. Otherwise, we have no sick people in the world. All medicines are good for that culture, for the people of that culture, no matter where you are in this planet Earth. So trust ancient ways. Trust modern ways. Look into it and see what works for you. You should have a staff of people working for your own health. Ultimately, it comes to you. Your diet comes to you. Your Qigong practice comes to you. Somebody asked me recently, how long should you practice Qigong? Well, the answer is, how often do you not practice Qigong? You're breathing right now. That's Qigong practice. If you're paying attention, you're focused, you have an intention, that's Qigong practice. Blood flow, energy cultivation. What is energy? So much we talked about. Protective energy, digestive energy, nutritional energy, combined energy, channel energy, organ energy. There's all kinds of energy that you can enhance and develop and pay attention to with the practice of Qigong. Because Qigong puts you in that realm of those kinds of understanding and those kinds of access. Depression, emotion. When you do Qigong practice, you stop complaining about this and that. You have no time for that. Your time is for your breath. Your time is for your body awareness. Your time is for movement if necessary, stillness if necessary. You take your, we call it Qi-Qing, 7 emotions, you put it to the side just for a second. You go to the space of what we call the great void. Wuji. Wuji is the beginning of nothingness, or that place in which all things arise from. So it's a practice. It's a practice for understanding of management of your emotion. Somebody was talking to me the other day. Oh, I'm upset about this. I'm upset about that. I said, if somebody can make you upset, they got you. They got you. If somebody can put a spark in you, they got you. Yesterday was a performance of somebody with electrical things on the body, and they make sound with movements. Some people say, oh, what's going on? I don't like that. It's ridiculous. Other people say, I love it. I love it. Body, sound connection. So if that particular act, particular performance can evoke your emotion, I like, I don't like, they got you. They got you. So be in touch with your emotions and know what it's all about. Balance. We all know, they've done many research on balance and gaits. If you practice Qigong and Tai Chi, for sure you have to have good balance, because that's one of the first things you learn, how to have balance. So for people who have difficulty in walking, so on and so forth, Qigong practice, Qigong practice, Tai Chi practice. They are easy. They're accessible. You don't have to be able to do difficult things. You don't have to have a lot of equipment. You can sit here, you can lie down, you can stand, you can be in front of the tree, in front of a blade of grass, you can be in front of the ocean, you can be in the midst of thousands of people, or with nobody. You can do Qigong. The beauty of that is the simplicity. Next one, circulation. We talked about circulation of blood. Dr. Shin mentioned that. The things that he studies is warmth of your body. An exercise that he showed me that we do in class. Everybody put your hand up in class right here. Just hold it up. Put your other hand down and count to 10 in any language you like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Take a look at the color of your hand. One is reddish, the other is pale. Tells you right away. Blood flow makes a difference. Dr. Shin connected blood flow with energy and electrical output. Electrical output is related to your blood flow. Electrical output means your ability to project energy. Electrical output, project energy. When you get a shock, when you feel energy in your body, the electrical connected to your blood flow. So practice of Qigong, Tai Chi, major, primarily, is the flow of Qi and flow of blood. That's it. Anything extra you get, good mood, good health, good personality, well-likeness, wealth, longevity, out-of-body experiences, psychic experiences, travel, and what do you call that? You go out of your body, astral travel things. That's all called extras. You can get all of that, but those are extras. Primarily, the flow of Qi and blood. Cultivation of Qi and nurturing of your blood. Next, alignment. When you do 站桩 posture, standing post, or any Qigong practice, you have to align your body, your Bai Hui, your Ming Men, your Yong Quan, your Hui Ying. All these things have to be like in concert with each other. Bai Hui is the top of the head, Yong Quan is the bottom of your feet. You have to have an alignment. Yesterday, Dr. Alex Boyd did a very simple, beautiful demonstration of collecting energy from the earth, collecting energy from the sky, passing it through his body. But you have to have alignment to do that. So it teaches you what is alignment. Very easy in Tai Chi. If you don't have alignment, you're going to fall over. Somebody's going to push you over. So you must have alignment. Your knee must be in line with your toes. Your Mingmen needs to be slightly protruded. Your chin needs to be tucked. Han Shong Ba Bei. There's all kinds of rules or suggestion for good posture. Alignment. Alignment. How do we lift things? You can only lift heavy things when your body is aligned. Otherwise, you hurt yourself. You hurt your back, you hurt your knee, you hurt something by lifting, by doing something heavy. So alignment is crucial. You look at the heavy body weightlifters, Olympic weightlifters. They can lift like, hundreds of pounds. But look at their posture. They have a certain posture they have to hold. Without that posture, they hurt themselves, and it's not possible. With good posture, so much is possible. So alignment is another benefit of Tai Chi and Qigong. Flexibility. Those of you who were there yesterday, you see Erling Chan doing so easy, she says. Touch your chin to your toes. I've been doing that for years. I'm still working on it. But it's important that you're working on it. The pathway is just as important as the results. Don't go after the results. Go after the pathway. Learn the principle of good health. Follow that. As long as you're practicing, good things will come to you. Practice. Flexibility. Chinese have a saying, if you stretch your tendon for 1 inch, you can live another year or 10 years. I forgot which one it was. But you can live longer just by stretching your tendons. I have a very simple diagnostic tool that I use in my clinic. You take off your socks, you look at your toes. If your toes are like this, your tendons are tight. You are uptight. Very simple. Just look at your toes. If your toes are like, you're uptight. You need to relax. You need to let go of this holding. Holding causes congestion. Congestion causes problem. Qi and blood stagnation. Mutant cells will start to grow. Let go. Let go. Flexibility. Some flexibility every day. Something. I don't care what. You find one that works for you. Every day, just a little bit. The word more is silence. Every day, just a little bit. Like that. Next. An internal awareness. When you do Qigong, you have to be aware of your breath. If you're aware of your breath, you're aware of your lungs. If you're aware of your posture, you're aware of your skeletal, muscular things. If you're doing Neigong exercise, you're aware of your organs, your Neizang, your lungs, your stomach, your spleen, your pancreas. When we in China, they recommend for a variety of illnesses like gastritis, high blood pressure, to do Qigong, because you have to have an internal view of your organ function. It's all there. We carry it with us every day. Every moment, it's there. Your lungs is here, your heart is here, pancreas is here, so on and so forth. You got it. So why not pay attention to it and give a little exercise? So a lot of the things you do very simply, like squatting, the 5 animal form, the bear form, the deer form you talked about, Dr. Shin talked about. All these forms are ways to exercise to give you an internal view, internal awareness, an internal exercise of your internal organs. I talked about telomere already, so I'll skip that. It has to do with longevity and good health. Next one, muscle strength. Muscle strength. When you do exercises, naturally your muscle will get strong. So it goes without saying that you gain strength. The patient I talked about earlier, not being able to get out of the chair, we taught a specific exercise for her to get up. Inhale. Inhale and push against your feet, your Yongquan point. And just doing that in a certain amount of time, she was able to get up, move around, start out with, wheelchair, into walkers, into cane, later not even a cane. Swimming with the dolphins in Hawaii. Amazing. This is just one story. You can hear many, 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 many stories from practitioners about the benefit of Qigong and Tai Chi. Next one. We talked about this already. Breath improvement. Qigong practice, you have to have 3 things. Number 1, your breath. Number 2, your body must be there. Number 3, your mind, your consciousness, your awareness. At the same time, we also have the opposite side of the practice. No breath. No body. No mind. It's just a practice. No mind everybody has. We all know, where are my glasses? Where did I put my keys? What's today? Who are you? No mind. Very simple. We all have that. No body takes a little bit of practice. When you go to sleep, no body. Right? No breath. If you take an inhalation, to exhale, you have to have no breath. It's transitional space. So you're practicing no breath already. But you have to be aware of your breath. So it's the yin and yang, the yes and no, the activity and the stillness, the non-being in your practice. So understanding your breath, increase your lung volume. We have an exercise that we do in class. It goes like this. See those gongs over there? Ha! They have to sing back to you. Everybody, 1, 2, 3, go. Ha! Oh, come on. Ha! Do you hear it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Scientific. Low tech. You need a gong. So that tells me whether you have chi in the body. If you're sick and not feeling well, you're half dead, very difficult to do this. Go to the ICU. Ask somebody who's dying to this. Not possible. There's an accumulation of chi. You have to gel your chi, ning chi, to be able to make things happen. So it's a practice of lung volume, of focusing of your breath, focusing of your mind, focusing your chi, focusing your body to make this happen. All you can do it. All you can do it. Next one. Electrical flow, emission of chi. So in Qigong practice is, self-healing, but it's also healing of others. We do it all the time. When you grow up, when you were growing up, you don't feel well. Oh, I got a tummy ache. What do? Your parents, your grandparents, your cat comes and put the palm on your belly. Yeah? Healing, emitting chi, emitting electrical flow, or whatever it is. Electrical flow is just a word. It's a lot more than electrical flow. It's something. It's something. It is something. And we have that potential to do that for ourselves. We have the potential and ability to do it for others, who can heal others. Who can heal others. My students come to me and ask, Dr. Feng, I want to be like you. I want to be a healer. I said, well, let me ask you two things. Number one, are you comfortable being around people who don't feel well? If you're not comfortable around people who don't feel well, don't do this. Do something else. Do high tech. Do something. I'm sorry. do something else. You know, but you have to have the comfortableness and the compassion to be with people who don't feel well. Number two, most important, do people feel well without you doing anything? Just your presence can make people feel well. That's true Qi. No, I do this, look at how good I am. Look at I can do this. Everybody, look at what I can do. Ridiculous. We'll call that parlor tricks in Qigong. When you don't do anything and people get well around you, you're practicing true Qi. True Qigong, in my opinion, my 2 cents. And lastly, blood sugar level. You can use, Dr. Shin mentioned that. I just learned that today. Blood sugar level. You can control your A1C, you can control not eating sugar to help you with your health. That's just some of the benefits of Qigong and Tai Chi practice. And again, I want to emphasize, it's important to have some sort of ability to document and research some of this stuff. And some of you are scientists, some of you are just practitioners. If you are a scientist, go for what Dr. Shin is going for, a study. We have Beverly Rubik yesterday also at the audience. She's also a scientist studying energy. So get to know these people. Share your knowledge with them. Get to know people who you feel well being around without them doing anything. Hang around them and just soak their chi up, just soak it up. People who are wonderful, they emit wonderfulness, and you can get some of that. Yeah? I thank you so very much for your attention.
Dr. Feng, I feel better already being around you. I really meant that. I felt that energy, positive energy, and love yesterday. Now, I wasn't the only one. Over 350, almost 400 people felt the same way. But I have to say, every one of you is a healer, not only by profession, just being here and being positive. And I remember a little lesson I learned when I was a little girl. Just touching a baby is healing. It's not only love, it's healing. Of course, now there are science to validate why touching babies has lots of health benefits. Not just calming them down, but there are science behind. But science only validate, right? Just like Chinese medicine, over 2,000 years history, we have been practicing that. But now only modern days, and through the science, through the work like Dr. Lin, we're validating what we have known all along. But anyhow, so we're moving forward to our next presenter. Again, Charlene, would you like to introduce our next presenter?
Yes, thank you, guys. Okay, we're going to move right along because we're just half an hour late, I think. An hour. Okay, so our next speaker, who I'm really proud to introduce, was last year's winner of the Global Excellence Award from the World Congress for his work with his foundation, which he created, Intercultural Roots. And Dr. Feng and I met Dr. Alex Boyd when he was completing his doctoral studies at UC Davis. He actually lives in England, in Ilkley. But he was finishing his doctoral studies, and we always considered it a tremendous gift that his professor, Dr. Lynette Hunter, introduced us. And he's been an important part of our family, maybe a decade now or more. He is going to talk with us today about human nature connect? Alex. Do you want this stand or you want to hold?
I think I'm going to use a little mic.
Something different, okay.
We're gonna do this.
Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3, hello? Yeah, did you see me lying down on that rock? Yes. It was beautiful, yeah. The kind of, the art of radical rest. Do nothing and it all gets done. So there's a lot of work behind that, as you know. So firstly, I'm really honoured to be here once again at the Zidao Guan. And a huge thanks to Dr. Charlene Ossler and Shifu Dr. Alex Feng for inviting me here, and to the World Congress. And last year Charlene introduced me to Dr. Effie Chow, and we spoke for probably about 2 hours on a Zoom call about this World Congress. And so it's absolutely wonderful that it's been able to happen, and congratulations to everybody involved in that. So I'm speaking a little bit about intercultural roots and a program that we began last November, actually just after the Taoist gathering last year, called Human Nature Connect. And we've had about 6 or 7 of these residencies happening, where we bring artists and practitioners together from very different backgrounds and disciplines to kind of quite amazing rural places in nature. And that's been happening in the UK, in Wales and in England and in Scotland as well. And I'm going to present a little bit about that work and talk about how it's developing, and also some of the evaluation that we've done to, you know, from the participants to consider its benefits and its efficacy. And I'm also going to say something as well about work that's happening in the UK that relates with integrative health, because in the UK there's a movement around what we call creative health, or arts and health. Not only the arts that are therapies, but considering that the arts are therapeutic. And I think that the Human Nature Connect program is a catalyst and is a part of that movement. I also would love us to participate in some of the practices as well And there's that lovely space at the back there that we can move to. Because one of the things that I've been doing, since the early 1980s is immersing myself in Qigong and in Taoist practices with many different teachers who I'm ever so grateful to, from the UK and from China and also from the USA, including Shifu Dr. Alex Feng. So I'd like to share a couple of the practices that I've been bringing to each of these Human Nature Connect residencies. And for me, they're like a little seed. They're a seed that begins an opening of a portal. It begins to open what I call a non-empty space, where things can happen, things can emerge from. And one of the things that I've learned over the years in co-creating Human Nature Connect, particularly with Dr. Andrea Maciel, who's the artistic director for Intercultural Roots. Andrea's from Brazil, but lives in the UK as well. It's been about a kind of holding space, a kind of facilitation that's very tender and sensitive. And also, as Professor Lynette Hunter uses the term, gifting. It's about gifting, which is, it's both giving and receiving, but it's neither giving or receiving. It's allowing, the gifts that the people who are present have to be shared. So, without further ado, I think it would be really great to move a little bit. I always say before we begin a movement practice, is to listen to your body. That's important. But also, to interact in the way that you feel most comfortable. Right? So if you prefer just to witness, or you want to get right in there and do the movement practice, then please do. Be very, very gentle. So we're gonna move over to that space there, and of course you could be seated or standing. And if anyone needs help to get over there, then let's help each other. Excellent. Thank you. I think this works really well, especially after Shifu, Dr. Feng, talking to us about all the benefits of Tai Chi and Qigong, to take part and participate in some of those. I'm just going to allow everybody to get here. So just to explain what I'm inviting us to do, firstly is something that's quite still. Really to open the joints, and as Shifu Dr. Feng mentioned, to think about our alignment, physically, and then to allow our chi energy to move through the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits, and to think about how that's connecting us, how we're opening as a conduit for the energy of the earth and the sky, yes? And then we're going to do a particular practice that comes from the Shandong province of China. It's from Master Du Jiaoping. Master Du is a traditional wushu practitioner and taught me some of these practices from his teacher's teacher. So it goes a long way back. Put it together from everything that they had learned. And call it the Gong Fa, the form within the form, as I understand. So we're going to face that direction, just because it's the north. I checked it out earlier. So if you're comfortable to follow, please do. So we stand with our feet underneath our shoulders and hips. So just being very nicely balanced between the balls of the feet and the heels. And if you're sitting down, then feel the alignment of your sitting bone to the top of your head and your feet flat on the floor. And gently we're just going rock a little bit, forwards and back. So feel the heels, feel the balls of the feet. And just feel that you're in the middle over that bubbling spring, that place where you feel like you're floating, but you're being supported by the ground. And rest in that middle place. We're going to focus on our toes. So if you think about even your toes, as your fingers have got these 3 joints. So think about opening, softening, energizing your little toes. 1, 2, 3. Kind of spread and open. And your ring toes. 3 joints. The middle toes, your index toes, and your big toes. So each joint, 1, 2, 3. And now all the bones in your feet, let them spread and open. And soften your ankles, soften your knees, energize your hips. And we're going to do the same with the fingers and the arms. So our little fingers, let them softly open. 1, 2, 3 joints. Your ring fingers. And each hand, your middle fingers, index fingers and thumbs. The bones in your hands, in your wrists, your elbows, your shoulders. And moving to our spine, to our tailbone. Just point your tailbone down between your feet. You might need to tilt your pelvis a little to begin to open the vertebrae in the lumbar section of the spine. So think of each vertebrae softly opening into the thoracic spine, the middle back alignment, into the neck, the cervical vertebrae. You can gently tilt your chin forwards, down, back, opening the back of the neck and into the skull, into the joints and the bones in the skull. So we're opening all the joints. And just gently go back to that rocking, to the balls of the feet, to the heels. Very slowly passing through the center, through the bubbling spring. And as we move to the heels, draw your chi energy up your back to the top of your head, to the center. As you move to the balls of the feet, let your tongue caress the roof of your mouth and bring your chi down to below your navel, to the dantian, back to the center. So to the heels, up the back, and center, to the balls of the feet, down the front, and center, tongue touching the roof of the mouth. And if you wish to add your breath to that, please feel free. So as you move backwards to the heels, breathe in. Forwards to the balls of the feet, breathe out. Breathe in. And last time, breathe out. Relax. Back to the center. And just give your toes and your fingers a little waggle. And bring your hands up in front of your eyes and your ears, your nose, your mouth, and touch your hands onto your body. And relax. Fantastic. So this is just a very gentle opening and to connect. What I would invite you to do now is to kind of connect our macrocosmic energy with something somewhere that you would like to gift with, gifting, yeah? This giving and receiving that's really without intention, an exchange of energy. So simply close one hand, and as you bring the other hand up, you're going to connect to something in the room that you would like to gift with. Yes, it could be another person if you have that permission together, or it could be something organic like some flowers or a plant, or one of the deities, or just something in the room that you'd like to connect with. And we'll just do it once on each side of the body, yeah, just to begin to get a sense of connection with this environment, this space. Okay. And just allow your dandian, just below your navel, to be connected to the center of this more than human, this other being. It's part of nature. We are nature. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's do a little self-massage. Again, to open the macrocosmic energy. So, if you're seated, you don't have to go all the way down to your feet. You can just come up from your legs. But we're going to begin from the ground and just kind of bend forwards and bring your hands up the inside of your legs. Kind of cup your hands up the inside, up the sides of the front of your body. And then we're going to do one arm at a time. So come up the inside of your arm. And then do the same with the other. Come up the inside of your arm. And I'm going to turn around so that you can see. I'm going to go down the outside of my arm. So down the yang channels. The same on this arm here. Down the sides of your back and down the outside of your legs. So we're following the yang channels down and the yin channels up. So the yin channels moving from the earth to the sky. Yeah. And the yang channels from the sky to the earth, flowing downwards. Nice and gentle. Down the back of the legs, the side of the legs, the front of the legs. And come back up the inside and just bring your hands to your center. And just allow that big macrocosmic orbit to connect with your microcosmic. In the dandian, the big ocean. You can think of lots of little fish swimming there. The yin and yang. Lovely. And so when we came up with the name Human Nature Connect, it's really was a play on those words. There's a little hyphen between the human and nature, because we have our own innate, our own nature, and there's nature, but we are nature, right? So a question for me is, well, what are we connecting to? Is it that we're just connecting to one another as humans, or are we somehow connecting to a wider family? Yeah, and in many indigenous and traditional cultures, they have this beautiful term kinship, where the earth is seen as perhaps mother, or the sky as father, or the mountains, the trees, the wind, as brothers and sisters and cousins, so that we really are in relation to all of these elements, and that these elements are also within us as well. So if we put our hands on our hearts for a moment, just avoiding my microphone, and we think about the fire, or the sun, and the stars, and we can think about nourishing joy, but without it becoming mania. And the lovely sound for the heart is just like an ah sound. So let's just go through these organs just for a moment. So breathing in. The sound is ah, joy. Ah. Let's do it twice. Ah. Wonderful. And the organ for the earth is the spleen and stomach. We've just been massaging those channels as well, on the yang channel, the stomach and the spleen coming up as well. So we're moving directly to the organ chi. One way to do this is to bring your fingers together and just go slightly under the ribs to the left side there, and just lean into it, press very gently with an O sound. Okay? And it's about balance. The spleen and stomach help to regulate and balance the chi. So to bring balance into our day. So breathing in, just twice. Lovely. And for the lungs, as we're now moving into autumn and the fall, this is really interesting actually. On one of the Human Nature Connects, I was introducing an exercise that does this, and there was a lady who struggled to cross her arms. She felt quite difficult. And I pointed out maybe because the lung and the large intestine channel and the lungs, sometimes we hold grief. And after the years that we've just been through, there's a lot of people holding grief. So maybe the color, the resonance of the lungs and the metal element helps us a little bit with grief and to bring courage. So very simple movement to circle the arms up as we breathe in. We're going to make an S sound through the teeth. As we close 3 fingers, extend the index finger and breathe out. And once more, breathing in. Breathe out. And relax. And lastly, the kidneys. Not lastly, we've got the liver as well to do. But the kidneys and bladder, water, the water element. So we're going to bend forwards and circle our hands on our kidneys as we make a sound. It can be, Shifu Dr. Feng often says like shui, shui, like the sound of water, or a ooh sound. Or it could be subliminal, just like blowing out a candle. Yeah. So breathe in, circle, bend forwards. And this is really good for dispelling fear. For again, and humility, bringing humility. Water always flows to the lowest point, right? So the liver. Let's go to the liver and just give our liver and gallbladder a little massage. And the lovely sound is shh. Yeah, so breathing in. It's like the sound of the wind in the leaves, yeah, the wood element, and the spring, color green, yeah. Shh, calm, fantastic. All right, and if you'd like to, just before we move to our chest, just do one circle all the way around, just to harmonize that flow through the organs. kind of generating cycle. And we're going to slowly move back to our chairs. And I'm just going to read out a few testimonies from a few of the people that attended the Human Nature Connect residencies. I've only got a few minutes left. All right, thank you. Please. Thank you. Well done. Where's my... to find my glasses. In the middle. Well, thanks for joining in with those exercises, and I hope you found them very beneficial. I always do. I need these practices probably more than anyone else. So, and one of the things to just say, is that I collaborate a lot with other artists in those residencies, and they're not all coming from a kind of Qigong or Taoist background, but they're bringing complementary practices such as Lahdenpera dance or Feldenkrais or other forms of the arts as well. So it's a very collaborative process. We've done quite a comprehensive evaluation of the residencies, and This is something I'll be exploring tomorrow as well. So if you're able to be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time, we'll be running a lovely workshop that's bringing a lot of these different exercises, but also looking at the evaluation and the funding behind this and the logistics and pragmatics to it. So just one or two of the testimonies. We asked the question, can you share a moment or experience during the residency that deepened your connection with people and or nature? And someone said, participating in each other's creative process allowed a shift between holding the space and being held, trusting as we were guided by others and learning new ways to guide ourselves. Offering our gifts in this way allowed us all opportunity to shift into deeper and more subtle layers of our personal and intra-connected experiences. So I think that says something about the gifting that I mentioned. That was from the residency in Rhossili in Wales, and that's actually the same place that Charlene and Dr. Feng came to some years ago. So we were back in Rhossili. In Ambleside, which is in the Lake District, in response to the question, can you share a moment or experience during the residency that deepened your connection with people and or nature? Someone said, there were ongoing moments of rising collaborating energies, but certainly many of us would mention the moment in the grotto, which was a big cave called Rydal Cave, as one of the strongest, regarding the sensed vibration of the location and the in-tune human, more than human collaboration. It felt quite magical. It deepened my sense for my own agency as well as my curiosity in practicing complete openness regarding what creation and connection potentially could mean. And just because of time, lastly, we have a question in the evaluation. How do you feel if you are the body of the earth and nature? What do they need? And one person responded, I am, and I need listening to, as a start. In terms of some and this is my very last point, in terms of some qualitative measurements, we asked people a question: how beneficial do you feel the residency was for your health and well-being? 1 being not beneficial at all, and 5 being extremely beneficial. And we've kind of collated the responses, so it's over 100 participants. And overall, on average, there was a response of 4.47, which is really towards that extremely beneficial. So very pleased about that. And the question, how effective was the residency in enhancing your felt sense of connection to other people and nature? Again, 1 to 5, the same measurements. Had a response of 4.5, so out of 5, which is a kind of 90% sense of being more connected to other people and to nature. So we're really, really super pleased about that. And that's been just a very short glimpse into this Human Nature Connect program. And thanks to, in the UK, the National Lottery Community Fund, who funded the first residency last November, and then the Aviva Community Fund and Save Our Wild Isles Community Fund. We raised about £200,000 to support 6 or 7 of those residencies, and we hope it will continue into next year as well. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Boyd, thank you so much for the presentation and leading us to practice to connect with each other and with the nature. I'd like to share a story with you. Dr. Chow and I, a few years ago, we were invited by a group of Chinese practitioners and also local government in southern China to establish the first Qigong museum in China. So we're both sitting in the audience and watching presentations and from Qigong masters around the world. And she was applauding so hard after each presentation. And she was sitting next to me. She said, "Rose, did you know why I clapped the hardest?" And then she taught me a lesson. She said, "You see, we have all the acupuncture points which connects with the whole body. So when you clap your hands the hardest, you're sending the positive energy to the people around you." And so with that, and let's give Dr. Boyd another round of applause. Let's see you can send your energy and your love. Well, our next segment will be led by Anne. And Anne, would you like to come to stage or stay where you are?
It's a panel.
Panel, okay.
So we have, you want to come up, Jack? And Nadia and Kay. And then we have folks coming in from Florida. Hopefully that will work.
Yeah, they're tuned in. We're just
They're
going to put it up
there.
on the projectors.
Great.
So this one's the shortest one, so let's keep this on this side. Hey, would you guys like chairs?
Yes, please. Yes. see you
And
this
then
morning.
will you share this mic?
Okay. Hi, everybody. Wow, this is going to be so exciting. I've been planning this for a while. You know, well, as you know, that we are honoring the life and legacy of Dr. Effie Chow at this Congress, and I am in possession of much of the contents of her office and her archives and her records, and going through her records, I found many programs from conferences that she did, starting in 1975. So Iwaha, her company, which is 50 years old, would have been 50 years old this year, is started in 1973. And in 1975, she started her holistic conferences at San Francisco State. And then here was two of them, both in 1975. And we go on to holistic health, 1976. Did you? Oh, it's a holistic. We have people who are there. Well, you should come up and join our panel. Holistic Health 4, Stress and Tension in 1976. And there was one in particular that caught my attention, and it had it was from, I think, 1978, wasn't it, Jack? 1978?
That was the one in Washington. 77 was here.
77 was here, 1977. And as it turns out, a lot of the people that I know, I wasn't there, she was, and a lot of the people that I know now were present at that time. Jack Travis, John Travis, MD, Master of Public Health. He started the first wellness clinic center in, what year was that?
75.
In 1975. And our other panelists, Karilee and Richard Shamus, are here. And Karilee was at that conference. She was actually a volunteer with Dr. Chow and accompanying Dolores Krieger around town. And the names on that program, I mean, there was D. Krieger, there was Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, there were names, Jack Travis, that now became huge, but these people were still in the beginnings of their careers at that time. And so I wanted to put together this panel and bring some of these people together who were there for all these conferences. And here we have others here, the nurse healers of tomorrow, a futuristic view. So a lot of these were put on by nursing associations. And so the real topic of this today is Nurses Set the Stage. And our panel today, all the people here are pioneers, starting with over here to the far left, Dr. Nadia Linda-Hole is an integrative specialist. Dr. Jack Travis is also an integrative specialist, both MDs. Over on this, then we have another MD up here, Dr. Richard Shamus. His wife, Karilee Shamus, is a PhD, a holistic nurse, and prolific author. Kay Lahdenpera, very long-time friend and supported the Congress for many, many years, is right here. And she is a public health nurse and psychiatric and public health nurse. And then Charlene Ossler, also a nurse extraordinaire. What is your, and a PhD in nursing, is that right? PhD in public health. And then at the end, not last but not least, Dr. Alex Feng, who brings in some of the Chinese medicine aspect and also the long association with Dr. Chow. So anyway, I'm going to let Karilee, she was there. I'm going to let her run this conversation. And Karilee, would you like to go? We
Since
can't
I
hear
first-
you, my dear. These are friends I met many years later in Sonoma County, and turned out to be sort of part of this whole cabal. So, can you unmute yourself?
I said I got my master's in psych nursing, and then I had a job at age 25 where I was in charge of a locked psychiatric unit in a county hospital in Maryland. And I loved that work, but I realized already that I was going to be removed from patient care the more education I got. And I wanted to keep doing patient care. I was in charge of a locked psychiatric unit when I was so young. And then I finally followed the call of the heart and I moved out to San Francisco. And that's where I met Dr. Chow. And she and Dr. Dolores Krieger, who was professor of nursing at NYU, got together and were teaching classes for nurses. So I was involved in helping to put together the first International Congress of Nurse Healers. And it was just a joy to be there. I really knew that holistic nursing was something I wanted to pursue. And I went on and did that and became one of the first certified holistic nurses in the country. And I'm very proud of that. And the American Holistic Nurses Association is still certifying nurses and teaching holistic nursing. And I was involved on their board for a number of years. So it's been a pleasure to be there.
Great. And you know who else was there was Jack Travis. And it was really wonderful when Dr. Chow was in the hospital only 2 days before she passed away. Jack did an interview with her from her hospital bed. You know, Dr. Chow said she wanted to die on stage, and we basically made it happen. And one of the things he said to Dr. Chow is, you know, your conference gave me the confidence that I was moving in the right direction. So would you like to pick up on that?
Sure. Should I do it? Is this live?
It's on, yeah.
Okay. Well, my calling was to take on big pharma, and I didn't realize it at the time. But I was an intern at the Public Health Service Hospital in San Francisco, where Rich later was 2 years later at the same hospital over on the Presidio. And I grew up in a small town in Ohio where my dad was a country doctor, and his patients would ask me, "You're going to be a doctor like your daddy when you grow up?" And it was pretty easy to figure out the right answer to that. So I went on blindly doing chemistry, med school in Boston, couldn't get out of Boston fast enough, and wound up in Mill Valley, California as an intern at this hospital in San Francisco. I missed Woodstock. It was going on while I was in med school. I knew something was going on. And what I discovered as an intern is I couldn't remember drug doses or names, just like blanked out. And it seemed wrong to me to be covering up symptoms with drugs. And I could see something else was going on. And I had a transformative experience. It was in April of 1970 when a patient told me about this guy, Herb Benson, in Boston, where I just come from, lowering blood pressure with relaxation. I thought, what? I couldn't be. And that shifted my entire career from allopathic medicine into what became wellness. So at that point, I was about to get drafted to go to Vietnam. And so instead, I picked going to Baltimore, which is slightly better, 5 years to do a residency in preventive medicine at Johns Hopkins, where I encountered on the clearance table at the medical bookstore a book called High Level Wellness. It had a mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical view of health. And the guy who wrote it in the 50s, it was now on the clearance table because it was 10 years old, was the founder of the U.S. Department of Vital Statistics. So I thought wellness was a silly word, and in fact, almost didn't even use it. But out of that, I developed what I call the illness-wellness continuum, and I can show you a picture of that here. In 1972, which has the treatment paradigm here on the bottom, which is fixing things and takes you from premature death all the way to no symptoms, neutral point. But the wellness paradigm can take you across the neutral point into awareness, education, growth, and ultimately high-level wellness. So it was a different model, actually, than the holistic medical model going on at the same time, but a lot of overlap. So it's still listed in Wikipedia. I can't get them to fix it. I'm listed as an integrative medicine, but I'm not. I didn't do treatment. So that led to founding the Wellness Resource Center in Mill Valley in 1975. The Continuum then became part of the Wellness Workbook, which is still in print 35 years later, and the Wellness Inventory that's now online. So I founded this wellness center in 1975 and in Mill Valley, thinking it would be a little tame, me and a part-time biofeedback practitioner. At the same time, Rich had started the Holistic Health and Nutrition Center about 2 miles away, and Tom Ferguson, who founded Medical Self-Care magazine, said, "Throw a dead cat over your shoulder in Mill Valley and you're likely to hit a holistic health center." That was a famous quote of his. So what happened was, in large part, Effie started it by inviting me to speak at one of her classes. I think it was in probably early '76. And I had no idea anyone was paying attention. So that led to being in these 2 conferences, which led to one of my best lifelong friends that I met there, several of them, and we get together every year. He lives in Virginia. It was a major transition. The Wellness Center then burned me out. The final stages of it, I'll tell you that the word wellness was so strange that we had to spell it on the phone. And in 19...
There's a word you don't hear every day.
I got to start over.
For his work in this field, Dr. John Travis established a wellness program.
He was on 60 Minutes.
This is 60 Minutes.
Now, there's a word you don't hear every day. Noted for his work in this field.
That's what it was. Wellness. That's why you had to spell it. And thanks to that program, I think the word got out in the public, but it got co-opted by the treatment system. So now what most people mean by wellness has nothing to do with what Albert Dunn meant by wellness. And that's been a lifelong struggle. What I found was it was nurses who, I got 1,000 letters after having an article in the Prevention magazine, mostly from nurses asking, how can I get my doctor to pay attention to this? So that led to eventually having 13 staff members. I had my 15 minutes of fame traveling around the country. Got to speak to the governor of Colorado, the Surgeon General of Canada, and so forth. But it was a high time, and thanks for hauling some of us back together. So.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank you. Yes. Well, you're a bit modest, Jack, because he is associated with wellness. I mean, he's the man. Your name's on the book. So anyway, that's thank you very much for that. And then now I understand there was a holistic. Did it have an H? Did it have a W or didn't it? Rich Shamus?
Exactly. I got into this whole field, whether it had an H or a W, because I was dissatisfied with medical training. And in fact, then when I got to be an intern in San Francisco, I was even more dissatisfied. The people were given care that was not very humane. It was not aimed at having them have a better life, but just treating the symptoms and getting rid of the problem temporarily, and they would often come back. So it was in my last year of medical training where I saw a demonstration of acupuncture. And that was just an explosion of new ideas. If this was a technology that was better than what we had, which the head of anesthesiology at UCLA Medical Center held in his hand a batch of needles, and then showed on the other side of the room was a whole bunch of equipment for anesthesia for surgery. And he said, this technology with these needles is better than all of that stuff over there that puts a person practically dead. So that changed my life. I said, oh, there's got to be a better way of doing healthcare and medicine. And as soon as I finished internship, it was very clear that I had somehow just found my way to a hotbed of like-minded people. It was an enormous amount of energy and hopefulness and eagerness to change the field of healthcare and have it be better. You know, okay. So the people were talking about educating the practitioners. There were conferences, there were workshops, there were groups. There are many, all different places all over the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a large, many cities and counties involved. And in each time I would go to a conference, or I would say, okay, this is great. Let's have a clinic. Let's actually do this. Let's put it into practice. And no one was up for that. Anyway, I complained about it. And a friend finally said, look, you and this other guy are the only two that are complaining about not having a center, and a clinic. Why don't you two get together? So I met up with him, and it was great. It was that started the Holistic Health and Nutrition Institute. That was in 1973. And we called it an institute because it was a clinic on the ground floor, but up above was a classroom and presentation room where all the different alternatives, the healing alternatives were presented at night. But during the day, we had a clinic. But it wasn't just doctors in the offices. We had there was a dance therapist, a massage therapist. We had people who were acupuncturists, people who were homeopaths, it was a large group of different kinds of folks that I was pulling my hair out trying to herd cats, to get them all together. But we were having a wonderful time, and people would come to us and they were having a wonderful time. So we kept thinking this is going to change the world. And just like Jack, we had some articles in Prevention magazine and we're getting publicity. But Jack came to town and opened up a center, and he got publicity that we were only hoping for. And so one day, a news crew, the video news crew from Channel 4 came to our clinic and said, is this the Wellness Resource Center? We want to do a spot on you, right? And I said, knowing it was Jack Travis's center down the street, I said, yes, you're here. You're at the right place. You're right here. And this is our set. And so anyway, so we got on the coattails of Jack for one of those. But it was an enormous amount of wonderful, cohesive, synergistic kind of energy. And heading that up was Effie Chow. Dr. Chow was doing conferences and one thing after another. And she had said, nurses are going to be a big part of this. And one day, someone comes to the door, and they called me and they said, you ought to come down. There's this person here. So I came down and looked around. I didn't see anybody, but then I looked down. It was just a little short person. And that was Karilee. And she said, you're running a good clinic here, but you don't have any nurses. That's so I had looked at her. This was, 45 years ago. And I looked at her and I was so flustered. I thought she was pretty. I thought I'd known her from somewhere before. It was, I was going through all of this and I couldn't think of anything to say except I love nurses. So we got married and have been together ever since. But Effie was right. Effie Chow was right. The nurses were very important. It became very clear that with a big center like this, with many different offerings, in fact, we had a hot tub out in the back, and it was definitely a holistic place. But we needed someone who knew the alternatives, but knew enough anatomy, physiology, and chemistry to know what kind of illness a person might have and what might be the best fit. Should they see a homeopath or should they see an acupuncturist? Were they in pretty good shape and needed the wellness expert? Or did they need something, maybe the hand reader, to get a new spiritual outlook? So we had all of that. But how to match up the people? And one day was this inspiration. I don't know who came up with it, but maybe Karilee came. Anyway, someone came up with, we should have the nurse be the triage person who screens and does the initial intake. And that worked great. We called her the Health Resource Guide. Okay. And that has survived now. That has survived in many different medical centers and the Kaiser Permanente Foundation. They called it the advice nurse. So Dr. Effie Chow was right that the nurses are crucial to this whole new kind of healthcare that we were trying to bring into effect.
That's really great. Thank you, Rich. You gave us a really wonderful historical update. I love that. Where are the nurses? Where are your nurses? And you mentioned something, Dr. Chow, when she went to nursing school after growing up in a Chinese family and where they practiced traditional Chinese medicine, but she wanted to be Western. And then she got into the hospital setting and she saw it was a revolving door. People come in and they leave and they come back. And so that's when she started to look toward. She left no stone unturned in looking for this human technology. I think finally, we see that it's really one thing. But anyway, so working with her on that was Kay. Kay Lahdenpera. Worked with Dr. Chow and in Alaska. And let me pass the mic to Kay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I've decided, because I have a lot of dates, and these dates are important. So I'm going to treat this, imagine a puzzle. And I will point out the different years that some creative thinking and proper health care was started regarding nursing. And so I wanted to think of it as a rainbow, because Effie likes rainbows. Should have mentioned her name. Sorry. Anyhow, in 1970 was when I met Effie, along with some other very progressive health people that were brought up to 50 nurse leaders in the state of Alaska. And so since then, we have been good friends. That year, the Nixon administration was very involved in concentrating we had very high mortality. Ooh.
Gotta be close, sorry.
Oh, okay. It is close. I've never been that close to a mic. I thought you were coming in my mouth. Let's see. So anyway, Nixon was really on top of this, and he had his administration. At that point in time in the 70s, there was a high rate of mortality and maternal and infant mortality, as well as a huge increase in teen pregnancy, if you remember that era. And that was not only traumatic to the population, but it was very costly for the population, as well as the need for family planning for low-income populations. So hence, at that time, in 70, the development of Title X family planning services began. And that was quite an involvement. Then that's the first puzzle. Now, figure out another piece was in, which also continued in 1970. Alaska, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho were under California, Region 9. But because of this new emphasis on this huge program, they developed another region, Region 10, which held these 4 states, because they really were quite different than the previous states in Region 9. And so that is another piece of the puzzle. Then in, let's see, also in 1970, this plan was great, but they hadn't planned on how it would be delivered. And so the biggest issue, UCLA is really, I can't say enough for UCLA. It's so progressive, and it takes on issues for the whole country in many areas. And this was a big area. And so doctors from UCLA went over to China, and they looked at how the rural parts of China were being helped and treated, because they were having issues too, and they needed medical treatment out in the large rural areas. And so they had the barefoot doctors, and they brought that, yeah, Rose told me a lot about that, and they brought that back to the U.S. and to UCLA, and they used that model. That's the model they used. And it's a perfect model. And that model Alaska had developed a model similar to that for rural native areas where people couldn't come during the especially winter. And so the state public health nurses rode the dog sleds to the villages, and they were in touch by wire. They had standing orders. They were in touch by wire to with the doctors if they had to do minor surgeries or pull teeth or do whatever they had to do that weren't necessarily in their job description. And so they were the model that was developed, and that's why Alaska was chosen to be the state in our Region 10. And so at that time, there were 2 very important people. One was my supervisor, regional supervisor, which was Vivian O'Lee, and she also was a nurse. She was a school nurse and did some very innovative things in school nursing at that point in time. And then a Dr. Axel Rod. Some of you may know him, I don't know. But he just retired, and he was a young doctor, and he had an internship, and he had some time and money, I guess he had to pay back, so they selected him, and he was an innovator too, and so was Vivian. And so when I met Effie, I knew I had to introduce her to Vivian, because that's where my federal money came from, and I knew I was bringing her up to my staff and to the nurses of Alaska. So, okay, so that's another puzzle. Then, we got them. And the third puzzle piece was 1971. Okay, so now we've got a plan. We've got the doctors organizing a program for advanced care in nursing. And so this is what really started a nurse practitioner. But this was the very first they had, before they could do that, in 1971, they had to have the Nurse Training Act, Federal Training Act, pass the expansion of the role of the nurse to provide these services. So it's a very step-by-step process, but it's something that's lasted and will continue to last through time because it was done properly. So that person was titled the first women's healthcare specialist in the United States. And that was really the beginning of who's going to become your so-called now, today, your advanced nurse practitioner. Okay, so we had 2 wonderful nurses to send, and they completed the program, which I think was to last a year. They completed it in 3 months. They were, and the reason that was is because one of them, well, they both were public health nurses, and one of them had, and they weren't older, they were young nurses, but the one had been in the Peace Corps in Central America, so she had a lot of experience, and the other was a nurse midwife from Kentucky who had worked for a while horseback. I guess they called them horseback midwiferys. So they deliver up in the hills by horseback and help deliver people. And she had run a northern, up in Fairbanks, had run a northern area. So she came, and the two of them went out. They didn't know how long it would take, but it took them 3 months to learn the material. And then they came back, and they were under a doctor's care because you had to have 100, you had to be okayed for 100 IUD insertions, if you know what an IUD is. But anyway, that's a form of birth control. And that was very popular in those days. And so you don't know how many you're going to get. So when they come back, our local OBGYNs were wonderful. They gave free time to these nurses. And then once they became the newer term, nurse practitioners, they were all hired by doctors. They liked them. Okay, so another piece of the training now. So we've got this going. So in 1974, the nurses went out to train, and that was because the doctors at UCLA had developed a program, and it was a very wonderful program. And let's see. And one thing Effie did, she really was into education, and that's so important, as you've learned from all the previous speakers. But she, after they had developed this program for the nurses, but then there was no way for them to have continuing education. And in nursing, to get your license anyway, and I know in pharmacy and a lot of other areas, every time you renew, you have to have so many credits of current training in your field. And so that worked out quite well. But Effie was the one that it said, you've got to do this, so that these nurses will continue to be updated and educated and pulled together, and they can share ideas and share experiences and problems, and that's how you work out a better program. And so that we were very thankful for her to do that. And once my boss, Viv, met Effie, I was able to get a lot of money, and I brought her up to Alaska for my staff. But I also brought her for all the nurses in the state. So we advertised in advance so that nurses could get time off and be able to come in. And it was such a treat for them because they were so isolated working up in the bush area. So that worked out. So that was Effie. She's always on board. And she grew to really love coming to Alaska. She did start some of her programs in Homer, Soldotna area. A hospital went into that. Let me see if I got everything in. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's a program that still goes today, and we really, as a country, should be ashamed of ourselves. We have very low mortality, infant mortality rates. That is very poor. We're about in a third world country. And we really need to think about that and need to put money in that area. And in the prevention of pregnancies. And right now, the problem with this problem, it's not teenagers. We did solve the teenager problem. It's families.
Let's give her a hand. That was amazing, Kay.
It was amazing government program.
Well, I mean, the work you did to summarize that. I know you gave us a lot of information there and summarized it beautifully. Thank you. That really gave us quite a history to the nurse practitioner program and Dr. Chow, her contribution of that.
Oh, she did great. And what was I going to say? Oh, that Nixon, he worked personally with Planned Parenthood and with the Guttmacher Institute. Guttmacher Institute is a, what would you call that? It's a private concern that is very interested in reproductive health.
Well, I think that's a history that many of us were not aware of. Thank you very much. So, Charlene, can you tell us where you fitting into all this here? A nurse, an indispensable nurse, I know. But tell us more. Tell us more, Charlene.
I don't know about indispensable, but my life as a nurse started in my basic nursing education in Cleveland, Ohio. And I had to work in order to pay for my education. So I worked as a nurse's aide / practical nurse, but really we were student nurses, right? And I remember in the middle of the night walking around with my flashlight. Is her chest still going up and down? And seeing people who were so sick. And I said, uh-oh, did I make a mistake? What am I doing here? And then Jane Lowry was a faculty member who taught community health my last rotation. And we had to go make home visits, and my patient was never home. So I'm like, I'm not going to pass this rotation. I can't find my patient. And she said, Charlene, he's at the bar. And I was like, okay. She said, go. And she went with me. We sat there at the bar and talked to this man about his developing cirrhosis and how could we help him. And I was hooked. Not on the alcohol and the cirrhosis, but... So when I graduated from nursing school, I said, I have to go to public health. I have to be in the community. And they wouldn't take new nurses in Cleveland. So I ended up in Washington, D.C., which started this trajectory of my life. And in reflecting through this panel, which has really been a really wonderful experience for me, and I appreciate your doing it, Anne, I was impressed with if you just stay open, the universe, through synchronicity, will give you so many gifts. So I went to Washington, D.C., I worked at the VNA, and I was fortunate to be one of the first group of nurses to do a nurse practitioner program at Howard University. And through that, I was able to develop a nurse clinic in senior citizen housing, one of the first big complexes in Washington. And not only did I get to do a nurse clinic, but I got to do a health promotion and wellness class for those senior citizens. And guess what my workbook was? John Travis's wellness workbook. And they loved it. They really loved it. Well, I went back to school, to graduate school, and when I graduated, I joined the faculty at Catholic University. And I said, we're going to make a nurse clinic here because I had to create practicums for my students. And so I had to go before the administration and tell them what a nurse clinic was. And their first question to me was, but Charlene, if someone comes in with a fractured leg, what are you going to do? You can't take an x-ray. You can't read an x-ray. And so I had to really try to explain to them what wellness and prevention and promotion, the prevention of the fall that caused the fracture, the increasing the strength of the person so if they did get a fracture, they could recover from it. But I was successful in doing that and was able to place the students there. And then I realize now it was 1978, they had a wellness conference at the Marriott in Washington, D.C. And I looked at that program and I said, I think I need to check that out. And I went, and Effie always is upset with me for saying this, but I said, there was this short Chinese woman. She goes, Effie, short? And she was so full of energy and heart and spirit. I was like, I went to every workshop that she offered that weekend and was just totally entranced and really changed my life about what is nursing and what is health promotion. So then I went to North Carolina at UNC and taught in the University of Wisconsin. And then one magic night in Cancun, I met this guy who was born in China. And I tried to convince him to move to Milwaukee. And he said, I think you have to come to San Francisco. So I came out to visit several times, and one time I came out, I still remember this, we were sitting in the taxi, and Alex says to me, how would you like to have dinner with my friend, Effie Chow, at the City Club? I said, you know Effie Chow? I guess I do have to marry you. So that was 93, 94. And if you remember, that's about the time the World Congresses were starting. So Dr. Feng and I were involved in all 20, now 3 of them, and became very close. Alex was already very close with Effie as his big sister, but she and I developed a relationship that was, all of you have worked with Effie, and you know that she is going to create. She is going to create and make things happen, and she does it by pulling you in and trusting you and sharing with you, but also really asking you to step up and do it, make it happen, right? So that's my contribution.
Wonderful. And you will, thank you, and segue to a friend of Effie Chow, Dr. Alex Feng.
I'm not a nurse. So envious. But as you can tell, it's very nice to know other people who are influential. That's how we met. But Dr. Effie Chow and I we've known each other through the legalization of acupuncture in California, which I was involved with back in the 70s. And then we also studied together with some classes with some teachers from China. And she was involved with Qigong, and I was involved with Qigong. So we became friends and supported her on the first Congress in San Francisco. And I had 20 students. We went there and set up tables and blah, 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 did all that thing. And she invited some very wonderful people that came, and I was very, very impressed with just the caliber of people that she invited and her influence in the field. So I'm extremely supportive of her for somebody who cared and knew how to get things done. And as you know, conferences are very hard to manage. And she had hundreds and thousands of people coming to the conference from all over the world and giving talks and doing demonstrations. And I used to joke with her because I said, this is like a shopping center. You get all kinds of people from all levels of practice and expertise. Some of them I have to say are like, I don't appreciate this. This is like, Other people are like, oh my God, this is very special. But the fact that she had everybody there, you have a choice. You can see who is what, doing what, and enjoy and gain benefit from whoever that you were able to be exposed to. And I was the chair of NCCA, which is an organization, national organization that certified most states in the United States for acupuncture. And I said, they were looking for another member. So I said, well, let's get Effie Chow to come in. She's wonderful. So she came and she came with a resume this high. I'm serious. We had a deck of resumes from her this high. It scared the other members so much they rejected her. But it was just too much for them. She was too popular or something, too connected, whatever. So, but I remember she was pushing for certification because we had acupuncture certification, herbal certification, Asian bodywork certification, and she was pushing for Qigong certification. And we had discussion and argument. And one of the most difficult things was that evidence-based. Do you have any scientific research on Qigong that can validate the level of practice necessary, entry level necessary to be certified? And that was very, very difficult, and even now. How do you know the person's a good practitioner? What do you base it on? So that was a story with NCCA. I love Effie. She's a great being. As everybody knows, she's able to draw you in, have you work, and have you work. And she was extremely articulate. And I don't know. know how she does it, but she can write and write and write, just pages and pages, so she can talk and just to bring things out in the open to be able to entice you to come as a guest speaker or as a guest to the conference. So I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Feng.
Good.
That's true. She did. Well, she worked the hardest. That's it. That was the thing about Dr. Chow. Attention to every detail is how she made all these conferences. It's how she dealt with every patient, client, student. The quality of her attention, and one of her early students is our next speaker, an MD also, Dr. Linda Nadia Hall.
Aloha. Thank you a lot. Yeah. Fudge, it's hard to talk about Effie and not cry. But sure. I met her by accident. Chuck McGee should be here. He was a real pioneer. He was our family friend. We had every holiday meal with him. And I was going through a divorce. And one of my patients, and we already had miracles, meaning, and one of my patients who, be a miracle story, came to check in on me. I said, "Why are you here? I saw you last week." She said, "Well, we thought you might like this book," and it was the Qigong Miracle Healing book. I called Chuck and said, "Chuck, what's this about?" And he said, "Well, she's in Seattle, only hours away. You should go see her. Maybe you'll be famous someday too." I went, "Chuck, I don't care." But anyways, that's how it started. And Effie, it was a different. And wait, you nurses, I trained in at Highland General, Alameda. You guys. What else here? Herbert Benson was a big deal for me too. I taught for the American Academy of Pain Management for years. I was on their education board, and one year someone didn't show up, and they said, "Well, could you sub?" And I had to talk about the relaxation response. Totally ridiculous for me to talk about that. Len, the different guy, but we'll keep talking. Yeah. We had what else here? Fudge here. God, I lost a lot of people during the pandemic, so I'm a little bit, yeah. And the Second World Congress is when, and Effie, with you guys, white nurses, MDs, you'd be in trouble without the nurses. There were so many times when someone's dying or someone does something really stupid, God, the things we doctors do with new people, I'd always go to you guys. You knew what was going on. You knew way more about it than I knew. Mm-hmm. So what? So the Second World Congress is where I came.
Was it that long? Yeah.
And spent a lot of years recovering from the marriage. And then as soon as I recovered, then 10 years ago, the 2013 World Congress got me hooked up with the person I'm recovering from now. But about what here? And for me with Effie, I'd say, what can I do to help? But I'd be somewhere a long ways from home. And she gave me a whole, this huge crate of books or folder, to bring somewhere on a plane. And yeah, you know what it's like. You stay up all night. So what else here? Effie totally changed my life. Changed the life of almost everyone I knew who came in touch with her. We did and Effie being Effie, we brought her to Spokane. And back then, even in the sort of what's happening right now, total survival, no one had enough money, there weren't enough jobs, and there weren't any holistic practitioners. We brought in, the way Effie thinks, I caught it. We rented the Masonic Temple that's seated 1,200 people, we charged like $500 for the weekend workshop, and it was packed. Yeah. People were really hungry for it back then. And then, wait, you all talked about you too, and you reminded me of all the stuff I did. I'd forgotten. I was the president of the California State Homeopathic Medical Society. The first meeting were only 25 docs. And then the place we just do little things one at a time. Within 3 years, we had 300 docs. And we didn't have computers. We had the first Apple. We didn't have internet. We just had, you just go, you have your patients. I mean, people say, what can I do to help you? Help with this. And we helped put homeopathy in a map. The Qigong Museum, they invited me one again, said, you got to be in the museum. But me being me, I never returned in anything. So yes, if you go to the museum, just pretend I'm there. So going, Effie, I love you. What else here? There's a ton. I was the barefoot doc. I made the New York Times in college as the first barefoot doc. And but who cares about what I did? Oh, holistic family medicine. We call ourselves holistic family medicine, and now it's a term. Holistic stuff. Hollywood actually discovered us, and also the press, and also the news, and they built us as mystic medicine. And with Qigong, I'm not sure what happened exactly when, but we had a number of patients that I wish I thought of it back then to drop your names. But what I actually would like to know, running all the history, is how can we serve everyone now to bring this forward, and assuming people are online, like what's our next step? For you had me write that thing for Effie. Effie had a huge impact that not many people know. Meaning, the left hugs. That's Effie. The whole energy psychology, where we brought her to DACEP, of energy psychology is Effie. The foundation. What else? Food. That's Effie, Tom, and Janet Wu. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What else here?
She taught cooking.
Yeah, and
she had a TV cooking show.
I'm wearing pink today because of Effie. This is the one color that she wore, her favorite suit. I wish I told her I wanted it before she gave it away. So, what else?
So, you did ask a good question when we talked with each other in preparation for this panel. The question is, have things changed? What's changed? Maybe what hasn't changed?
It's changed hugely.
Yeah, it's changed hugely. A lot of things have happened.
Like the doctors want it, the people want it, and then how do we? Thank God you have it on your house and your storage unit. Like how do we do the stuff that? Charlene, you're the best at this, and you're like, I'm older, so I use my age as an excuse. But how do we? But you've done so much. But how do we digitalize it, get online, keep the conference going? Oh wait, Alice, I haven't had a chance to talk with you, but it's your birthday and you're so tired. And also you're like everyone wants to talk with you.
Hold it. We're getting off key, off base. I have something.
One thing. It's really important. I was at the Harvard thing. This is recorded. You're idiots. Well, excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Actually, I did. I just messed up. But they're doing great work. They're making important. There were 400 people there, and blah blah. But they're having Tai Chi people certify Qigong, and the Tai Chi people know nothing.
It depends.
No, the ones. Wait. No. The ones that aren't important, and no one knows who they are and present it. They have it. Wait, I'm going to get myself in so much trouble. I got to stop.
Yeah, let me stop you right here because I have a very special presentation to make. Dr. Linda Nadia Hall gets the Spirit of Chow Qigong Award for 2023. Let's give her a hand. Please give us your remarks.
Fudge. I got to be Effie's Uber driver, and I'm going to smell like, oh, she will kill me. I'm going to say stuff. One thing Effie did that makes me cry. She had the love of her life. And she gave that up for the work. She gave everything up for the work. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think that sums it up. Thank you, everyone. This was really wonderful. I want to thank.
But she would want us to.
We're done. Thank you.
But she would want us to
hug. We're going to hug, and we're going to break, and we're going to have a break, right?
She wants us to go to work. She wants us to go to work. After.
She wants us to go to work. She does.
She does.
She does.
She doesn't care about us being Effie. She says, look, no matter what you guys have, everyone just do something.
Thank you. All right. Okay. All right, everybody. Why don't we stand up and bow and call it lunchtime.
Right.
Oh wait, the hugs.
We'll get our hugs after we bow and we can conclude this program. Thank you all. This has been a really fun. Do you agree this has been a wonderful discussion? Yeah, really gives us some real background on where we've come from and where we need to go.
She did open up UC in San Francisco. They allowed her to do her lectures. I mean, way back. We're talking 1976 and so. Because I used to go to them. These lectures. She'd have them almost every Wednesday afternoon, maybe about noon. I'm not quite sure because I don't know. I had a job, so I know. But I know I used to go to these lectures at UC San Francisco. I know.
We're on film, I think. Okay, we're fin. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Have a great lunch. Okay, we'll be coming back at what? At 1:15. Thank you all. Everyone on Zoom, have a good lunch. YouTube, Facebook.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor to present the next speaker who's going to talk with us through the lunch hour. And her name is Betty Lee. She's been a highly successful real estate agent in San Francisco for 17 years. She's also a Chow Qigong practitioner and a longtime friend, student, and client of Dr. Effie Chow. And she has her own practice now where she is utilizing the Chow Qigong techniques that she learned from Dr. Chow and has been successfully healing patients. So welcome to Betty Lee. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Betty Lee, Chow Qigong practitioner, certified by Dr. Effie Chow, Qigong Grandmaster, with an exciting hour for you. First, 2 demonstrations by Dr. Chow and I, then 2 short interviews, and then 2 more demonstrations by yours truly. Dr. Effie Chow taught us PMASA. That's positive mental attitude, speech, and action. And I'll be demonstrating energy testing, how your words and actions, positive or negative, can affect not only your energy, but also others around you. And then you'll see her demonstrating empty force, how you can overcome your obstacles. Then is a very interesting PBS interview called Discoveries in Alternative Medicine, which is also on YouTube, chronicling her achievements, including being fondly known as the mother of Qigong in North America. And she'll also be talking about the origin of the World Congress. So now we have 2 friends coming to help me demonstrate energy testing. So this, a little further over. This is Raquel and her son Alejandro. So we're going to do energy testing by putting your stronger hand on top and at forward height. Okay? I'm going to test you. You're strong. Okay, what about Alejandro? Okay, he's strong. Okay, so say something negative, Raquel, kind of like no problem, which is very common today used.
No problem.
Okay. See, her energy is down, even though you're resisting me, right? Okay, let's see how it affects Alejandro. His energy is down. Okay. All right. So up with your hands. Yes. And then, yeah, both of you up, forward, high. Okay. Say something the opposite, like it's all good, it's fine, or whatever.
Everything is fine.
Okay. And she's strong. Isn't that just amazing? Okay, let's see. Alejandro is strong too. Okay, so now you've just learned something very important, right? What you said which is a very common phrase and you hear it a lot. Many people use it, and how it affects not only your energy, but those around you. So, now you know to say something positive, which is just as simple, it's all right, it's all good. Okay, so now we're going to test the power of words, what you say to another person directly. Okay, so Alejandro, put your arms up. Let me test you. Forward height. Okay, good. You're strong. Okay. Keep your arms up. Say something negative to Alejandro, like you're scolding him, even though you don't mean to. Okay?
Okay. You're not good at school.
Ooh. Okay, put your... Ooh. Okay, so you saw that, right? Okay, say something nice to him now.
I love you, puppy.
And he's strong. So you always want to leave someone strong. And I want to say for parents, so words are very important, the positive words or negative words in action. If you just tell children, don't slam the door, and they keep slamming the door, because that's what they hear, is slam the door. So just say, please close the door quietly. And then they will do that. So, we're going to do hard touch, soft touch, and hard touch. And so this will just be for Raquel. Okay. So, yes, put your, very good. I'm testing you, you're strong. So I'm just soft touch to disperse the energy. So this happens like if somebody brushes past you, it can be as simple as that, and you can lose energy. And I'm going to put your arms up again, energy testing. I'm going to do a heart touch. So this is packing in energy. Okay, I'm going to test you. She's strong again. Always leave someone strong. Yes, you're okay. So don't do this at home, because it takes some expert knowledge, okay? But this is something you can do at home, okay? If you can do it, both of you, actually. When you feel tired, hit yourself hard. You're packing in energy. Okay, so how do you feel? Do you feel a little bit more energy?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Because you've been working many
all night
hours.
long, yeah.
So whenever you feel you need energy, pack in some energy. Now you feel kind of stressed, and if you feel stressed, then you can do this. Just smooth yourself up, and you feel you're brushing away the energy, so you feel calmer. Okay, so what did you think of the energy testing? Was it kind of amazing?
Yes, it's amazing.
So short a time, right?
Yeah.
And it's so powerful. Do you agree with that, Alejandro?
Yes.
Yes. So now you can be very conscious of the words and the actions you use, right? So positive mental attitude, speech, and action. How your speech and action, positive or negative, can affect not only your energy, but other people's energy as well. Thank you very much. And stay tuned for exciting Dr. Chow demonstrating energy, empty force, how you can overcome your obstacles. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to stand behind. Face me in a choo-choo train. And a choo-choo train, yes. All right. Everybody bow to the universe, the healing energy of the universe, and is in respect to yourself and to others as well. Now, I don't like calling attention to a problem at hand, but I do want to, you all know I'm walking with a cane, right? And I'm very efficient with a cane. Yes. And God has given me this wonderful opportunity for me to learn more. I thought I knew a lot, but I tell you, there's lots more to learn. How many of you don't have a problem? That's right. I'm glad you're all smart not to have your hands up, because I would say you're a liar if you had your hands up. So therefore, we all have our challenges. But don't get taken up with your challenge. I mean, do what you can with your challenge. But you know what? There's a whole 98% of you that is good. How many know that? Right? And so you want to focus on the positive aspects of yourself. And so I'm just going to show you something that you always have access to the power of the divine, of God, or Buddha, whatever you want to call your greater spirit, and it's all the same. It's just a different word and a different pathway, but ultimately is the greater source. So I'm going to demonstrate to you a little bit of the empty force and how we can utilize this force. All right, and so we're lucky to have 4 handsome men up here. And somebody said, where's the woman? But no woman came running up here because I think we said 4 big people. And so therefore, we have all men here. I'd like you to introduce yourself and tell us how much you weigh.
Paul Regan. Paul Regan weigh 100. Paul Regan weigh 180.2.
Okay, and Arthur, you're going to add it up, right?
I'll do my best.
Okay.
I'm Han, 175.
Give him a hand. Yes. Okay. Give him some tea.
I'm Lewis, and I weigh 185.
Hi, Lewis.
I'm Terry, about 165.
Maybe we can have one more person. Come on up. Okay. And you want to introduce yourself? And stand.
Candace, and I weigh 200.
Did you hear? Candace, 200. Yeah. That's right. You stay right.
905.
Okay, coming up here.
Pounds.
Come up here. That's right. Okay. And so, how much is the total?
905.
905. I weigh 50. No, not really. I weigh 110. And so let's just put this over here. And I'm showing you how to do this. All right. And I have you here. And John, you're going to stand over here. Stand over out here. Right here. Just back of me right here. Okay? That's it. Oh, maybe you better get down. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And so now, put your hand on a person's chest. Ooh la la. Okay. What's this? No response? Where's the chi? Okay. So put your hand on the person's chest, just at the rib cage here. All right. Stand in your strongest stance. What is your strongest stance? That's it. Exactly. Okay. And so now all of you put your hand on the waist of the person in front of you. On the waist? On the waist. And you're just going to stand there. Don't push. You're already pushing. I can feel the energy. So just be stable right there. Okay? No pushing. If you don't feel anything, you stay where you are. If you feel something, move with the whatever sense that you feel. So it's not fighting. I'm not fighting. I'm just demonstrating the empty force that can be escalated. All right? And so, Paul, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'm going to try and push them. And I'm trying to push them. And any success? So how many of you live your life this way? That you push and you confront and you deal with all your might and you can't get anywhere. Okay, not all the time, sometime. But we do. We kind of go at it without thinking, without feeling. So now we use the chi. And so just stay. Remember, no fighting. If you feel something, go with it. And if not, just stay. Paul, are you ready? All ready. Look at him. Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, okay. And so, stay up with me. Stay up with me. Stay up with me. That's it. And, you ready? Okay. Move! Okay? You're going to fall and break your head. So when you feel something, move. You move your legs. You understand? So this is the key to healing. If you feel the force, move with it. Yay!
Yeah. Just the moral of the story is... The moral of the story is do whatever she says.
So now you can, how many want to get your way this way? Boy, what a limp crowd. You don't want to get your way? Yes. That's right. So you're not going to find 5 people to push them around. Right? That's not what my point is. What is my point? You can accelerate your chi for your health. Doesn't matter what you're challenged with. You saw me walking with my cane, and that you can overcome that. But what happens when we have something wrong, cancer, heart, diabetes, arthritis, everything, we get caught up and we become the cancer. How many believe that? And you hear everybody, my cancer, my arthritis, my MS, my diabetes. Don't possess it. Let it go. All right? So whatever you have here, you can overcome it. How many believe that? Everybody, you can overcome it. All right, so thank you very much. And thank you. Give them a hand.
On medicine. psychology, diagnosis, treatment, and prevention. This week, the American Health Journal presents a special report, Discoveries in Alternative Medicine, with your host, Roger Cooper.
Hello, and welcome to the American Health Journal special report on discoveries in alternative medicine. I'm Roger Cooper. With the rising cost of health care in America, many are seeking alternatives such as naturopathy, acupuncture, and Qigong. Qigong has its origins in China more than 5,000 years ago, and some reports suggest that today over 200 million people practice the art in China. And it's gaining popularity here in the United States, with claims that it will help reduce stress, chronic illness, and will lead to a more healthy life. We took our cameras to the East-West Academy of Healing Arts in San Francisco to meet Qigong Grandmaster Dr. Effie Chow. Dr. Chow has been referred to by Qigong masters from around the world as the mother of Qigong in the United States. She is co-author of the book Qigong, Medical Healing from China, and is highly regarded by her students.
Effie Chow is a master healer.
She's trying to not just help you, but make the world a better place.
She understands people, and she inspires people. Very gifted teacher and a true master of Qigong.
Dr. Deepak Chopra said of Dr. Chow, Effie Chow is one of the strongest energy-based healers and acupuncturist I have met, and I have seen with my own eyes some of the remarkable results of her Qigong work. In July 2000, President Clinton appointed Dr. Chow to the original 15-member White House Commission on Complementary and Alternative Medicine Policy. And she's the recipient of the Visionary of the Year 1997, the Humanitarian of the Year 1999, and the Visionary of the Decade 2000 awards. Recently, the American Association of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine honored her as one of the pioneers and leaders of Oriental medicine in the USA. We began with the basics and asked Dr. Chow to tell us what Qigong is.
Qigong is part of traditional Chinese medicine, and it formulates the basic principles of the function of traditional Chinese medicine. Qi means the energy or the vital life force, or the breath, simply. And Gong means to work it, to cultivate, or to manifest that exceptional vital life force. And so the balance and the harmony of this energy, the vital life force, is when one is healthy, and in the imbalance of it creates stress and creates imbalance, and therefore one can become diseased first of all, and then become diseased if we don't have those tools and the skills to deal with the first imbalances. So in Qigong then, it's an energetic principle of life. It is not just the exercise and the meditation as many people think it is, but it is a way of life. Body, mind, spirit, and how one relates to nature. In the principles of traditional Chinese medicine and Qigong, we are not a separate entity from the whole of nature. And in science, we talk about the quantum physics, whereas we are, and we are everywhere. There is no boundary that can hold us in. And so when we're working with Qi, or the vital life force, that we emanate to out the whole universe. For example, every cell is a microcosm of the whole, and that every organ is also a microcosm of the whole. So therefore, if that is so, then we cannot be isolated. Our skin only appears that because we are operating at certain frequency levels of this Qi. And what is wonderful about Qigong and traditional Chinese medicine that is different is that we take everything as a whole. And in Western medicine, now I want to be sure that everybody understands, I respect Western medicine. I'm a nurse myself, and I've seen things happening with Western medicine. The only thing is that it isolates components, and that is why Western medicine is having its failures now, because it's isolating too much, becoming too technological, becoming too, quote, professional, and leaving the heart and the mind and the spirit out of it, and or else it's separated. The minister administers to your spirit, and the psychiatrist administers to your mind, and this, physician deals with your body, and so that's what is different in traditional Chinese medicine, is that we deal with the total all at once. And that's why we're getting results. We're getting back to considering that the mind and the psyche and the emotions and the spirit probably are the most important components. And I have brought it into the hospitals and worked in the psychiatric unit. And what happened is that being a psychiatric nurse, so I utilize the principles of Qigong to work with my clients when I'm on shift to see how I can integrate it. And one time the doctors pulled me aside, said, "What are you doing?" Because when I came on staff, they were very, depressed and won't eat, etc. And I come on and my records show afterwards that eating was down in the sunroom socializing and chatting with the others and smiling and happy. And so they thought, "Did you use acupuncture on them or Qigong on them?" I said, "Not acupuncture, but I did use Qigong on them."
And turn your head some more without turning your shoulders. And look way around and stretch that silver thread, drop the shoulders, and turn your head even more.
I've synthesized the best of the West and the best of the East. I've made it easier for the people to learn because I grew up in the West, so I know what Western thinking is. It will facilitate the energy moving better and faster, and similar with the healing. And so the students learn very quickly. Even in a weekend that I have called the basic weekend, I would meet people years after. They said, "You know what? I still, after that weekend, I'm able to brush away the pain, and I can help my family." So now it depends on the individual. I mean, they're just going to come and listen and just and don't practice and everything. Well, this isn't guaranteeing everybody knows, So, but if you're diligent and you want to practice, then you can develop yourself into healing for yourself, for others, and then through to the planet.
You're watching the American Health Journal presents Discoveries in Alternative Medicine.
Our program continues with our reporter Laura Windsor. She reports on the effects of Chow Qigong on the stresses of daily life.
For many of us, it seems that stress is never ending. Dr. Chow spoke with us about the varying levels of stress and how it affects our bodies and our daily lives.
People think that stress is something, chaotic or a problem. But Dr. Hanselia, who coined the word stress, the meaning of stress is the innate response of the individual to any given situation. So that means you decide to get up, that's stressful. You decide what to wear, that's stressful. And you decide what to eat, or whether you're going to go to work, whether you're going to go to play, etc. That's the innate response to any of those things. But ordinarily, we can cope with that because we have certain coping skills. However, if there's more, like for example, deciding whether you're going to apply for a raise-in job, that then goes beyond the regular stress, and you better have some extra skills to deal with that and to be able to relax while you're carrying out that process. So that's just a situation. Or someone gets sick in the family, and that's additional trauma that is creating additional stress, so that you need further skills to cope with that. And that's what Qigong and Chinese medicine does. And Chow Qigong, we've been very successful with dealing with people who are stressed to the point of depression and emotional problems. And we have certain criteria. Again, I said we deal with what their life situation is. And so Qigong, though, is to balance the energy within the body. And when we talk about balancing the energy, from Western standpoint, it means affecting the balance of the lymphatic system and increasing the circulation, proper increase in circulation and balance of your blood system. And therefore, if you have good blood circulation, you are bringing proper oxygenation to the cells and bringing good nutrient and also facilitating metabolism of the food. And then also proper circulation will help you to feel warmer. And oftentimes people get cold hands and cold feet. That's because your circulation is blocked. And so that we talk about then opening up the circulation. And we talk about certain energy channels being blocked and affecting certain signs and symptoms. So that stress can create all these minor problems, but they can be very major. For example, if you can't eat, you lose your appetite, or you can't sleep, or you get nervous, and with everything you kind of jump, when ordinarily you don't, or that your bowels, irritable bowel syndrome, or pain, or now Western medicine even now is saying that stress is a precursor of all conditions, including cancer, heart, and diabetes, arthritis, asthma. So that stress as a factor can go right from very normal stress to excessive stress. And that's where then you equate it to the degree of the disease or the dis-ease, then moving on to disease.
It's been said that stress can make us grow old before our time. While we were talking to Dr. Chow about stress, we asked her about the benefits of Qigong with respect to anti-aging and vitality.
I don't like the word anti-aging because we grow old gracefully, let's say, instead of, fearful of aging and etc. And then, of course, the ultimate is fearful of death. And so rejuvenation for me is at any level that you are and you have improvement. You look better, you feel better, you look younger. Yes, that's important, but not only that. And you have better mobility. So rejuvenate at all levels, even your sexual ability, sensual ability, and so at all levels of emotion, spirit, and physical. So that, for example, working with a post-stroke, a person who is paralyzed, unilaterally, we're very successful in getting strokes walking and mobilizing again properly, not dragging their leg, like you see a lot of rehab patients do, and that they're limping along, but actually getting them to walk properly. So that is rehabilitation. So for people who are well, then it's for them to get into better health and the optimum health. And so then along with it goes with improved looks. Most of my clients, whether it was coming in for rejuvenation, every somebody said, wow, you look 10 years younger, and you look so stately, and their posture and their breath. And so it's bringing oxygen to all the cells in the body, including their mental cells, their mind cells, and all the different organs, so that rejuvenation means at all levels.
While we were on the subject of stress in our modern lives, we asked Dr. Chow if she could offer any tips for our audience.
One thing I have my people do is take an inventory of all the good things about oneself and make a file. Because when we get into depression, when we get stressed out, and when we're facing the problems that we're facing, we can't think about anything good. And that's not a time. So when you have this file of something good about yourself, you can pull it out in times of duress. And when you start reading it, the energy starts to escalate, and you forget, you say, wow, am I that? Yes, it is, and you start to build. And the concept about thinking positively will start you spiraling upward instead of downward.
Edition of Chi Time, where your energy matters, with me, Clara Apollo, here on podcast or on video or wherever you're picking this up. You're very welcome in, and I have such a wonderful show for you here on this episode. I've got a gathering of some eminent Qigong teachers, players, inspirers that are part of this 22nd World Congress of Qigong, Tai Chi, Traditional Chinese Medicine and Natural Health. And it's a real honor to have you all here with me today. So we're going to speak a little bit about how people have got involved in this Congress and what it is that it's going to be here for you. And we're just going to keep it quite succinct as well. Let's see how we go, because I tell you who I'm going to introduce you to first. Oh my goodness, this is such a big honor. This is, let me introduce you to the Congress visionary, right? This is Dame Dr. Effie Chow. She's in the house. She's the Qigong Grandmaster, and she's the founder of the East-West Academy of Healing Arts, and she's the World Congress founder. That was 1990, hence why this is the 22nd Congress. She's revered as the grandmother of Qigong, and Dr. Chow has pioneered in bringing complementary care to the West. So let's invite you in first, Dr. Chow, to talk about the inspiration behind this World Congress. You know, why did you decide to do it back in 1990? What is it all about?
Thank you very much. And I thank Clara, you, for being such a visionary as well, having such a program, and for inviting me and my other friends that you'll be meeting after. And so my dear heart and love to all of you, and to all in the world, because we are connected. We are connected. We are all energy bodies. Not that we have energy, but we are energy. And the thing is, 1990, they didn't decide, oh, we're going to have the World Congress. It's evolved since my birth, and maybe in utero, because I come from a very cultural family, Chinese family. And I'm a World War II refugee coming to Canada, to a family that is steeped in Chinese culture. So you asked me, how did this conference come about? It evolved right from there. My father, my mother, everything, and it evolved. So I witnessed at that young age, people who were dying from Western medicine care, that they couldn't do anything. And my father got the permission. Can we do our medicine? Which, of course, Chinese medicine and Qigong, etc. And they would give them the hopeless cases. And one particular case, Dr. Wang, lived another 15 years. And I was into my nursing at that time because I wanted to do healing because of Chinese medicine, etc. Little did I realize that there was such a disparity and superstition. We were blamed for practicing superstition. So what I realized in nursing is that the revolving door concept is that people revolved out before they're well because they couldn't heal them. Then they revolved back in, and each time it was happening, and they die too early, much too early. And so I got thinking, oh my God, what about my background? And so I got permission to use Qigong. And when I became an acupuncturist, I got permission to use acupuncture along with my clients. And they would refer people to me. And so we got results where all else had failed. And so the evolvement, when you do something yourself, is not strong. You know, you can be as strong as you can be. And I know I've got some very strong characters here on board with me right here, very powerful. And so, but you cannot do everything yourself. So evolve the concept that we must band together to gain power, to gain strength, and power in a good way, not a destructive way. And so we did. I started in 1973, the East-West Academy of Healing Hearts, a nonprofit, nonprofit. And it was dedicated to my father, who helped so many people come from China in those days, in 1930s, 40s, 50s. It was like, oh my God, he was battling society, always an activist. And so I guess I inherited all that from him, my dedication to society. And so, as I said, East-West Academy of Healing Arts is dedicated and formulated for my dear father, Chow. And I want to throw out two concepts that I learned very well. We have many philosophies. He said, whatever you do, do your best. Even if you're a toilet cleaner, do it the best. And then he said, live as if to die tomorrow, but plan as if to live forever, not the other way around, which today it seems is the other way around. They live hard and they don't have far plans, further plans. They live for today, but it's live today as if to die tomorrow, and plan as if to live forever. So that's evolved in 1990 from my experiences, many worldwide, etc. I've been to many hospitals, 20 hospitals, in fact, they called me dealing with death and dying, dealing with birth, dealing with conditions that they couldn't deal with, like COPD and strokes and paralysis. We would get walking in 2 seconds, and Parkinson's, that they're all debilitated, and they're all put in. And in 1 and 2 sessions, including Chow Qigong, and what I developed as a Chow Integrated Healing System, CIHS/Chow Medical Qigong, CMQ. And that's what I went around the world doing. It was so elevated. And I myself, in 2015, had 3 near-death experiences from Western medicine. And I had to realize that I've got to use both, mother and father, Chinese medicine and alternative and Western medicine. That's how the concept of the Congress evolved. And we've every year for 20-something years involved the top 10% of the people and experts in the whole world and perhaps the universe, if we know anybody in the universe. And we are getting there, with exploration of beyond the planet. And it was so exciting. People that could also do what I do, but we didn't dare talk about it because they think, oh, you're boasting. When we say we could get them walking in 1 session, paralyzed from 5 years from stroke, etc. And then, so everybody, and I know others have great experiences, like the people with me on this panel, but we don't dare say it. So in my delivery now, I tell everybody, write it down, whatever happened, and make it a document of your truth.
Yes.
Because if you just say, well, I help them walk, the normal thought is that, oh, it took you a year or 2 years or so forth. If you say in 1 and 2 sessions, they say, oh, come on, But if we have enough reports like that, everybody brave enough and support each other, we can influence the system, and which we have very much in the 20 years of the World Congress and the 1973 East-West Academy of Healing Arts.
Wonderful, wonderful, Dr. Chow. Thank you so much. I would love to invite you back into Chi Time for a much longer discussion, because you have such a wealth of information coming through you, and what a story of your life as well. So this 22nd Congress...
That's one more comment, sorry.
Okay.
Is that it's not just practicing, but it's influencing policy and legislation to make the difference. It's not just us doing things and enjoy what a wonderful conference, but we come and we were involved with the White House Commission on Complementary Alternative Medicine, Bill Clinton, and we helped the whole system of medicine involve what we call integrated health and energy medicine and whatever they call it. And from that one meeting, and we've been in many policy meetings, that's what's important for everybody to think policy, influence the system, not just yourself.
Exactly.
And
So
band together.
That is such a good point with the Congress and with that, all the sharing and all this, like owning how Qigong has helped and shifted your own medical and emotional and challenges. We're saying, okay, that's great. The anecdotal evidence is so strong, but absolutely getting into policy and this integration of East and West. This is where we're going, isn't it? That's where we're going forward. So
science research and scientific research, combining the art and science. It's such a beauty.
It's such a beauty. Oh, thank you. Let's open up then, Dr. Chow. Let's reveal who else is here with us, because we have...
Hi, I'm Betty Lee, Chow Qigong practitioner, and I want to share with you 3 things today. Dr. Chow taught me Chow Qigong brushing technique, which can relieve chronic pain quickly. And you'll see below 3 one-minute testimonials from Alan, whom I relieved his arthritic hip pain in 2 sessions, and he's a physician and had tried many things that failed him. Number 2, Ron, I relieved his 50-year whiplash neck pain in 2 sessions. Then Laura, who had sciatica back pain and frozen shoulder, which I was able to help her recover in 3 sessions. So, for less drastic cases, you can do this Chow Qigong brushing too, which I'm going to demonstrate for you. And how it works is that it brushes away excess energy that can cause pain. For example, if you have pain in your arm, you can just brush it away from your body firmly and preferably towards the ground without brushing it onto yourself nor to on another person. So just firmly brushing away the excess energy. Now, if you have a Charlie horse in your leg, you can do the same thing. Just brush away from your leg down towards the ground several times until the pain goes away. Secondly, I want to share with you Chow Qigong exercises. Dr. Chow's precious 8 exercises can help maintain your health and wellness. And it's free. You can follow Chow Qigong exercises on YouTube free for 30 minutes and follow the master yourself. And this was patterned after 8 silk brocades from ancient China. And Chinese health practitioners still practice this today before they go into work in the hospital because it boosts their immune system. So doing Chow Qigong for 30 minutes can boost your immune system, and even 15 minutes can help increase your energy and make you feel positive. So I'm only gonna show you about 3 exercises. One is you bend your head slowly and reach your arm as far as you can to the ground. So sort of like this. And this stretches your body, makes it more limber. So you do it on both sides. And there is one called the Heavenly Stretch, where you clasp your hands together and you raise it towards the heavens straight while standing on tiptoe. And this stretches you vertically. Then there's also one where she does the bow and arrow as if you're shooting an arrow. And so you would be looking at a target with your arm bent, and then you let fly the arrow. You stretch and let fly the arrow and gather the chi, and you would do the same on the other side, looking at a target and then letting fly the arrow. This will become much clearer to you when you see the Chow Qigong exercises, 30 minutes free on YouTube, and follow the master. And the third thing I want to share with you is Chow Qigong eye massage. And why this is important is that many of us are working in front of computers today, and it can cause eye strain. And just 6 minutes of Chow Qigong eye massage, which sends chi into your eyes, can help improve your vision quickly and help relieve eye strain. So I invite you to follow along with me for this 6-minute exercise. And before we get started, fix your gaze on an object in the distance so you can compare afterwards, or on some prints which you can't see very well, and compare afterwards. Okay, so let's begin. So take your fingers and press along 6 points on your upper brow, and pressing and giving the eyes chi. So 6 points, and we do this 6 times. 3, 4, 5, And the same on the bottom ridge. Press 6 times in 6 spots. And you're giving qi to the eyes. That's why this works. It's a very unique technique. 4, 5, 6. Then you take your 2 fingers and massage the corner of your eye, being careful not to pop your eyes. Okay, so we massage the corner 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then you do this, you go up and down the side of your nose 6 times and tap the flap 3 times. 2. And the reason for this is the eyes, ears, and throat are all connected. 4, 5, 6. Good. Now we're going to hook our fingers on both sides, the hollow of the cheek, and massage it a little. This sends qi to our eyeballs this way. And if one side is a little more tender, you can rub that a little longer. And this is also very good for sinuses. Okay, then you rub your hands together to give it qi, its energy, and you give qi to your eyes from the side of your head 6 times, being careful not to disturb your hairstyle, nor too close to give yourself wrinkles. So 6 times. Okay, and the last is the most important. You rub your hands together and you cup both eyes without letting in any light and count 100 to 200 depending on how fast you count. Okay, so cup your eyes, don't let in any light. Okay, so how are you doing? For me, I see my peripheral vision has widened quite a bit, which is surprising. And also I can see much brighter. And the object I had focused my vision on at the start seems clearer. But the proof of the pudding is for you. And you can do this as many times as you like. It just takes 6 minutes to ease your eye strain and improve your vision. I have 20/20 vision. So if you have any questions, this is Betty Lee, Chow Qigong practitioner, and you can contact me on my website, www.bettyqigong.com.
My pain was totally relieved that I had for 50 years from an automobile accident where I got a whiplash. I mentioned to Betty that my neck had been bothering me forever and I got used to it. And she did the Qigong brushing technique, and at that particular point, my pain has been initially eliminated about 90%, and then she did it one other time. That eliminated the other 10%, and I've had pain-free. Initially, I could only turn my neck approximately here. Now I can turn all the way and see much, much further. So instead of a 60 or 70 degree turn, I can now go to about 110, 120 degrees. So I'm very happy with
Hi, my name is Alan. I'm a physician, and I've had severe sciatica, which has not responded to physical therapy or other medical management. I'm very active and love to hike, cycle, and I haven't been able to do that because it's just so painful. Betty has brushed me a couple of times recently, and the pain has gone away completely. And I've gone back to bike riding and hiking and long walks.
So what did you try that didn't work, Alan? And point out to your pain.
It was here and went down the leg.
I see. So what did you try that didn't work, and did you try to get any Western help?
Oh, we tried everything you can do. I had physical therapy, which actually made it hurt more. Shots of cortisone in the area made it better for a short time, but that can be dangerous over the long term. And so they've given me anti-inflammatory medication, but that doesn't do much. So we've tried every medical management that is possible. It really doesn't work for me. And so Betty brushing me, I'm back to my cycling 30 miles and hiking.
Wow, that's fantastic, Alan.
Yeah, these things are incredibly important to my happiness and welfare.
Thank you very much, Alan.
I've been thrilled with my results from Betty's Chow Qigong brushing technique. I've been able to raise my arm almost 100%, where before I was about 70 or 80%, so it feels good. And my back feels better. I've had some sciatic trouble, and my back feels better than it's felt probably in an entire year. So I'm very thrilled with the results.
Welcome, everyone. We have a lovely afternoon lined up for you, and I am so delighted to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Anita Marshall. She has 45 years in healthcare. She has a dual doctorate degree, one in pharmacy from 1974, and in Oriental medicine in the early 90s, I think. She has a private practice in Alameda. She's a speaker and a teacher, and she specializes in drug and herb interactions and contraindications, and that's what she's going to talk with us about today. Welcome, Anita.
Today to share what I've learned over the past well, actually, no, I started when I was 5. Yeah, I came from a musical family, and all my family are in Western medicine. One of my she's an MD and a family practitioner, and somehow she got into acupuncture, and she said, you can. So I waited until my daughter was old enough that I could. Practicing and have my own clinic in Alameda, and I also teach a class on open drug interactions because there are not that many people who have dual background in of how important the subject is, because there are more and more people who are taking medications because baby boomers are aging. They're taking more and more medication, and more people are taking herbal supplements. So now we're in a crossroad here on what do we do? A lot of doctors just tell patients, don't take herbal supplements. It's not because they personally really don't, but they don't know enough about it, and they're worried about their liability. So if they don't know, it's just easier for them to say, don't take it. Okay. But patients are taking them anyway because you can see the herbal supplement industry is multi-billion with a B business, so people are taking them. So it is not just that, like, you can just be like an ostrich, stick your head in the sand, say, I don't see anything, and everything is safe. It is not. So we need to do more education to bring this awareness of, hey, do we have a problem here? Yes, we do. We have all these things that we don't know what we're doing, but you think that if you don't know it's safe. So this is why I decided to start teaching. And I would like to share what I know with you this afternoon in a very short time. I usually teach a class at least over 2-day weekend course, and you can condense down to 30 minutes. So what do we have here in America is here a hospital I due to adverse drug reactions. These are doctors ordered and they get adverse drug reactions. Additional 750,000 people a year develop adverse reactions after they're hospitalized. And there was a report by Dr. Barbara Starkborn, and she was at Johns Hopkins, and this paper was published. In this paper, she indicates 12,000 people die a year from unnecessary surgery, 7,000 deaths per year from medication errors in the hospital, 20,000 deaths per year from other errors in the hospital. So this is where I'm concerned with this class, is 106,000 drugs per year among their adverse reactions from the medication. So these are legally prescribed medication when people could have adverse reactions and died. Okay, that's what the scary part is. So the total up to about $225,000 per year. Cost for out-of-the-clinic classes. Out-of-the-clinic classes it's induced by human error, with primary doctors and healthcare people. These are 3 times as many as are killed by automobile accidents. And the prescription drug death is the 3rd leading cause of death. But that's at that time when this paper was published. Now it's the 4th because the 3rd leading cause of death is COVID. Okay, we lost a lot of people in COVID time. COVID, we're still in it. COVID is still around. It's just not as bad. Okay, so the medication error. The paper was published in 2016. It's the 3rd leading cause of death. What are the medication errors? It's defined as unintended act, either by omission or commission, or one that does not achieve an intentional outcome. Okay. And I look up in a CDC statistic, the number of deaths per year in that particular year is heart disease, 400,000. It's not surprising. And cancer, 591. And medication error was 251. But that, again, that number should be shifted because I haven't had the latest statistics of the COVID. But what I was really surprised was the Alzheimer. This is a meeting here that is like a silver tsunami, as Dr. Shintani would say. People are baby boomer aging, people are developing Alzheimer. And the other one is suicide. Okay, that one surprised me. Suicide is the mind, body, and spirit out of sync. Okay, the spirit governs the mind governs the body supports the mind, and the mind supports the spirit. But when the spirit is broken, even you have a healthy body, people still die. So I encourage you, if you see anybody so depressed, yesterday we had people talk about depression, follow up with them. Don't let them stay in the isolated state so they eventually committed suicide. I just have to use this opportunity to raise some awareness. So approximately 70% of individuals who use herbal medicine do not report such use to the healthcare professionals because they're either afraid, think the doctor is going to say, don't take it, or they didn't think that there was anything wrong with that. Even people taking over-the-counter medications, they didn't think there was any danger to it. Somebody asked me, would the government sell anything that's dangerous to you? Yeah. Okay, they don't know. They think it's safe. So drug safety is a big issue right now. So what I do is, as a pharmacist, I want to encourage patients to have all their medication filled at one pharmacy as possible, because then the computer can monitor the drug interactions for you. If you're we have another problem, people buying online medications, and you don't know where the medication came from, you don't know the source, and you're bypassing the monitoring system, because sometimes different doctors order the same thing where things are in conflict, and you don't know, you take it, and that's where the source problem comes in. So the difference with Chinese medicine and Western pharmaceutical medication is that Chinese medicine has thousands of years of experience from the human clinical trial and errors, because they have meticulously recorded what happened to the system when they observe and then record it. Whereas Western medicine, it comes from animal studies, and then you go to a small clinical trial, and then you go to a bigger trial. And it takes a long time, at least 10 years, and costs billions of dollars now. So that gives you a thing about why we have a problem, right? Because we have so many people are having reactions to adverse drug reactions, and then we have interactions. So this is why we need to have a basic knowledge of what are the interactions. The basic interactions either is we call it pharmacokinetic or pharmacodynamic. And pharmacokinetic interaction deal with absorption, distribution, metabolism, elimination. Basically what happens when you eat something, it gets absorbed, and then it's going to get metabolized, distributed, and it's going to get excreted. And each step, you could have possible interactions. after we had such a big lunch, I talk about eating. So for absorption, anything that will bind in the GI tract or changing the pH in the stomach or changing the GI motility, either get constipation or diarrhea, is going to have problems. And these are examples of what kind of binding drugs that can, anything that binds with the substance, it can prevent absorption. Okay. I'm sorry I have to go really fast because we only have 30 minutes. And there are Chinese herbs that have astringent binding properties, so these will also bind. And with some of the herbs that have high mineral content, they will bind with medications, so that will decrease the absorption. And one of the prime examples, a lot of times you take antibiotics, they will tell you not to take any drinks with calcium, right? Because if you take tetracycline or cephalosporin, if you drink anything with calcium fortified liquid, it will bind and decrease the absorption. So this is just one of the examples that tells you what are the binding issue is. And then changing the pH in the stomach. A lot of times if people take, they have stomach upset, they'll take antacids, and that itself would decrease this stomach pH, and that would changes the breakdown of the medication, so that would cause problem. And then the next generation of people have ulcers, they'll take what we call the H2 antagonist, and that would also change the pH. And the newer ones are what we call the proton pump inhibitors. And these are all pretty common. And next one is changing the intestinal motility. And drugs that would decrease the intestinal motility will decrease the drugs that increase the intestinal motility will decrease the absorption because they just loop things out, right? If you have food poisoning, then if you have diarrhea, then if you're also taking medications, you're not going to get any absorption because everything just loops out. So people who are taking medications with what we call a narrow therapeutic index should be careful because they're not going to get that absorption and they might cause trouble. And there was an example of Reglan is a typical antiemetic that people get for when they get chemotherapy, they get nauseated, or after surgery. Doctor will give them these things to prevent nausea, vomiting, and that can causes changes the intestinal motility. And also, this causes a lot of trouble because anything that decreases intestinal motility may increase the absorption. The examples are the antipsychotic drugs, and one of the common problems that we have now is the opiates. Now, you're aware that we have a big crisis in opiates overdose right now, and opiates has a notorious side effect is causing constipation. Actually, when I was preparing another class, I found something interesting that you know how Elvis Presley really died, it's cause of death. I just want to share this because I find it personally, it was interesting to me because Elvis Presley has a lot of back pain and he was on a lot of narcotics. So he was very constipated. And one day he was straining so hard he couldn't get up, and he had a heart attack, keel over, and died. And the family didn't want people to know because it's so disgraceful. But how they found him was that he strained so hard, so he had a heart attack and he fell forward. And that's how they found him. Not a very glorified information for being the king of the pop. And it's like, so but opiate is a big problem. And if a patient's in the hospital, when they have surgery, they would get narcotics, and they will not let the patient discharge if they don't have poop, because they don't want them to. The GI motility is a big issue. So if a person is on any medication that causes constipation, the drug will stay longer and they have longer time to absorb, so they will cause a lot more higher blood level, get more side effects. So this is one big thing you see a lot, but people do not know. A hidden cost of drug overdose is from constipation. And as people get older, they take more medication, and older people have tendency to have constipation anyway because the chi is low and they're not moving, so they gotta. And then they take all these drugs and they get higher absorptions, higher blood levels, they get higher side effects. So this thing just kind of compounds itself. So this constipation is a big issue. I mean, nobody likes to talk about poop issues, but it is a big problem in our society that nobody wants to talk about. And there are some herbs that will cause diarrhea because they expel things, and that could cause if you have diarrhea, then you're going to decrease the absorption. So the solution to this, you want to take herb and drugs separately by 3-4 hours, so you don't have this kind of problems with absorption. And the next type of issue is, I'm sorry, I'm going to back. Sorry. So for distribution, we have 2 issues: narrow range of therapeutic index and higher protein bound. What is the therapeutic index? I'm going backwards, sorry. Sorry, I'm not used to this thing. Thanks. It's really weird. So if you have a range, the minimum concentration to have effect versus the maximum concentration to become an overdose, if this range is greater, then the drug is safer. But if you have a drug that has a lower minimum, like a minimum concentration that needs to have the therapeutic effect versus the maximum. Let's see how narrow this range is. So this type of medication is more dangerous because you don't have a whole lot of leeway to play with. Right? Anything changes a little bit, they're either not going to get enough, but they're going to have overdose issues. Okay, go this way better. So that it is harder to predict what kind of interaction you have. So you want to, start with a lower dose and then gradually increase so you can monitor the effect. The next category of issue is metabolism issues. Some drugs will cause more liver enzyme to make you metabolize things faster, and some will inhibit liver enzyme. So you will have, I just get it reversed. Increased liver enzyme, so it means that they will increase the metabolism, so therefore they will decrease the therapeutic effects, so that there's a gradual onset of enzyme induction. It takes about 1 to 2 months for this to happen. And for the liver enzyme inhibitors, you decrease the absorption because they're not having as much being metabolized, so they increase the therapeutic effect, so you get more side effects. Oops, it disappeared. And the examples of liver enzyme inducer typically are the drugs for seizures. Okay, so people have seizure problems, they have to watch out for more of this issue because they have more liver enzyme to metabolize things. So everything they take will get metabolized faster, so they're not going to get as much therapeutic effect. So you increase metabolism, you decrease the concentration, and it's important that people get enough, especially if they're on these narrow therapeutic index drugs. And the next one is liver enzyme inhibitor. It decreases the metabolism, then you increase the therapeutic effect. Okay, and this type of onset is faster. It only takes about 2 weeks. And the examples of this is cimetidine is over-the-counter. Used to be prescription drug. It's an H2 receptor antagonist to decrease the acid secretion for ulcer. And the other one is erythromycin and alcohol, of course. We all know alcohol is bad for your liver. And antifungal drugs are hard on the liver. And here is one that need to just point out is grapefruit. So if people are drinking a lot of grapefruit juice, they need to be careful if they're on medication because it will inhibit the liver enzyme. Okay, so that means they will have less liver enzyme to metabolize drugs, so they'll get more blood levels and more side effects. Okay. Sometimes people taking the statin drugs and they get a lot of muscle aches. Well, I had one patient have that problem. He came for muscle aches, and then I found out he was drinking a lot of grapefruit juice because you think that grapefruit juice is very healthy because a lot of vitamin C. But then he was also taking atorvastatin, and that causes side effects of muscle pain. So instead of just giving him acupuncture, the first line of treatment is telling him to stop drinking grapefruit juice, right? Makes sense? So if you inhibit the metabolism, then you increase concentration and it's faster onset. So this type of medication reaction is more dangerous because it's happened faster. And talking about liver, I just want to bring this up. Acetaminophen is generic for Tylenol. And people used to say, oh, aspirin is so bad because it causes ulcers, so take Tylenol is safer. And that's before they know Tylenol has a dark side. It causes a lot of liver toxicity. If you take more than 3 grams, 3,000 milligrams a day, you're going to start getting liver problems. So remember this number. A lot of the acetaminophen that comes in 325 milligrams. So if you take, more than 6 tablets a day, then you have to start counting, because the problem with acetaminophen, because over 600 over-the-counter products has acetaminophen in there. And if you take one, you take another one, before you know it, you're overdosed. Okay. And the next one is elimination. So there are some drugs that are toxic to the kidneys, so they cause kidney damage. And there's some herbs also causes problem. Okay. So I have to go faster because things. So basically, pharmacokinetic interactions deal with absorption, when you eat, absorb, distribute, metabolism, and elimination. Okay. Oh, I missed one for distribution back there. There's the protein bound. How people get their drugs carried to the body is through the protein. A lot of time is the albumin, and like this drug, Coumadin, warfarin, it is it's an anticoagulant, and it's 99% protein bound and 1% free. Free drug is the only time that is active. Okay, so if you have another medication that also has high protein bound, then you will compete with the number of proteins you already have. So then, for this warfarin, if you only replace another 1%, that will double the dose. Okay, and this is problematic for medication that had narrow therapeutic index. So we'll talk about acetaminophen. And the next class of interaction we call a pharmacodynamic interaction. It's synergistic effects. 1 + 1 is not 2, it's 3, because it has additive effect. And antagonistic effects, 1 + 1 is 1. It cancels each other out. Then not all drug interaction or drug interaction are bad, because it depends on how you want to use it, right? So in Western medicine, for the Bactrim is an antibiotic. It has sulfamethoxazole and trimethoprim in there, and they put it in there to prevent the bacteria from developing resistant strains. So that's why they put 2 of them together. Same thing as Augmentin. For Vicodin, a generic hydrocodone and acetaminophen, and it's the number 2 prescribed medication in the United States. And the hydrocodone is a narcotics. And they want to put acetaminophen there, so they think that, well, maybe people won't get addicted, it will not have so much side effects. But that's before they know the dark side of acetaminophen. And it's so bad that, because people can take 1 course of Vicodin and get addicted to it. And the doctors say, well, maybe we'll take acetaminophen out of hydrocodone, so the Vicodin. So it becomes such a problem, because if you take 2 tablets of this 500 milligram acetaminophen every 4 hours, you can get overdose already. It's a big problem. And of course, the other Tylenol, number 3, number 4s, they all have acetaminophen. NyQuil, the over-the-counter cold medicine, a lot of them have acetaminophen in there. And an antagonistic effect with drugs means you cancel out each other. If you take tetracycline, which is antibiotic, with iron, with calcium, then they won't get absorbed. And activate chakra here, you bind it so you can't get absorbed. Whereas Cipro is another antibiotic. And if you take it with mineral, iron, calcium, magnesium, it'll bind and then it'll decrease the absorption. So a lot of times if you take antibiotic, best is not to take these supplements, it's calcium in there. Don't take iron pill with any medications, okay? Because iron will bind with everything. I had a patient who was on thyroid supplement, and she was also anemic, and doctor gave her iron pill, so she took it together, and guess what? She didn't get any thyroid medication because the binds and couldn't get absorbed. This is bad news, but most people don't know this. And a lot of times people will go buy the over-the-counter medication. People will go buy ferrous sulfate. So they say, oh, I'm a little anemic. I have heavy period this period, so take. But they have no idea because they're not talking to anybody, and they're taking these, so they're not getting their thyroid. And guess what? They feel so tired, right? When people have hypothyroid, they're always tired. And this is problem arise from interactions. Okay, so this is why I'm here talking, is that got to raise awareness. You can't just go to a drugstore or just buy these over-the-counter stuff. And the worse, you go to a supplement store, more of these people, they're selling these supplements. They don't know your medication history. They don't know your health condition. And there's oh yeah, this. I have a patient who came to for treatment for her arthritis, and she was also diabetic. And one day she came, I smell acetone breath. And when you know diabetic people, you smell acetone breath, it's bad news. Because so I sent her to Alameda Hospital, just right across the street, and guess what her blood sugar was? 500. She could go into comatose any second. And then later I asked her what happened, and she said, oh, her neighbor, a very well-meaning neighbor, saw the TV ad and said, oh, glucosamine contridin was good for arthritis. Why don't you try some for your knee? So she took some. Well, her neighbor didn't know she had diabetes. She didn't know that diabetic people are not supposed to take glucosamine. There she was. Almost killed her. I mean, that's just one example of how people should just go take these over-the-counter supplements without checking with somebody who knows what's going on. Okay, this ignorant is blissful. Well, yeah, that can kill you. And synergistic effect with herbs is 石膏之母 and 香没药. These are blood movers, so you take them together as a pair herbs. And some other sympathomimetic herbs can cause problems. So like ma huang is a very old, ancient herbs that have been around for 2,000 years. But it contains ephedrine. This is where the nasal decongestant is derived from, is ephedrine, pseudoephedrine. And these, if you take it with people with hypertension, with people with on seizure medication, diabetes, and thyroid conditions, they can cause problems. And there are also some citric herbs, because 枳实科 also has sympathomimetic condition. What's sympathomimetic means you stimulate the sympathetic system, so that gives you the fight or flight reactions, and that gets your blood pressure going, so you can fight. But these medication should not be taken with any herbs that has sympathomimetic functions. So either too sensitive, not. And some herbs have diuretic functions that make you increase your urine output. So if you take any diuretic herbs, like some weight loss herbs, has herbs in there that make you pee more, so they can lose your fluid, so you feel lighter. So that has to be careful, because if a person is already on water pill, diuretics, then they may lose too much fluid. If you lose too much fluid, it means you're going to lose your electrolytes, and you can lose your potassium, calcium, and causes heart problems. And this big category, herb with anticoagulant effect. should not be taken with people who are on anticoagulants or antiplatelet drugs. There's Danshen, Dangui, Chansheng, Taoran, Honghua. And I'll just give you a couple examples really quickly. One of famous doctor, he was feeling tired, and he said he's forgetful, so his daughter took him to see an herbalist. And the herbalist gave him not only one, but 3 herbal formulas to help promote circulation, so thinking that he could open up the channels and open up the for his brain so he can be more alert and think better. But this herbalist did not know this doctor has heart problems, and he's also taking an antiplatelet medication for his atrial valve problems. And so it's fortunate this doctor, he was smart enough to email me and say, "Hey, Anita, can you take a look and see if I can take this?" And then he also gave me the list of the medication he was taking, and I made a chart for him. I said, look, 4 out of the 5 medications you're taking that's causing these symptoms, and because of the antiplatelet drug he was taking, if he had taken this 3 herbal formulas that this herbalist gave him to promote blood circulation, he would get a stroke because they interact and they will cause stroke. So he later wrote me an email 4 days and said, "Anita, you're a lifesaver." It's because his mind cleared up after his doctor stopped all the medication after he read that medication chart. And he continued to take the antiplatelet because he has atrial valve problem. So that he avoided a big issue for not taking that those blood promoting herbal medicine. So I just want to point that out. There are a lot of herbs out there has blood promoting functions, including the very famous ginseng, right? American ginseng, the Chinese ginseng, Korean ginseng, and ginkgo biloba, a bunch of stuff that promotes blood circulation. The herbs, it's one of the bad effects of warfarin. They give it for anticoagulants. It has a very long cycle, long half-life. So if you change the Coumadin level, it'll take 3 days before you see the results. When I was working as a hospital pharmacist, we had to calculate how much to give based on their INR rest. And it's a big laborious process. So doctors hate to have to change the warfarin dosage once they're stabilized. And if you have this easy interaction with Coumadin, it was just for drug interactions, 1,000 interactions is very bad drug. So we'll talk about don't take blood movers with blood thinners. So what are the blood thinners? There's different types. We have the thrombolytic drugs, the anticoagulants, antiplatelet drugs. So be careful if you're on any of these blood thinners. Be careful when you take herbs. If you don't know, ask somebody who is properly trained and licensed to tell you whether this is a blood mover. And there's a whole bunch of them some herbs that I'll mention it later, that has blood promoting functions. And one category that I have to be careful is the anti-diabetic herbs. Some herbs here on this one, 知母石膏, 玄参苍竹山药黄芪, they tend to lower blood sugar. So if a person has never been on any medication and they want to lower their blood sugar, so A1C is like 6.3, I don't want to take drugs, they can start taking these and see if they can lower their blood sugar. But if they are already on anti-diabetic medication, so be really careful because you can lower the blood sugar too much. So too high of a blood sugar is bad. We all know that. But too low of blood sugar is also bad. Okay, hyper and hypoglycemia is equally bad because you can keel over and pass out and die. So we don't want to lower the blood sugar too much. And here's another one, St. John's wort with antidepressant. And I want to mention this because St. John's wort is so popular in the United States. In France, the people don't allow you to take it over the counter. But here, anybody can go there. The St. John's wort is a liver enzyme inducer. Okay, so it has a lot of side effects. And garlic, ginkgo, ginger, vitamin they're blood promoters. Okay, they make your blood go faster, so you be careful with anticoagulants and antiplatelet drugs. Another one is echinacea. Especially in the wintertime, people say, I'm going to prevent catching a cold, so I will take echinacea to increase my immune system. But because of that, it messes around with the immune system, so you be careful when you're taking drugs that also suppress the immune system, like steroids. Okay, people who are on organ transplant suppression medications, you have to be careful not to take echinacea. Oh, and also, this is something that, for COVID, because they have this thing called cytokine storm, because they split up the immune system, so a lot of times, do not take echinacea when people have COVID already, okay, because they can induce a cytokine storm and make things a lot worse. So there's some herbs that have diuretic properties, like buckthorn, elder buckthorn. If you take more than 10 days consecutively, it can cause increased urine output, and you can lose electrolytes. And the thing to worry about especially is potassium, and this is important with people who have heart problems. If you have problems, you have too much or too little potassium, you can get heart attack. Okay, so be careful with that. Folic acids, and people who take diuretics for more than 6 months, they're going to develop have lower blood levels of folic acid.
Anita?
Oh.
It's time.
It's time? Okay.
Sorry.
So this basically, just be careful. If you don't know, please go check with a licensed person. Okay? Thank you.
We always have to have a wrap.
Okay, I'm delighted to present our next speaker is Mary Zellmer. She's a master Qigong healer. She's a teacher and a speaker, and she runs a nonprofit organization called Qigong Connection. And she's going to talk with us today about a very special topic I've been really looking forward to hearing. The presentation is entitled Living Through Dying, and it is Dr. Chow's Esoteric Final Teaching. Welcome, Mary.
I've got your, right, this is you, right?
Yep, that's me.
So good morning.
We'll take it.
Yes? Sure. Good, thank you. All right, so it's really good to be here today. I'm really honored to be here today. Dr. Chow has always been trying to get me to present, and now she's getting me to present, so she's tricky.
She's laughing.
Yep, she's got me now. So I just want to thank everybody that put this event together. What an honor, and what a gift. What a gift to this community, and what a gift to me. So I just want to thank you from my heart. So Living Through Dying, Dr. Chow's esoteric final teaching. And I'm going to add a little more to that title. I'm going to call it Climbing a Mountain. Dr. Chow was so smart. Everyone knows that. And she would find something you love to do, and then she would tie her teaching in with it. And so I'm here today to share with you a process that I experienced with Dr. Chow's spirit the night that she died, or she transitioned from her body. So it took me some time after that night to understand what happened. This is not something I normally do. I thought maybe it was because she needed that information for her own transformation. And then when I got up that morning and saw she had already left, then that gave me some pause to think I really didn't understand what it was. So over time, things started becoming clear to me. And it took me some time to understand that what had occurred was it was meant to be a teaching. And it was meant to be a teaching to be shared. That would help others access a deeper sense of peace when grieving, a deeper sense of peace that would allow you to let go of fears during this transitional process, this transformational process that we all may hold concerning the process of dying. So when I received word that Dr. Chow was in hospice, and the family said to the community, you can send a letter and we'll read it to her. I had a really strong sense to write. And so that first letter, I talked about my relationship with her. So it was a letter about gratitude. And what I'm going to talk about now, about the letter and about some of her key teachings, is preparing us for the process I'm going to take you through. So it might seem like this is maybe a little here, a little there, but it will all come together, I promise. So in that letter I wrote, and I would like us to, I'd like to read this to you because it opens my heart to what we're going to be experiencing as a community today. And I wrote, it feels like my heart is holding the entire universe, which is filled with love and honor for you. I will continue to hold the vision of you being healthy and happy on the top of a mountain. And years ago, when she came to Minneapolis to do a conference, she was in pain. And she would only allow me to lead a group meditation for her healing if we saw her on top of a mountain, healthy and happy. So that kept coming back to me during this time. 2 days later, I woke and I started feeling this strong pull again. And it was to send another letter, which I did. And this one was about the power of community. Because when she came to Minneapolis, she really taught me about how important it is we come together and we work together. And that seemed to be one of her main messages, throughout her life. So in that letter I wrote, you have inspired me to continue working within the community, with the community, assisting others by holding the space for them to recognize and learn all the good things they can do. And again, today's presentation is about sharing within the community. That night, instead of feeling peace, because I thought I did everything I was supposed to do, I just had a really strong sense of her presence. and she was not going to leave me alone. And so that night, and I just didn't know what to do. So that night, I asked her, I did something different, and I asked her to please, if there is something she needs for me to learn, to please do it in the deepest, quietest part of the night, so that I could get a good night's sleep and help her out with whatever this was. And she did. She came in the night as a kind, compassionate, loving teacher. And she came in the deepest part of the night and the quietest. And that is when she took me through this process of her dying, which again at the time I did not know that's what this was. And she presented it in 3 stages, which we will go through in just a little bit. So how I want to start here, I would like to start with 3 guiding principles that she had taught me over the years. Qigong is more than a practice. It is a way to live. It is a way to breathe. We are the practice. We can become the practice. She always gives us the choice. We can bring it to life through our breath. It might not be, I didn't put the words up there, okay. So we can bring it to life through our breath. We can connect, we can express, we can be part of what is larger than us. It's about what we want to be. Often Dr. Chow would remind us that we are miracles. Everybody's heard that, right? We are miracles. And we're made out of love and light. And that Qigong offers us a path to a deep understanding about what is important and how to access the courage to follow your path. And she would often say Qigong saves lives and it creates miracles. I remember one class she had a woman who couldn't walk because of a car accident. And the woman started walking and we all just sat there. And she's like, come on, people, clap. She's like, this is a miracle, clap. Anyway, so Qigong is a way of life. And with this, she is bestowing an ancient teaching meant to empower us so that we can create our own destiny. So to prepare us to walk through this process with her today, let's just take a moment to breathe. Just check in with your bodies, see how you're breathing. See if you're breathing. I can always tell if someone's not breathing. And if it's helpful, place your hand on your tummy and you can just feel the rise and fall of your lower dantian as you breathe. That is so beautiful. It reminds me of the ocean, waves coming in, waves going out. And then on the exhale, allow your shoulders to sink. So you inhale, you pull in all this beautiful energy. You exhale, your shoulders relax and melt. Good, you start to feel your body softening and grounding. You expand, you contract. And again, on the exhale, allow your shoulders to melt, just like butter in the sun. Nice, soft. Good. So the second key lesson that she taught me, and again, this is about community. This is about village. That we need each other. We're stronger, we're more powerful together. And together we can serve more. So let's honor our community today by taking a moment again to breathe together. But this time I invite you to set the intention that as a community we merge together to create one mind and one heart. And this one mind and one heart is to benefit all. It's for the benefit of all. And as we breathe together as a community, as one mind and one heart, we can integrate this teaching deeper into our minds and deeper into our heart, because we're here to support each other. Again, feeling your tummy rise and fall, your shoulders so relaxed. And lastly, the most recent lesson, there is no living and dying, there's just living and living. This came forth in Dr. Chow's last interview with Anne. She had lived through 2 near-death experiences, and during that last interview she talked about how she had no fear. I believe she was able to connect with me that night because she had no fear. Because she knew there was just living and living. And she could bring that message to me, and I could stay relaxed. So again, let us as a community go a little deeper. Go together with one mind and one heart. Open ourselves up to the love and commitment that Dr. Chow brings forth. As we walk with her through this final teaching of the process of leaving one's body, not in death, but as living and living more. I woke you up. All right. In your mind's eye, I want you to imagine that we are standing at the base of a mountain. A beautiful, majestic, but rather intimidating mountain. Can't be easy, right? A little intimidating. And Dr. Chow is there. She's holding out her hands to us, inviting us to step forward with her. The air is light, her energy is radiant, and she is so excited and grateful that we are here with her, that we came. She knew we would come. She wants us to understand that this transition may be uncomfortable at times, but so is climbing a mountain. And that is why we are here. So the first stage is being comfortable with the uncomfortable. And I think I'm going to ask you to put the infinity sign up in no words. Thank you. So I invite you to go inward. Use your breath, feeling your lower abdomen rise and fall. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is be present. Being comfortable with the uncomfortable. And if it feels right, just allow my words to wash over you. This is about being at ease and being present in a body that may be in pain or in fear. It's about learning to accept and adapt to the affairs of leaving the body. At this point, Dr. Chow leads us to the mountain. And together we start to climb. She informs us that the best mountain climbers prepare for climbing by learning to be comfortable with the uncomfortable, being comfortable with their body's limitations. Even as you climb and you are uncomfortable, notice that there is peace in each step, and that each step brings you to a different place. This allows you to let go of all that is not needed and receive what is. Last year I climbed a mountain for my birthday with my family, and when you climb, your legs get so heavy because of the lack of oxygen. And as I climbed, I was learning to breathe with every step. So use your breath to keep yourself calm and present. And because we may grow heavy, she reminds us to only move forward as our breath allows. So move slowly with intention. Inhale as you step up, and exhale as you set your foot down and rest. This helps you connect. You connect to the mountain. The mountain supports you. Your feet always know there's a place to land. Each step, each breath. And again, as we do so, we find we are naturally letting go of any physical or spiritual weight that is no longer needed. Use your breath to move upward and your heart to move forward. All right, stage 2. I put the infinity sign up so that you could go inward and not worry about reading. Stage 2, letting go of limitations. We find that we are on the top. We're on the top of the mountain. And because we were so focused on our breath and on our movement to connect, we didn't realize how far we have come. We are free. We made it. We look up as Dr. Chow invites us to connect to our internal wisdom. The wisdom in the knowing that we are infinite and we are always with or without form. And we notice there's a red balloon. There's a red balloon on the top of the mountain. So in my dream, I saw color. And as Dr. Chow releases it from the earth, she invites us to feel what it is like to be freed from whatever is holding us down. I'm going to read that again. She invites us to feel what it is like to be freed. Freed from anything that is holding us down. The balloon soars upward. And we are so aware that there are no limitations. Just space all around. An infinite place filled with powerful beauty, endless freedom, lots of joy. There is a celebration. And with this celebration, Dr. Chow bestows on us the ancient knowledge that we are here to soar, Everything we need abides in us. We can let go of the fear of the unknown. Even when we are untethered to the planet, our path will be clear. So take a moment, take time to let go of the body, let go of any regrets or fears, anything heavy that would keep us connected to the planet. And then the final stage. Returning to our natural state of being as source energy. Going home. In silence and in peace and in love, we witness the balloon rising higher and higher. Dr. Chow chose this image of the red balloon to signify that it is the heart that we leave last. It is the heart that releases us. We watch as the balloon rises higher and higher until it bursts. And when it bursts, that's our last breath. Like the outer shell of the balloon, our pericardium holds us steady until the heart releases us, allowing our breath, our being, to become air. To flow once again in the breath of life, honoring and nurturing all of life. We are accessing living through dying. Take some nice deep breaths again. As we return back to the present now, we focus again on our breath. And together as a community, we take 3 nice deep breaths. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale deeper. Exhale, let go. And then one more nice deep breath. Inhale. And exhale. And then we'll take a final breath together with gratitude for Dr. Chow's legacy and for each other. Nice deep inhale. Exhale. And if it feels right, you can place your hands on your heart. Thank yourself for climbing. You didn't even have the right shoes for this. You didn't know. And thank you. Thank you.
Mary, thank you so much for that very personal and touching teaching, and also, of course, your relationship with Dr. Effie Chow. So, are you all enjoying the presentation so far? And I love the in-person presentation because you really feel the presence, right? And I love the lunch panel and organized. Literally, to me, that was a living encyclopedia among us, among people sitting here and presenting. You are the living pioneers in wellness, in integrative medicine. So before we move on to the next presenter, I would like to share a prescription with you. And this was shared with me in 2018 when Dr. Effie Chow, we organized Chow Qigong on the high sea. It was a celebrity luxury cruise, and we, of course, and have Effie teaching Chow Qigong on the high sea. So at that Chow Qigong retreat, and this is one thing she shared with me and also all the attendees there, And I think this is one of Effie's signature prescription. You must have 3 tummy aching laughters every day for good health. Okay, so I'd like you to practice that and energize yourself, and before we move on to the next presentation. Okay, literally, you don't need to learn Chow Qigong, and you don't need to know Qigong. Just have 3 belly aching laughters. I hope you gain your energy back and you're awake now. All right. Our next presentation is called Transforming Medicine Through Integration of Energy Health into Modern Medicine. And the presenter is Dr. Julie Griffin, and she is truly an innovator and practitioner of integrative medicine. And her specialty is integrative neurology. And she is an integrative neurologist, and she was educated at Harvard, Oxford, and also University of California. So let's please welcome Dr. Griffin.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here, and I wanted to let you know that we had a visitation from Effie this morning. And what happens is this drops little strings everywhere I go. This morning there was a heart, I'm gonna cry, and an infinity symbol. I think Effie was there. Yeah. So thank you for the last presentation. Thich Nhat Hanh, a Vietnamese Buddhist monk who brought Buddhism to the USA and is the father of mindfulness, authored a book, Peace is Every Step, The Path of Mindfulness in Everyday Life. The Dalai Lama wrote the foreword. Although attempting to bring about world peace through internal transformation of individuals is difficult, it is the only way. So this conference, these lectures, are learning peace individually, and that is the way to world peace. Dalai Lama states that the fundamentals of peace are love, compassion, and altruism. And he also went on to say that the individual creates an atmosphere of peace, and then it spreads to family, and then community, and then population, and then to the world. Thank you, Charlene, for your incredible energy that you put into this conference, and your staff. And thank you to my staff for the hard work that they did, the many hours to put together the lecture. I'm grateful. So I'm Dr. Julie Griffith. I'm an integrative neurologist and an energy health practitioner, and I have a doctor office in Lahdenpera, California, just north of San Francisco in Marin County. My lecture today is on integrating energy health into American medicine. And how can we do this? One approach is to educate the next generation, the children and freshman medical students. I also wanted to communicate in this lecture my understanding of who we are as humans. We are energy, chemical, water and nutrients, and we move. As I was writing this lecture, so there's that we're energy and we are light-emitting beings. We emit lots of different kinds of energy, including even radiation, a tiny bit. And we're chemical, water, nutrients, and we move. And as I was writing the lecture, sitting at my desk, I have this picture of Effie looking down on me, her benevolent, visionary spirit. And she created this Congress, which enabled us to learn how to give the next Congress. So brilliant. And through Effie, I met excellent, truly people who are excellent in their field with warm hearts. Nadia Ho, Betty Lee, Dr. Sonia Gaemi, and Anita Marshall and Lorna Zilba. And we are colleagues, and we are working on the vision together. And we're friends to help each other in good times and also in sorrow. So this is a call to action, this lecture. So come join me. Let's work together. We're better together, globally. Will this play? The music? Nope. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So.
Love is the answer. We'll be the music. What's the question? That's it.
Okay. Quantum physics states that there's a probability that a particle in me has a chance, a probability of also being in you. And that is how intuition works. That is how we can read the energy field of another person, because that particle could be in either place. And that from quantum physics, we also derive quantum medicine. And in quantum medicine, it states that the health of me depends on the health of you, and the health of you depends on the health of all living beings and the health of Mother Earth. And it is my impression that the bonds, the quantum energetic bonds between us are love, is love. My vision is Pegasus. Pegasus is a winged master of the air and a hoofed master of the land, and arrives at this time. Pegasus is an archetype of Greek mythology that represents death and rebirth. And the death is the death of the Carnegie capitalistic American medicine that took a detour in 1910 with the Flexner Report and derailed us for 70 years to 100 years because it took American medicine away from the awareness, education, healthcare practice, and research of the most significant part of that triad of human health, energy health. The rebirth is the rebirth of an authentic, true healthcare system in America attuned to who we are as a human, energy, chemical, and we move. I envision that Pegasus has wings. He lost his energetic strings in the translation, but I envision that he's bringing energy strings of the universe from the spiritual realm into American awareness, and he lands at Rodeo Beach in Sausalito. Pege means spring. Hesiod, the Greek poet, stated that every time Pegasus struck hooves on the earth, a spring burst forth, and the spring this time is that of the Energy Health Center. And I want the center to be at Rodeo Beach in Sausalito, just north of San Francisco. And this is a highly healing place. And the sun has sacred geometry that brings rays of sun down to the ocean. Even the pebbles at the beach are healing. I envision the Energy Health Center to be a beacon of education, healthcare, clinical care, and research regarding health, energy health. And we can maintain that focus on the health triad of energy health, nutrition, chemical, and movement. At the center, not only do I want to have the healthcare, education, and research, I also want to have a branch on social cultural education to instill peace. There will be a garden, biodynamic, organic, for patient healing. Maybe some patients want to garden to heal themselves, and then we can bring the produce from the garden to the restaurant and the spa. In the aesthetic and medical spa, there can be organic essential oils, herbs for cleansing and rejuvenating the spirit, mind, body, psyche, and to soothe emotions. There will be education lectures in the auditorium and an outdoor amphitheater for dance, music, inspiration, healing, astrologic predictions, interpretation of dreams, and healing rituals using sound, light, fire, which is incense, and intention. And in the future, I want this center to heal all 55 phyla of Mother Earth and Mother Earth herself. So I envision the different divisions. So humans are animals, so we're in the animal division. Then there will be a bird, flora, fungi, marine division, reptile, and protozoa organisms. And so what I'm asking for today, and this is for people here in this room, and people who may be reading the lecture or watching the lecture, and people internationally, is to join me. We will need directors of the divisions, grant writers, energy healers, staff for the different components. And there's going to be a bookstore, healing CDs, essential oils, etc., homeopathy, energy health products, light, sound, healing products, and different energy equipment. And so, again, focused on energy, both of the lay public, but also healthcare personnel, and of the important social, cultural intelligence and research. And then where do my thoughts come from? One is my spiritual teachers. Clayton Duncan is a Pomo Indian. He's done healing of Bloody Island. His grandmother was a lone survivor of that, and he's done healings of the land. He has that's his radio show. You can listen to him. Lama Kunga is a wonderful healer, Tibetan Lama, has a Buddhist temple in Kensington, adjacent to Berkeley, and he hand makes peace pots and puts intention, and then he heals land that has had trauma. Peace Mother Gita Sacred Song is a Mexican Mayan shaman. She has an incredible book called Impeccable Warrior of Light, which is about spiritual protection. That's one of the first things to do in learning intuition and spirituality, is to learn protection. And then Reverend Bonnie Tarwater is from Christian faith, and she has a great 45-minute lecture on saving Mother Earth. She is quite academic. She's one to follow. And then my spiritual teacher in spirit is Sai Baba, who still is very active. He moves my things physically, telling me to hurry up and get going with my biofield reading research. And I want to do a library of healings with the biofield reader, which can look at the color of the chakras and the aura in live time. And then he wants to give a profound spiritual teaching with each healing. So he says, get going. Buckminster Fuller, a visionary futurist, said you can either put your money into war or into living. And we have put in, I think it's $772 billion into war, as in the war budget in 2022. Incredible. That money should be going towards living and health care. And so we can either choose utopia or oblivion. So let's choose utopia. Let's found an Energy Health Center. And the Energy Health Center is, so here's the San Francisco Bay, Golden Gate Bridge. North is that direction. And then just around this landmass is Rodeo Beach. And adjacent to it is the largest marine mammal center in the world. And there's some marine mammals there showing off. And then, so my training, you know, I'm an integrative neurologist from UC Davis. I have physiology training, psychology training, neurotoxicology, actually pediatric training too, neurology residency, behavioral neurology. So I'm more of a psychiatrist, behavioral neurology psychiatrist, and I'm massage therapy. But my interest in energy health started in 1987. I heard the word energy. And I'm clairaudient. That was kind of the start of the development of the hearing things. And I began my study there. I have a Master of Intuition Medicine at Academy of Intuition Medicine with Dr. Francesca McCartney, Reiki Master, etc. And my home office right now is in a very spiritual place of San Geronimo Valley, just down the road from Spirit Rock. That's in my backyard. The other deer is probably the same deer in the Spirit Rock backyard. Okay, so I intuit that I was Asclepios. It may or may not be correct, but that's what I intuit. And you might remember Asclepios, the Greek physician who was associated with a snake. And that is why I brought the snake today. So it's associated with healing and medicine. Oh, and here's a real picture of Asclepios in his time. So he had an Asclepian temple for healing, 3rd century before Christ. That is where Hippocrates went to go train in Kos. And the snakes were supposed to have told Asclepios the secrets of healing in his ear. And in the spa, the sanctuary, the patients would have exercise, eat healthy food, have massage. They would sleep overnight in the holiest part of the sanctuary, and then when they awoke, their dreams would be interpreted, and then their care would be based on that plan. And so I want to replicate this in the Energy Health Center. I want to manifest it. This is the snake. I don't know all of the reasons why green is associated with healing, but this is a real green snake from Kos. And this is the photographer. So let's start a revolution in healthcare. I'm not sure Tracy Chapman's song is going to work. That's okay. So transforming the American medicine, how are we going to do that? 1 is founding the center. 2, I'd like to edit an energy health medical textbook. I would like to have at least 1 or more co-editors and have people contribute chapters to that energy health book. And found the center, and then I'd like a sister center in the future at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, because that can influence Harvard physicians who can influence American physicians. This is my staff, wonderful staff. Charlene is a yoganini. She's taught yoga, meditation. She's studied postural integration. She's a Chud practitioner, Tibetan practice. And she studied with Lama Sultram Alioni, who has supposedly the most beautiful monastery in the world in Colorado. And Sonny is so modest, he didn't put anything, but he's brilliant in computers. And his thought, he can problem solve and come from completely different perspectives. He's invaluable. And then Theo does wonderful proofreading, and so I want him to proofread the energy medical textbook. So we're trying to transform from the Carnegie capitalistic allopathic medicine, which is reductionistic, only using data, like lab results. It's after the fact, it's disease-based. When it's too late, because of cancer, it's expensive. The surgeons lop off body parts, higher death rate. It's lucrative for insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies, but does it really bring us full health? And so what we want is quantum medicine, preventive, information-rich, proactive, balance, energize, protect, keep our body parts, and restoration of health. That's a word, salutogenesis. and it's relatively cheap. And we're trying to get away from capitalistic territorialism. Only UCSF. No, we want to work together. And this is just saying all the money, so there's 27 institutes, NIH, 43% of the world's expenditure on medications is in the US, 625 billion. So we're heavily biased towards medication. When we only have 183 million for the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. But thank goodness we have a good director, Helen Langevin, who cares about the spiritual dimension and planetary health. So she's right on target where we need to be going. And this slide that she had in her about 45-minute lecture is great. She talks about this, that individuals will only be healthy when the family, community, population, and planet is healthy, and vice versa. Teaching freshman medical students. So I want to teach the triad, consciousness with Lorna Zilba, traditional medicines, the things that may not be taught in allopathic medicine but are very helpful from the traditional medicines from the world, translational medicine, and how to synthesize information like a Tibetan monk, where you sit from your position, your intuition sanctuary, as Dr. McCartney calls it, and you look out to your cerebral cortex and all the data that comes in, whether it's emotional data, lab data, but also using your intuition, and then you come together with this comprehensive plan, which is better than just if you use data, lab data. So Lorna wants to join me. She studied consciousness at Kennedy University. We want other people to help us teach medical students and maybe suggest other medical students, places to go. My alma, so energy health, this is the way, my data tree, the way I think we could teach it, what we can do with our human body, intuition, hands-on healing, chemical energy like homeopathy, movement therapies, and then energy devices. Okay. Some medical problems are best served by energy techniques. Generational traumas, like the perpetrator, like Holocaust in Hiroshima, the perpetrator and the victims, grandchildren are sick, and we can't find out any medical reason. Well, it's generational energetic trauma, and that is cleared very, very well, better by energy psychology techniques, such as constellation therapy. Pain is treated so quickly and effectively by tapping the meridians. The same with PTSD and thought clearing. One interesting work is by Ed Rupert, who is an emergency responder, sound healer, and he has treated 385 people, first responders who are suicidal, by using sound healing. Within 20 minutes, he can get them to normalize and come back from their crisis state. So we're going to go to children. Okay, teaching children spirit, art, and social cultural intelligence. So what could we teach? Well, we could teach consciousness, intuition, that we are quantum, our energetic connection. We need to take care of everybody and all living beings. We can teach meditation skills and also about body movement and the moral code. And so kids can learn this heart-to-heart, spirit-to-spirit connection. And through art and dance, very important, emotional expression, inspiration, to prevent depression and to understand things conceptually. There's UC Davis had a study of 915 children, 5 minutes, 6 weeks, 5 minutes a day for 6 weeks, meditation, and they gained attention and social compliance. And there's a big content ape on this guided meditation for children, One Perfect Moment. It's a great meditation. The words, the dialogue is fantastic to teach children mindfulness. Barbara Stevenson, who has taught intuition for children with Dr. Francesca McCartney, I interviewed her. Well, how do you teach children intuition? What do you do? And she said, well, first of all, you provide a safe place for them to learn. You validate the intuitive skills they already have. They're not crazy. This is real human skills. And then you work to optimize those. And she said one issue is the child ready to be on their spiritual path yet? She said you'll get a sense of that. Not all children are ready at the same age. And she said it's multidimensional in time and space. And I just wanted to add color awareness, that they can do reading and healing with color. So, let's manifest this new medicine, which is more true to who we are as humans: energy, nutrition, and movement. Join us. And it is a labyrinth out there, so let's do it together. Dr. Griffin, thank you so much for sharing your pioneer work in integrative neurology. And as Dr. Alex Feng said yesterday, and it takes a village. So if you're interested in Dr. Griffin's work and also the vision she has, and that this is a place to network and to provide support, because we do need a community to get things done. I love your work with children and also with medical school students. Thank you. I have clipboards for sign up if you're interested in information or want to, to be the manager or the division head of some aspect, please.
Okay. Well, thanks again. Let's give Dr. Griffin another big round of applause. Energize your chi. Our next presenter is Dr. Elaine Chen, and she has been a TCM practitioner for nearly 40 years, and another innovator and also a community health leader. And she's also the executive director of the Wenwu School of Internal Martial Arts. Let's welcome Dr. Elaine Chen.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to invite all my students up here first. And I brought a treat for everybody here. I washed them. They are called Jujubi Hongzao, red dates. So I thought everybody should have one doing the middle. So I'll ask you to help me. There are two, those are already washed, and that's an empty one for people to put the pit in. So what you are about to eat is Jujubi. I need a stand. Thank you. No, not yet. So if you are lucky, you get one. You are eating vitamin C, 100 milligram. You're taking iron, just one Jujubi, 2.5 milligram. Magnesium, 15 milligram. Phosphorus, protein, 2 grams. And carbohydrate, 30 grams and 40 calories only. So eat lots of it. In Chinese medicine, it is very healthy for blood building. So hope you enjoy it, okay? And I'd like to introduce my co-presenter here. If you would come step forward. I don't know if they can be shown on the camera. This is Marianne. This is a story about Marianne today, one of our patients and our student. And right next to her is Dagmar, Sue, Sally, and Mark. And you can step on the side for a little bit, and I will call you. And to prepare for this, I prepared a few clipboard to show. And how's the Jujubi? Taste good? I hope so. So they're green. When they are dry, they turn into red. They become the red dates, right? So this, today I'm going to talk about one of the 2 articles that was recently published. And I'll have Miriam help me to pass them down. Or Mark, you can help me. I only brought like 4 copies. if you guys would like to see. This is the newest copy from Journal of Acupuncture and Integrative Medicine. It's about integrative oncology. I have 2 research papers here. Number 1 is on page 7, and number 2 research on page 33. And this story is about the research we did on page number 33 about Marianne's case, how we use integrative medicine to promote the wellness of someone who's had cancer. So cancer is not a new word in Chinese medicine. Cancer has been around for over 2,000 years. In the history, we call it Liu, L-I-U. L-I-U means, cancer means tumor. So back in 2,000 years ago, we already have literature that talks about Jiju, talk about the tumor, talk about abscess, talk about polyps, talked about cyst. So back then, we didn't have the modern science where you can do MRI, CT scan, was all done by the tongue, by the pulse diagnosis of the traditional Chinese medicine. So anyone who's familiar with the term or have read about cancer, cancer cells, they are a part of our human body. I often find myself very interested how does cancer can coexist with the immune cell. How can they both exist? And some of the cancer you don't see until it's very late stage, right? Like lung cancer, like some of the reproductive system cancer, pancreatic cancer, you don't see until it's like stage 4 already. How does the immune system can escape that? How does the body go by? Is it you are not aware? Was there no symptoms? So I started thinking about it. In the past 30 years, I've been practicing since 1984, so this is my 39 years of practice. In the past 30 years, I really enjoyed, really dig into how does cancer survive with our human body. Not just cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, high glucose. Do you have any symptoms that you know of that's causing this slow chronic inflammation, which you can duct under the duality of yin and the yang, under the duality of inside and outside. So I didn't submit my PowerPoint early enough, so I made a poster card, like the old days. Can everybody see online? If you can see, I'm sure everybody here can see. This is about micro environment and macro, the big environment. These are our nucleus of the cells, the red ones. And then the micro, it could be a little cell, little inside environment to its environment to the outside surrounding. It could be to each other, or it could be to the neighbor next door, or it could be the bigger body, like from one little cluster of cells that you multiply to a little bit bigger, where it becomes a particle, a unit in the organ, or in the blood system, or in anywhere in the body, right? How does that micro, that small energy gradually become bigger? And how come our own body doesn't recognize that? Are we just totally ignoring it? Or are we actually knowing it and trying to avoid it? And that could be a case too, right? So that's what brought me very interesting in looking at one of my patients, Marianne's case, in which I will let Marianne speak about her case to the audience. And I have her total agreement to speak and publish the article on JAIM. So just to go into that, here's the last poster that I made. It's about a smaller environment like ourselves to our intermediate environment. How, for instance, your intention here, right? Your intention towards each other. If you bring well intention, have you ever walked into a room, you can feel the intention was very tense, very sad, very joy. Have you ever felt that? I mean, where does that intention come from? Is it in the air? Are we all connected? So that's the small environment. How does we connect with the bigger environment? How does the bigger environment, such like outside environment, a lot of news are very negative nowadays, right? A lot of chaos. How does that affect? Does that become transmitted through our body, or does that become a toxin in the body which stores in the toxin? So that's also very interesting for me to look at. How do we integrate? Is it mind, body, soul, spirit, health? How do you reverse that? Or how do you keep it steady? So on page 33 of the Journal of Acupuncture and Integrative Medicine, this is a case study I wanted to present. You can get a free copy on CSOMA, C-S-O-M-A, on CSOMA. You can get a free copy of this article on all about integrative oncology here. On page 33, if you happen to have a magazine in front of you, if you don't at home, which Marianne will share her case with us. And Marianne has been a patient of ours for just shortly. She came in because of her cancer diagnosis, of her ovarian cancer stage number 3A on both ovaries. And then it was a high-grade serum and tumor. So I will turn the microphone to Marianne right now. Marianne, come and share your story. It's very inspirational. It's a good story. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Chen, and thank you for inviting me to share my story. I think it's the first time I'm talking about this, and I'm very honored to be here. Thank you, Dr. Alex Feng. Congratulations on the 50th year. And I just want to say I'm very inspired because honestly, I had no idea what to expect about a 23rd World Congress. And I'm just blown away by the wisdom, the knowledge, and the spirit, the love in this place. So thank you. When I was first diagnosed with cancer, I was shocked because I consider myself a healthy person. And I had seen, I was 53, and I had seen, you live long enough to see people that are close to you or acquaintances that have gone through cancer, have taken the standard treatment of care, and some of them made it, some of them didn't. But I saw what it would do to their bodies, and I just questioned, is that the way to deal with cancer? And so when I had first my own diagnosis, I was clear that, yes, I wanted to get that tumor out of those tumors and lymph nodes, but I was not, I did not want the chemo. So I opted out, and I had to find something else, something, what other that will ensure that I would regain my health. So one Saturday afternoon, remember I emailed Dr. Chiang, and because I was just like, you live in this uncertainty, but there is so much uncertainty sometimes that you can take. And so pretty much within the hour, Erling replied to my email. And then a couple of email exchanges follow with the date, I'm available, Dr. Chan says I'm available to see you that week. And I felt a tremendous relief and joy at the same time. And one of the things that Arlene wrote in the email was, I will work with you to ensure, I will work with you on becoming healthier. I will work with you on becoming healthier for sure. So I knew I was in the right path. And I started, shortly after, I started Qigong at Wenwu School. And when I joined the introductory class on a Sunday, the welcoming of the teachers and the students who were taking Qigong too when first said, then it came to do the demonstration of the form, which you will see in a little bit. You were going to see the first few movements. And when I saw the last movements, inside me, it's like there was something screaming, yes, this is what I want to learn. Because I knew the value. I mean, it was just beyond, but it was so deep. And so I started taking Qigong, practicing little by little, did first set, second set. And I could see the effect that would have in my body and my energy on my mental and emotional balancing of energies. And I feel happier, more hopeful. And also, I was new to acupuncture. I have never had acupuncture. So being in acupuncture, receiving moxibustion, the herbs, it was all so gentle that it's really a treat, to come, something I look forward to, right? I call it my major tune-up, right? and so going back now to what optimize integrative care, I think is the relationship between doctor and patient. It is this deep bond that is based on trust. And from Dr. Chiang, what I receive is that you are a partner here and you're responsible. If I, indulge myself taking sweets, or I work too hard, or have not taken enough water for a day, or it will show when I go to the appointment, and the tongue and my pulse will tell. So I've been educated at the same time that I have received the care. I've been educated and to understand that health is not black and white. It's really a continuum. It is a spectrum. So, and I'm very grateful for that. It helps me to make informed choices, really on a day-by-day basis, no? And sometimes, I have to stay on course. And I'm forever grateful for the Wen Wu community that promotes the practice, and we practice together, and of course to Dr. Chiang for all her care. Thank you.
So let me reintroduce Marianne once again. Marianne is now a very healthy friend. So I encourage her in ovarian cancer. I said, just take out the tumor, nothing else. Right? They wanted to do cisplatin, all these doxil, very strong chemotherapy, and radiation to her. It's explained in the article, if you haven't gotten to see it. So I said, what if we try? And we had an agreement with her oncologist, I'm really grateful to her oncologist. I said, give me 3 months. If in 3 months this patient didn't improve, you can have her back, I step back. I will not interfere. But what if, I said, it's her case, is it possible if we just do surgery, remove the cancer part, remove the lymph node, that's all you have to do, and give me 3 months. And she was grateful, and Marianne trusted me to do that. And we did only acupuncture, herbs, and Qigong. She completely reversed. So to my knowledge, I know, yes, reverse that, yeah. So it's possible. Marianne is just one of the cases among many of the practitioners here in the audience and online that you've seen. Some people call it miracle, some people call it belief, but the patient has to want to do it. And then you have to form a very strong team who's able to back you up, who will trust you, whether it's the doctor, the family, the neighbor, anyone, the co-worker. Put the patient in front of you, yourself first. Let's do our very best, whether we can take care of one patient or take care of many, many patients, take care of each other. So I forgot to introduce myself a little bit, which I would like to do, and I will invite our co-presenter up here too. When I was the president of American Cancer Society 2008-2009 in the California Chinese unit, I worked with 550 volunteers every day. I worked with 16 to 18 board members, half of it is oncologist. No Chinese medicine doctor, no acupuncturist, and they told me, you're the only Chinese medicine doctor who's allowed to be the president. I said, okay, great, thank you. Yes, in which that's true, I was the only one. But I have to say thank you to American Cancer Society because They taught me a lot about the world of cancer in the Western world. I was allowed to attend many of the top Gong research that they have and granted. They have did research. We are the first one to get to see. We're the first one to be involved, to know about their research. And I also started with Dr. Michael Lerner at Commonwealth in their cancer help program, where it took me 2 years to get in the door to be a part of the cancer care help program, where they only had yoga for 30 years. Now they have Qigong in the cancer help program for the past 7 years. So it took time, took patience, and took persistence for me to continuously, and for you to continuously, to convince, to be a role model of yourself, and then to convince the people around that you think you can make a difference. Never give up. Like Dr. Effie Chow, she never gave up. She's always, every time she sees me, she'll grab my wrist and say, Arlene, I have something to tell you. Always grab my wrist, and I go, okay, here he comes. But I love her dearly. She and my parents go back many years ago. My mother, late Master Hui Liu, was the Qigong Master of the Year in 2004. They've been friends since over 25 years, and we've been a part of the World Congress for so many years, and I so appreciate the Congress, so appreciate Charlene and Dr. Alex Feng and many of the presenters to continue this work. So this really make an impact on where it is and where it's going. So I hope to see more of the World Congress. I hope to see more of the integration, more of the complementary, where we complement each other and where we promote each other and promote the health of our patients, health of our community. So one of the Qigong movement that we've taught at our school or at anywhere that you are practicing Qigong is called the Wild Goose, Dayan Qigong. Dayan Qigong has been around for 1,700 years. I brought one of our textbooks just to show online, and I will pass it around if it's okay. It's mimic the lifestyle, the biological form of the wild goose. Wild goose can fly up to 1,000 miles a day. Can you drive 1,000 miles a day? Probably not. Even if you could, your car probably will not. Okay, so the wild goose always fly in a flock, in a V form, or in like a horizontal form. There's always one leader in the flock if you're flying in the V shape. And the leader, when the leader gets tired, leader automatically fly to the back. And then the second in line will fly upward and becomes the leader. That's how and then the flocking, the promotion of the wings can support the whole group to fly 1,000 miles a day. So, and the geese are vegetarian. Their lifetime have only one partner in life, very loyal to each other. So this came from a Taoist monk, Dao An, in the Kunlun mountain 1,700 years ago. His whole life, he faced a wall to meditate. And then he would, through every season, he would see the goose fly in, goose fly out, comes in, comes out year after year with this longevity and strength. Then he started following and mimicking their movements. So Marianne is one of our students. I would like to share a few movements. Yesterday, I shared the first 7 movements. And maybe we can use, I don't know how the camera, if you can see us at your place. We will go from the chair all the way up to here. And we will show the first 7 movements. And we will like to invite the audience to participate, and including people online to practice with us. And I will do the narration. So I would like, and Dr. Sonia Gamey, do you want to join the flock? Dr. Sonia is here. And she's a good friend of Dr. Effie Chow and good friend of, the 知道 Guan. And she's one of our certified teachers. So I'm going to move this. So please join us. Come up. Thank you. And move that to the side. And everybody online can either stand up, get a little stretching. And thank you, staff, for helping. And we will have Marianne in the center, and you will form like a box. So Dagmar, you come here, and Sue, you go to the left corner, and Sonia, you can stay right there. Okay. So while we are getting ready here in the audience seat, and everybody standing up at home, okay, and Mark, you will call the form.
Prepare for first set.
This is the Dayan Qigong first set. It has 64 movements. Watch how they are standing with their feet parallel to their shoulders. Hands, fingers are open. Thumbs are open. Look straight forward. Tongue touching the upper palate. Use that Qigong vision.
First set begin. Stretch wings.
Pick up the energy from the earth. Body slightly bend back.
Close wings.
Now close wings. Holding qi to lower dantian. And I hope people in the audience at where you are online, you can feel your qi already.
Push and set wings.
About 6 to 7 feet apart, Lao Gong facing each other. Hold in a plum blossom hands like a bird's claw and put He Gu on Shen Shu points.
Shake upper arm.
Come out through Da Bao and Shen Shu and expel the sickness qi through the vibration.
Push and set the wings.
Holding the qi, yin and yang palm turn. Now yin becomes yang, yang becomes yin, and form the plum blossom hands. Once again, concentrate on the middle finger and Lao Gong and He Gu now on Shen Shu. Hands come horizontally across. Da Bao, this is called shake arm. And Mark, would you like to lead everybody again, just from starting?
Let's close.
And this is very important to close the form.
Upper dantian.
Through the upper dantian,
Middle dantian.
middle dantian,
Lower dantian.
lower dantian, to Hui Yin, to Yong Quan. Let's do this again.
Begin form. Stretch wings.
Do it slowly and mindfully, up to your shoulders height. Open wings and heels are up. So the Lao Gong point and Yong Quan point receive qi from heaven and earth.
Close wings.
Hold the qi to the lower dantian from all that qi you receive from yin and the yang. Up the chong, the ren, the kidney meridian, into the middle dantian.
Push and set the wings.
Body lean forward a little bit. Fingers are still open. And push, resist, like there's 1,000 pounds you're trying to push away from you. Hold the qi in your plum blossom Lao Gong point, which is in the middle of the hand, palm. Put it on Shen Shu.
Shake upper arms.
Now, this is detox. You can tell we're detoxing from the heel, from kidney, from the heart, from the whole body.
Push and set the wings.
Hold the qi and push out, like giving qi to the world.
Shake upper arms. Close.
Everybody seems like you're doing a great job. You're feeling your energy, I hope. Yeah, some people have nodded, I hope. Let's do one last time, we'll close. How's that? You guys ready for one last time? Mind only on the movements.
Begin form.
Begin form.
Stretch wings.
close wings. Push and set the wings. Shake up the arms. Push and set the wings. Shake up the arms. And close. Bring the qi back to upper dantian. You don't want to go too high. Just right above yin tang, upper dantian points. Fingers facing each other. Lao Gong descending down the middle, the lower dantian, down to hui yin, ren number 1, and back to the side of the body. Let your body stand for just a few seconds until the qi return back to the internal organs. Sweet guys. To heaven, to earth, to all the lineage of teachers, instructors, and mentors, and from us to you. Thank you, thank you. These are our teacher training students. They're about to graduate. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And this class, we do have free classes if you're interested. I'm not making an advertisement. It's on Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. We have this class for over 10 years called the Morning Qigong Practice. Just email us at info@wenschool.com, and then you will get the free link. So thank you so much, the Congress. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you, Dr. Chen.
Dr. Chen, thank you for the presentation, and also, of course, all your students. And it's wonderful to have scientists and researchers like Dr. Lin to validate TCM and Qigong. But the oldest fashion of testimony is patience. And patients who have experienced the healing and recovered. And they're the best testimonies you can utilize in your practice. Now with the help of the technology, you can simply use your iPhone, your phone, to record those testimonies. And there's nothing better, more powerful than the testimonies from the patients or students who have been treated or learned from you. Okay, let's give Dr. Chen another round of applause, please. Thank you. I'd like to invite Dr. Alex Feng to the stage. And Dr. Chen, for your contribution to TCM, especially oncology research and also treatment, and also for your teaching. And on behalf of the World Congress, we have a special award for you.
On behalf of the World Congress, with pleasure, with honor, with respect, I'd like to give you this award as the Qigong Master of the Year. Thank you. Everything is here. And everything is on here.
They've been on all of these.
Well, here's our official camera right there. Thank you.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, now, I have the great honor and pleasure to introduce our dear Rose Hong, who's been such a wonderful MC for us from yesterday to today. And now who is Rose? Rose Hong, Miss Rose Hong. And she is an author and a TV producer, host, and a business executive. And she has published numerous articles in major newspapers and magazines. And she has been an executive producer and TV host of several hundred episodes of television programs. And her recent books, including American Odyssey, Vanished, The Heirloom Seal of Rheum, and Natural Healing Discoveries. And her TV shows are available at this website, www.globaldragontv.com. www.globaldragontv.com. And she's also the co-founder of Whole Health Medical Centers in the Washington, D.C. area. And here again, let's give Rose Hong a big round of applause. Yay!
Thank you so much, Dr. Anita Marshall. I'm very humbled. Dr. Anita Marshall, our friendship started decades ago. Actually, we're both a member of the medical music group. It's a symphonic nonprofit medical charity group. So we perform domestically every year to serve our veterans, and each year we go to overseas to raise funds for medical humanitarian efforts. And through her introduction, and I had a great fortune to know Dr. Chow and also, of course, some of the top healers like you here. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce a video to explain our plan and our vision and how we can work together to support each other.
Welcome to Global Wellness Plan. Our plan is designed to empower you with holistic health and wellness services that cater to your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Our mission is to build a global wellness community that allows children and adults the ability to experience wellness and preventative health care on a regular basis through our affordable and convenient membership plan. Your wellness membership plan includes the following services: integrative medical services, acupuncture and herbal medicine, weight management, pain management, mental health counseling, medical Qigong, Tai Chi, yoga, educational classes, annual World Congress on Integrated Medicine. You can also shop for wellness-related products for you and your entire family. Start your wellness journey with a complimentary consultation using our online telemedicine platform. For only $29 a month, you and your family can gain access to an array of wellness services by selecting a local practitioner of your choice or via our telemedicine portal. Your membership fee will be deducted from your final bill. We also offer plans for small businesses and large corporations. Join Global Wellness Plan today. Please visit our website at www.globalwellnessplan.org.
Well, thank you so much, Sam. I would like to probably kind of memory lane how we started this global wellness plan.
Oh, did nobody come to your party? Wait, I'm not 14 anymore.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I had a good fortune to meet Dr. Effie Chow. It was around 2015. Yeah, we were doing the medical Qigong museum in China. And since then, we started collaborating, working on different pieces. And actually, very early on, she had this vision to have Qigong and Tai Chi at every household. And but how do we do that? And my background is not medicine. My background is in media, business management, and legal law. But somehow we started collaborating. We started putting programs together. And this vision became very crystal 2 years ago. When she came to me, we had hours of discussion. She said, Rose, I want to put a plan together, very much like an insurance plan. And so we can to include alternative medicine, acupuncture, medical Qigong as part of the medical plan. So her vision actually sounds simple, but it's not, because after we started doing research, and especially from the legal standpoint, and each insurance plan you have to go through the regulatory review, legal, and it's very complicated. Anyhow, so that was a history, and the current version of the Global Health Wellness Plan is based on the model, a clinic that I started almost 20 years ago called the Whole Health Medical Center. And because I came from the background of integrated health, and my mother is a Chinese medicine doctor in China, so I had the knowledge from very early on. And also in the Chinese medical system, and there's no division of the East and West. It's a very integrated approach. So for me to experience Chinese medicine and Western medicine not in the same setting doesn't seem natural to me. So I always have the vision. I said, I want to start a community-based center to integrate Western medicine with Eastern medicine. So that was a vision I had before I knew too much about how medicine is being practiced in this country. So that was 2009, 2010, I started Whole Health Medical Center with the same vision. We want the primary care physician basically as a gatekeeper, but instead of focusing on medicine, pharma-based practice, we want to focus on prevention and wellness. And little did I know, I was part of this wave of focusing on wellness and prevention. And as you can see from lots of the practitioners' presentation this week, and this country, I would say we have a healthcare crisis, and in several ways. One is from the cost standpoint. We're not going to talk about the federal deficit, but let's talk about the capital per expenditure per individual, per citizen. As you know, Medicare will not sustain itself, and based on some predictions in a decade or so. You know why? Because our population is getting older. And the healthcare model we have in this country is not focusing on wellness, it's focusing on crisis. And it's medicine pharmaceutical based. That's why Dr. Anita Marshall's presentation is so valuable, because based on the CDC data, every senior citizen is taking 5 to 8 medications. And so not only has the potential side effects, the drug interaction, but also from the cost and health standpoint. It's just not the wellness model that we as a nation and should be continue to foster, because financially we'll bankrupt our nation. And secondly, from the health care standpoint, we're spending lots of money, but we're not getting the ultimate health. That's why we came up with this global wellness plan. And it's not an insurance plan, because when you get into insurance regulation, legal, it's very complicated. This is simply, we're trying to create a community and focusing on education. So as part of the global wellness plan, education is a key. And as we're all sitting here learning from each other, knowledge you're sharing here, that's why we open the social media platform, because we have to educate the general public. Because the Chinese will say, health is in your hands, literally. You can have the top doctor, you can spend millions on the health care, but if you do not take care of yourselves, and if you don't take care of the fundamentals, as the Chinese traditional medicine's teaching, better sleep, better spiritual, mental state of mind, and nutrition. Chinese will say food is the best medicine. You start a good health from those fundamentals. That's why at the Global Wellness Plan, we're first focusing on education. And with the technology, we can do those education virtually or remotely. So some of your teachings, we may adapt them into a more online, but also we have access to literally thousands of hours of teaching from the PCM University in China we're collaborating with. And those are the fundamental teachings. I think some of you, Dr. Griffin, focus on teaching children and college students. I think we have to start the education early. And that's why we have to present the teaching material online, simple, easy to understand, and entertaining if sometimes we need to get a message crossed. So that's a general education, but also, and Dr. Chang and some of you focusing on very specific conditions like cancer, diabetes. So we need to have educational materials on those specific conditions, because that's more relevant to the patient. They're seeking information online, and boom, hopefully they can find our educational material. So the second component is, again, of the global wellness plan is focusing on wellness and prevention. And also with the economics in mind, meaning when you focusing on prevention and early education, you spend the least as a family, as a nation, because literally it doesn't cost you too much. If you exercise Tai Chi or Qigong every day, walking every day, medication, they don't cost anything, right? And you can practice all this exercises literally anywhere. You can be in the office, you can be home, and literally you don't need to pay a membership, you don't need to spend anything to practice all this wellness exercise at home. And also, if you're a parent, if you exercise, practice at home, guess what? You're impacting your children. You're influencing your grandchildren. That's why it's so important. As I said, we want to put Qigong at every household. Yes. And in order to change a society, change the world, we have to start one person at a time, one family at a time, and then one community at a time. So we need to start focusing on those, from the cost standpoint, least cost effective, but also the benefits. If you're talking about from the business standpoint, the dollar invested and your return, this is probably you get the highest investment return, just focusing on exercising. And also nutrition. As we know, Chinese medicine, we believe food is the first medicine. And any medicine, we say, has 30% poison side effects. So whatever you take, even the best medicine with the best clinical studies, all has side effects, but not food. And so food should be your first option for taking care of good health and also, of course, treating certain condition. So the last component of the global wellness plan is we're creating a community not only for practitioners, but also for the general public. We want to be the bridge. We want to be the platform to connect the public, general public with you, with the general practitioners. Because as you know, as an individual practitioner, if you're now in a group setting or hospital setting, most likely you are a sole practitioner managing your own office. And from the business standpoint, we know that's not very efficient and very time-consuming, especially if you accept insurance. And every practitioner, you know how much time you spend on insurance verification and submissions and getting your payment from the insurance companies. So it's a very inefficient model. So what we can do as part, if you join the Global Wellness Plan, which there's no cost for the practitioners to be on that platform, and we'll promote you and we'll connect you with the general public. So we want to create a little bit more efficiency because you can spend less money on your business management and marketing. And I love Dr. Anita Marshall's service because you don't have to be location-based. And her expertise in drug interaction in both Western pharmacy and herbal medicine, I think is so valuable. She could offer this service online consultation. For acupuncture, it's hard to do, right? You have to see the patient. But for some nutrition, mental health, psychology, and some of them can be done virtually online because that's probably the most cost-efficient way. If there's nothing else about COVID, I think COVID taught us medicine can be delivered remotely. And Qigong, as you all know from lots of research, Qigong can be taught, and also you can offer medical Qigong treatment remotely. And Effie has done that many, many times, and I helped her to connect with patients overseas in England, in Europe, in Asia. And so we know medical Qigong can be offered remotely as well. So in a nutshell, those are the three major pieces, foundations, focus for Global Wellness Plan. And first, education. And how can you be part of the education? If you have teaching materials that's virtual, if you don't have a virtual, we can help you to create the online courses. So you will offer that. to the general public, and the revenue generated, we will do the revenue sharing on your educational material. Some of them, if you prefer to offer as a public education, wonderful, that would be a public education material. But some of the knowledge-based, like Anita, your material, that's very knowledge-based, and you should charge a fee, and then that revenue will be shared with you. And so second portion is the online connecting the general public patient with your practice. So after you set up the account, you offer the hours you have and services you have. So general public will connect directly with you. So that's a second component. And last piece, of course, if you have any products you want to showcase, and Global Wellness Plan has a shop there. You can put your products in there, and all books, because books is training, education is a very important component of the Global Wellness Plan, so we'll help you to market your books. So the revenue we're hoping generate from the Global Wellness Plan, we'll use a portion of that, continue to fund the World Congress moving forward. And this year we're so fortunate we have two major donors, N and K, and contributed financially and also their valuable time to make 23rd World Congress reality. But moving forward, we truly need everyone's support to continue FE's legacy. And one of the ways we thought of is creating this platform to create a community and also generate revenue to support you and to support the ongoing World Congress. Thank you all so much. So if you have any questions, and you can communicate directly with me, and we'll discuss how we can work together and support each other. Thank you.
I am so pleased and honored to this 23rd World Congress has elected the award Rose Hahn the Leadership in Integrative Health. Yeah. Thank you so much for all your effort and contribution.
Well, I'm truly humbled among all the pioneers and leaders, innovators, and healers in this room. And thank you so much, our World Congress Committee, and thank you for this award. I'm very, very humbled and honored to accept this award. Thank you. Thank you, Anita. Okay, let's move on to our next presenter. Yeah, Lama. Okay. All right. Would you like to do the introduction?
I can do a quick one.
Yes, please.
So we can move along here. Our next guest speaker is a video because he is in Denmark. He is a Ukrainian and had moved his parents during the war from Ukraine to Denmark to be safe, and is going back to make sure that they remain that way. And he's usually a part of the World Congress. He actually ran the World Congress 2 years ago, I think. So he sends his best wishes to all of us, and he's going to be introducing his new venture, which is Energy Arts TV.
Introducing Energy Arts TV, your destination for Tai Chi, Qigong, and more. Explore transformative practices that enhance vitality, balance, and inner harmony. Experience expert instructors guiding graceful movements, breathing techniques, and meditation exercises for holistic wellness. Join us on a journey of self-discovery and empowerment. Tune into Energy Arts TV on the Transform Your Life Network for holistic wellness and serenity. Visit us at www.tynetwork.com.
Hi, I'm Lahdenpera Chapa, the co-founder and CEO of Energy Arts TV, a new digital channel that offers a variety of programs and podcasts dedicated to Qigong, Tai Chi, meditation, and other related disciplines. In our short presentation today, I want to introduce you to my TV channel, its vision, mission, and values, as well as invite you to join me as a content creator and strategic partner. Energy Arts TV is much more than just a TV channel. It's a community of like-minded people who share a vision and passion for learning and practicing a variety of energy-based practices. It's a platform where you can showcase your expertise, share your insights, and inspire your audience. It's a media network that will empower you to reach millions of viewers around the world interested in achieving higher levels of physical health, mental well-being, and high performance. It's the virtual destination for everyone who wants to discover, explore, and enjoy the world of energy arts. Whether you are a beginner or an advanced practitioner, you will find something that suits your needs and interests at energyarts.tv. Energy Arts TV was created with three main goals in mind. Number one is to educate. We want to provide high quality and evidence-based information about the history, theory, and practice of various energy arts. We want to dispel myths, misconceptions, and misinformation that may hinder people from learning and benefiting from these ancient and modern disciplines. Number two is to inspire. We want to feature stories, testimonials, and interviews with some of the world's leading experts and practitioners of energy arts. We want to showcase the diversity, the beauty, and the power of these disciplines and how they can transform lives. And number three, to entertain. We want to create engaging, fun, and interactive content that will keep our viewers hooked and entertained. We want to use humor, creativity, and storytelling to make our content enjoyable and memorable. Energy Arts TV consists of two main types of content: programs and podcasts. Most of our programs are weekly video series dedicated to a specific topic or theme. Each program has a host who is an expert in their respective discipline, and some of the examples of the program are Tai Chi for Beginners, a series of videos that demonstrate how to use Tai Chi for improving physical and mental health, such as balance, flexibility, strength, and stress relief. Qigong for Health, a series of instructional videos that teach the basics of Qigong, such as breathing, posture, movement, and meditation. Yoga for Well-Being, a series of videos that show how to practice yoga for enhancing your well-being, including relaxation, energy, immunity, and alignment. Energy Arts Spotlight, a series of documentaries that explore the history, culture, and the benefits of various energy arts, such as Reiki, Feng Shui, acupuncture, and more. Energy Arts TV also features podcasts by some of the most popular and influential voices in the fields of energy arts, sharing the insights and wisdom of world-class teachers. Tune in to learn how to be in the flow of Qi, universal energy, for optimal health, happiness, and personal development. Energy Arts TV will become the home of the Secrets of Qigong Masters, the #1 podcast in the world on the subject of Qigong. It's hosted by yours truly, featuring some of the thought leaders and masters of energy-related disciplines. As of the start of the new year, 2024, Energy Arts TV will be available online at energyarts.tv, as well as on various streaming platforms such as Roku, Hulu, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, Samsung TV, Google Play TV, and more. You can enjoy the ongoing programming for free or subscribe to a very affordable membership, providing the opportunities for viewers to interact with hosts and guests through community chats, Q&A sessions, webinars, and online summits. Now, I'm also here to invite you, if you're an expert or a master in any energy arts discipline, to participate in our channels as a content creator. You have a unique opportunity to share your knowledge, skills, and passion with a global audience. That goes way beyond creating your own podcast or hosting your videos on YouTube channel. Why is that? It's because when you are on TV, you gain much greater acceptance and prestige among viewers. Everyone can have a YouTube channel. It doesn't take any high level of skill and expertise to start a podcast. But to create a TV program or create a podcast that would be featured on our channel would actually require having much greater quality of content, much greater technological savvy, and also the ability to maintain the connection with the viewers and listeners for an extended period of time. That requires some degree of expertise that most people don't have. You are welcome to create your own program or podcast on Energy Arts TV that will reach millions of viewers and listeners eager to learn from it. You can also collaborate with other experts and masters featured on Energy Arts TV, or perhaps creating their own shows, as well as expand your network and influence. By joining Energy Arts TV as a content creator and a strategic partner, you will also enjoy many benefits that include having creative freedom. You can choose the topic, format, style, and frequency of your content. You can also use your own branding, logo, intro, and outro for your content. Keep in mind that we will maintain certain right to refuse content if it violates our community guidelines. We are very serious about it because we want to maintain our presence in the television space, which is obviously a lot more challenging than just having a channel on YouTube. Another important benefit is that you will be able to receive technical support. I mentioned that technical expertise would be essential, but you don't have to worry about the technical aspects of creating and distributing your content, because we will provide you with advice on necessary tools, equipment, software, and the platform to produce and upload your content on. We will also handle most of the editing, optimization, and promotion of your content, which is the most challenging part for most content creators and podcasters. Another really important consideration is financial compensation. Now, if you create content that will be well received by millions of people, that's worth a pretty penny. And you will receive a fair and generous share of the revenue generated by the content. As the channel, we will reach out to sponsors and potential advertisers. We will close the deals with advertisers and sponsors. We'll have our own internal sales team that will actually be closing those deals. And you will receive a fair percentage of all the monies paid by the sponsors and advertisers for promoting their content or their products on your program. Now, you will have the right to refuse any product or service that you do not resonate with. You will also be welcome to put your own advertising into your programs, or pick your own sponsors if you know some, and we will actually make arrangements with them so that you will receive even a higher percentage of the sponsorship monies. You will also have the opportunity to sell your own products or services through your own show or podcast on our platform. And in addition to that, we'll also have an affiliate system that will enable all the content creators and hosts of the show to receive affiliate commissions from the sales of programs or products offered by the guests. Now, that is one of the most crucial and often overlooked aspects of creating programs or content. Professional development. Let me tell you that you will receive professional feedback, coaching, and
Did you trip something? Sam, did you trip on something? The sound went out. I think that's the
field of energy art. You start creating and distributing your content on our platform. Now, if you are not a master or an expert as yet, we'll also support you in the journey along the path of mastery. The mastery, in my humble opinion, is not a destination somewhere at the end of the long journey. It's more of the journey itself, becoming more and more masterful. So instead of hoping that the masters will enlighten and empower you, you will actually be learning how to be empowered and enlightened from within, tapping into important energy resources within yourself, learning how to master your skills and test so that you don't fool yourself or other people with your performances or demonstrations. What do? We learn how to acquire mastery. And as we progress along this path of mastery, we become more and more masterful. As you become more and more masterful, you will discover for yourself new resources, new abilities, and perhaps step up to the plate and create your own show or podcast on Energy Arts TV. Thank you so much for your attention and interest. I hope that you are as excited about this opportunity as I am. I look forward to working with you. For more information, please visit energyarts.tv or email me directly at lama, which is Lama, at tantrapa.org, TANTRAPA.org. I look forward to seeing you at energyarts.tv. Namaste.
Well, thank you so much, Lama, for your presentation and also offer that platform for our practitioners. And I think it's so interesting that Chinese medicine has been practiced for over 2,000 years by over 1 billion people. But lots of Westerners, especially people in this country, do not know much about traditional Chinese medicine. It took just a few incidences. One of the presenters cited the history in the 1971 incident. If you recall, actually it was President Nixon, first American president, visited China. And during that trip, of course, a journalist, and James Reston, I believe that's his name, and he had a medical emergency, and when they sent him to a Chinese hospital and did a surgery without any anesthesia, using acupuncture instead, and that became a sensation in the U.S. Actually, it became a milestone for mainstream Americans to know about Chinese medicine. And as late as 2017, the Olympian Michael Phelps, swimmer, and he used cupping to manage muscle pains. And these two media incidents actually is becoming so powerful, make traditional Chinese medicine mainstream. That's a power of media. So we're so glad we have partners like Lama and of course Global Dragon TV. We'll support our practitioners and get you into the mainstream and general public. And anyhow, without further ado, it's my great honor to introduce our next presenter. And Isabel Zayas is an author, and also she's a public speaker. And I can't wait to hear your presentation. Her title is Healing the Whole Person, Not Just an Illness. So please, let's welcome Isabel Zayas.
Can you hear me on here? No?
No, because this transmitter just died.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That should work now?
It's dead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. All right. All right. I speak with my hands. I'm Cuban. Come on.
Could you help me with the stand? Can you help us set that up?
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'll put it on.
Is it on?
Okay.
Thank you.
I also like to move around and feel. Does everyone need to stand up and stretch for a minute? Take a deep breath. I've got a story to tell you, so I want you to get all jazzed up. Some breathing happening, chi, movement. And I also talk pretty loud, so you can probably hear me anyway. So thank you for
On Zoom.
thank you for this.
Zoom.
Yeah.
YouTube. So there's
Hello, YouTube and Zoom. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. All righty. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Feels like it's gonna fall, but it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. My name is Isabel Zayas, and where do I begin? I guess I should say that I am the living proof, the living evidence of the power of Qigong. And I would like to say also that, two things I wanted to say before I begin, actually. One, Mary Zelmer. When Mary was getting her beautiful download of Dr. Chow's passing, I was actually sitting with Dr. Chow holding her hand for the last moments of her life. And so it's just, I was looking so forward to hearing her presentation and knowing that the two of us were connecting and holding Dr. Chow, or really, quite frankly, she was holding us, okay? She was holding us, as she always does. So that's one thing. The other thing I want to mention is, because I'm going to talk mostly about Dr. Chow here and my journey through stage 4 cancer, but I have to honor that my current Chinese doctor is Dr. Erlene Chang, and she is absolutely amazing. And I did not think that I would ever be able to find someone to take the place of Dr. Chow. And of course, they're different, but and I stopped seeing Dr. Chow when she got ill, so I went many, many years without anyone at all. But when I met Dr. Chang, I was just astounded. And so she's part of this healing success, okay? So in 2013, I was diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. I had a tumor that crushed my spine in the middle, a 70% compression fracture in the thoracic spine. And I didn't get a super warm introduction to what that meant. The doctor told me that essentially it was not a matter of if, but when I would die, that I had a 3% chance of survivability past 2 years. Due to the aggressive nature of the cancer. Now I should explain that I had already been through 1 entire year of cancer treatment. For stage 3 breast cancer, I had been on extremely aggressive chemotherapies. I had had a mastectomy, I had had radiation, I had been hospitalized with MRSA. I had come a long way already, so they thought when this tumor happened, they thought, whoa, this is really aggressive. And the look on the doctor's face was, really not very reassuring. And I was explained that I would go on chemotherapy until that one stopped working. And then I'd go on another one until that one stopped working. And then I'd go on another one until that one stopped working. And if I had the bizarre molecular whatever disorder, I might be able to get into this trial, and that trial might extend me by 1 month, my life, right? I looked at the doctor and I was like, okay, wait, excuse me, I'm sorry. When is this going to be over? And she put her pencil down, finally looked me in the eye, and said, oh, Isabel, it is never going to be over. So you can imagine, perhaps I was 40, and I was devastated. I was heartbroken. I was just beyond words. And the truth is, the label on all of my medication from that point forward says, treat until disease progresses or toxicity no longer tolerable. And the doctor said, look, when you've had enough, we're going to just focus on your quality of life. And I thought, quality of life, okay, I'm not liking this conversation. So I left the office and I stepped outside. It was in the Fillmore district in San Francisco. And I called 911. And by that I mean Dr. Chow. And I stood there and the phone was ringing and I was like, please pick up, please pick up. And on the second ring, she answered the phone and just the floodgate of tears finally started coming out. I said, Dr. Chow, they said, it's not a matter of if, but when. They said, it's incurable. It's incurable. She was silent. She said, I see. What you need to do now is make a decision. Do you want to live? And I thought, were you not listening to me? I mean, this is what they're saying I can't do. Of course I want to live. Wouldn't anybody in my shoes want to live? No, Isa, that's an assumption. I said, okay, all right. Okay, I can get that that's an assumption. And there's one little intuitive hit that did happen in that moment, and I'm going to come back to it later, but I'm just going to say I got what I needed. It was about a 10-minute call. I'm sure I probably went over to her house afterwards, but anyway, I got what I needed, and what I needed was the one thing that would fuel a decade of perseverance in this illness. She had hope. She had hope. To me, she had pure hope. To her, she's like, I've got, 5,000 years of Chinese medicine behind me to say that you've got hope, And so basically, I went and what I call doubled down. I doubled down on my Chow Qigong practice. Now, I'd met her in 2004. I took her level 1 and 2, and I took all these things. I got roped into coordinating the 8th World Congress on Qigong, as you know, like we get roped in. And then I went away back to work. I was super stressed anyway. So I knew the Chow system, but now I was seeing her once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week, several hours at a time. My favorite aspect of working with her was the therapeutic aspect, where we would talk about our beliefs and our fears and how the mindset is the greatest healer. And now this resonated with who I was as a person, because ever since I was a child, I was interested in the nature of reality. Partially because of deep existential angst, and partially because my father stoked in me this enormous curiosity for how does the world work and quantum physics, and I was a poet. And at the age of 4, I wrote my first poem, and my grandfather recorded it for posterity, and it said, "Froggy, froggy, jump up high. Froggy, froggy, touch the sky. Froggy, froggy, be free." And I knew that our mind was something that we could create freedom with, But I had never applied it to this idea of healing. I was never sick before. And so what she was teaching me really resonated. Anyway, I doubled down because before that, for the year before, I'd show up at her office and, Isa, did you eat properly? Did you do your Qigong exercises? No, Dr. Chow, I did some. I mean, because I'm very Western-minded, and so just in time is a great way to do things, right? So when I had peripheral neuropathy at like the horrible itching, like stomping, I would have to kick my feet. I like have to leave public when I was in public and this came on. But if that came on, I could do Qigong and it would go away. So that was good enough, right? I'll just do it when I need it. I'll just do it when I have nausea. I'll just do it when I have peripheral neuropathy. And I didn't really particularly like to be told what to eat. And she said, Isabel, you have the most stubborn streak. And I was like, I know, but it will be because of my stubborn streak that I will heal. And so, let's see. In the immediate term, it got worse. Went up and down my spine to other bones. It went into my liver and to suspicious spots in my lungs. I pretty much thought I was going to die. And I joined a young women's metastatic support group called METS in the City, Metastatic Cancer in the City. And in the first 3 weeks, 3 women died. And I was like, oh, what kind of support is this? I'm like petrified. But I did my Qigong for 3 hours a day at the park. I knew at this point what a way of life meant like. It just clicked what way of life meant like instead of quick fix or just in time. I did it for 3 hours at the park every day. I did all the meditations. I created my own meditations. I continued working with Dr. Chow. And 4 months later, I had a clean PET scan. Now, doesn't end there. Lots of complications and 2 recurrences, but it never came back to my liver or any other place in my body that it hadn't already been. And, and because it was stage 4 cancer, I did have to stay on chemotherapy. That's the Western protocol. So out of my decade of healing, I was on chemotherapy for 8 years. Now, some of that was aggressive chemotherapy and some of that I call chemo light. And that accumulated over time, but the cognitive impairment was unbearable. I don't want to even go down the side effects, but here's the thing. Okay, so today I am cancer-free, and as of 2021, off of all chemotherapy, but just on an immunotherapy, and as of July, off of that immunotherapy, so completely off all treatment. Oh, it's over, right? It's over. Okay, but so what fueled a decade of healing and perseverance? There were setbacks, let me tell you. There was truncal obesity from chemo. I was like, and cognitive impairment. I used to run really large-scale programs in engineering, and I couldn't even remember where I left my sweater, and not just the forgetfulness, but I couldn't put sentences together. I had 6 surgeries because several of them failed, and so several hospitalizations with infections, several radiations. So the 10 years, while some of it was easier, some of it wasn't. Anyway, what fuels healing over a period of 10 years? So I'd like to talk about it in the terms of the 5 elements, because we're here. And I brought 5 things that I talk about in my book. I did write a book about this healing journey. And so there were 5 aspects that I feel are critical to my process, the way that I healed, and the way that I integrated Dr. Chow's teaching. And I liken them to the elements so that you can remember what they were. And they relate. So the first one is fire. What do you think of when you think of the element of fire? Heat? Burn? Okay. Great. Passion. I think of passion and fuel. Okay, so the first element is belief in possibility and hope. Now, okay, here's the thing. So Dr. Chow was the catalyst in the hope, but I did have a click moment I told you guys I'd come back to. And when I was little, okay, you know, and I studied, and my dad was really instrumental in teaching me about quantum theory. And I'll never forget the day he said, Isabel, do you realize what this means? And I was 8 years old, sipping a banana milkshake, and I'm like, I know, Dad, I know this is a rhetorical question, so I'm not going to answer. And what he was telling me about was the double slit experiment and the wave-particle paradox and the dual aspect of nature, of matter, and specifically the observer effect. How consciousness influences outcome. It's just the highest level. How consciousness influences outcome. And in that moment that Dr. Chow said, choose to live, I was like, yeah, I get it. Because I saw that. I saw myself reaching into this quantum void or something and making the wave collapse, making it happen. I saw it for a second, and then it just was gone, and I couldn't articulate it, and that's part of why I decided to write a book, so I could see if I could figure that one out. But belief in possibility and hope. Because every single woman that I joined that cancer support group with at that time is gone now. I became so close to women that I had to say goodbye to. So, and also, when the entire Western medical paradigm tells you something is not possible, that is a powerful force to reckon with. That force reverberated in places in me I didn't even know existed. And so on the one hand, I've got Dr. Chow incubating this understanding that I can heal. I've got my own crazy thoughts like maybe I can, but everywhere else I went was like, oh, isn't she cute or stupid to think that she could heal from stage 4 cancer? And you feel this. And so this fueled participation in my wellness and the willingness to do what it takes. I always told Dr. Chow it was a lot of work. This is a lot of work. She says, no, it is the play. And it is play. Think of it as play. And to this day, I look forward to the moment where I can interpret it as play. And I know I'll get there. I'm very excited for this not to be work anymore. The second aspect, earth, nourishment, earth, decide to live and have a reason for it. Now, it is okay if you don't want to live, and Dr. Chow talked about that too, will help you die well, okay? But if you do choose that you want to live, have a reason. Now, in that moment, my reason was like, I got to write this book because I have all this stuff to write down. But I also just knew I wasn't done yet. It was just, I remember saying to my friend once in my living room, I'm like, I'm not done yet. And so that's all I'll say about number 2. Number 3, accept and embrace death. When I was in my late teens, early 20s, I read the book, the Tibetan Book of the Living and Dying, and I was just blown away. I was just, how they revered death. I was like, this is so different from our culture, that it's taboo and all these things, and that you can't even talk about it. And so I became obsessed with finding out what happens when we die. And I did all these research on near-death experiences and the afterlife. And then when my father died, I was like, I know he's still with me. I know I can feel him here. So I know the spirit doesn't die. This is just something I know. I can't prove it, right? But it is. And I remember really thinking hard after he died, and you said something in your presentation, Mary, about Dr. Chow said she turned to air. And I remember one day being like, where is he? Where is he? Oh, I think he's on the other side of air. And so, okay, it's one thing to postulate your death from the dreamy distance of your imagination and your books. I love books. It's a different thing when it's right there. And it's like, oh, hello. And so I'm not going to say it was easy, and it didn't happen overnight. But I came to the place where I decided I am going to go all in to living, but if it's my time to die, it's not my choice. If it's my time to die, it's not my choice. And hey, look, you know what? Death is not a failure. It's a promotion, right? And embracing death was my secret sauce, really, to all of this. And so the third element is water. Flow like water. Be like water is what Dr. Chow used to always say. Be like water. And this is where I'll say, go all in, yet unattached to the outcome. And I did all of the parts of the Dr. Chow's integrated system. I did Qigong every day for 3 hours. I did the acupressure points. I did the Qi mission with her. I did acupuncture. I did meditations. I mean, I did it all. And breathing, nutrition. And this was where doing the work became the way. And it's when it kind of all really congealed for me. And, you know, again, like I said earlier about my Western mind, I grew up taking Advil at the first sign of let me pop some Advil. And it took some training, but when I learned how to use Qigong to remove pain, I had a lot of headaches as a side effect of chemo and stuff, and the back fracture. When I learned how to use Qigong to relieve pain and not go first to a pill, it's like I became superhuman. I was like transformed. I was like, this is powerful. This is self-empowerment. Like to think that I can first heal myself before I have to go to medicine, and medicine is very, very needed, and I needed it lots of times. But that kind of transformation was extremely powerful. And the last one is wood. And when I think of wood, I think of growth and nourishment, and my element for that is love, not fight. Now, in the cancer industry, they tout a fight. Fight that cancer, battle that, crush it, you know. And so you got to sort of remove yourself from that, and you got to remove yourself from that and sort of just remember that love is the only thing that heals, and it's the only thing with the kind of nourishment that will heal you. And this is where cell babies. For those of you who work with Dr. Chow, she used to always talk about our cell babies. The trillions of cells in the body, and they're constantly regenerating themselves. And so in a week, in a month, in a year, your organs are all replaced by new cells. So what does that mean? Your cells are babies. What do babies need? Nourishment, love, and praise. And so, okay, I started talking to my cells. And I started sending them love and saying, okay, I'm here, I'm listening, I love you, even you, cancer cells, what are you telling me? Let me listen. I want to sit here and I want to listen and I want to love you. And I could love other people super easily. But this was about loving myself. This was like a whole new avenue for me. And so that was the beginning of a true inner dialogue happening in my body. When I sat down and I listened and I talked to my cells, I began to tune into my body. And that was another transformation point. So, belief and possibility and hope, fire. Decide to live and have a strong reason, earth. Oh, I forgot to say that the embrace death is metal. So I think of metal as strong and resilient. And go all in, yet unattached to the outcome, is water. And another thing you said about being comfortable with being uncomfortable. I mean, that is something that I've written chapters and chapters about, because when you go through all the things that I've gone through, like, it is about embracing being comfortable when you're uncomfortable and releasing your attachment to need to like something or dislike something. I mean, how often I like this, I don't like that. How often is that actually eroding us instead of just sitting there and being neutral with it? And so that really resonated with me. And also the whole dual aspect of nature and yin and yang, that life is paradox and life is uncertainty. But the upshot of uncertainty is opportunity, right? Is possibilities. It's possibilities. So in closing, I can say, okay, so while it's a giant reward that I am alive, and I feel wonderful, and I can't wait to start part 2 of my life, and I really have Dr. Chow to thank for it, and multiple people who supported me along the way, and now Dr. Chang. What I can say is that that's not actually the real gift from this. It's not the real reward. The real gift is that I'm whole. I am whole. And I finally reached the freedom I wrote about as a 4-year-old. The freedom of the mind, not dependent on circumstance, not dependent on outcomes. And so I will die. We'll all die. I don't know how long I'll be living. And that's not really the point. The point is, I rather live whole than not, right? And so that, to me, is true integrated healing. And I'm going to leave you with a quote. This is my favorite of Dr. Chow's quotes, because I think it really sums up what a patient needs to know. Giving individuals the power to determine and manage their own health and destinies is the secret of true healing. And so she was teaching me patiently and quietly all along the way, but she allowed me to believe that I came up with things, that I thought of things. And because of that self-empowerment, you step into the participatory role in a participatory universe. So, thank you.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that very personal, very touching, at the same time, very empowering presentation. And so, every creature, as we believe, whether that's nature or animals, we're all connected, and people are connected. And Isa, just by sharing your personal experience, you inspire all of us. And because I know we have cancer patients right here, and it's quite a learning experience. but also very inspiring. You're so brave in sharing your personal story and your healing journey. So for that, we thank you. Another round of applause for Isa's presentation. And our next presenter, as I said, all nature, all the living creatures are connected. So our next presentation is very, very special and unique. The presenter is Dr. Cheryl Swartz, and her topic is Animals Healing with Peace, and using holistic medicine treating animals. So let's welcome Dr. Cheryl Swartz's presentation virtually.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the presentation of Integrative Medicine for the 2023 World Qigong Congress and for the 50-year celebration of Dr. Alex Feng and Jidao Guan. Thank you for letting me be part of this. I'm very honored. And I wanted to do this because I want to honor the animals for their role in integrative medicine and upholding Qigong around the world and around the planet. So I've been a holistic veterinarian since 1979, and I've been in practice for 45 years. I was one of the original members of the American Veterinary Holistic Medical Association, and when we first started, there were maybe 50 participants. These days, there are thousands of veterinarians around the world who are practicing acupuncture, acupressure, herbal medicine, homeopathy, energy field work, and nutrition, and a lot of different integrative therapies. And I'm very happy to say that we are being more noticed and included in the veterinary profession. Yay! So this is a presentation to share some of my patient stories with you and to honor the animals in their role in the world today. When the COVID pandemic started and we were not able to see patients in person all that much, and certainly the humans had to stay out in the car while their animals were brought into the clinic, I started to do online consults with my clients and patients, and I used my experience and my ability to visualize the meridians on the animals, the energy fields from working with the animals all this time, and to establish connections with the animals and their humans on the computer. And it evolved over a period of time, not only through the actual pandemic, but now this post-pandemic, if you can call it that, as we're re-emerging into a changed consciousness of the world. And the animals are playing a wonderful role. They helped us through difficult times when sometimes they were our only companions. And they helped to share love and connection between us and around us. So here's some of their stories. Let me share the screen here. Great. So this is Mr. Morris. And Mr. Morris is about 7 years old. He has a history of chronic nasal obstruction. He was on the street and in the backyard of my now client, who is also an acupressure student. And she took Mr. Morris in a couple of years ago, and he's always had terrible breathing and not being able to breathe. He had been on antibiotics for several years, and they're no longer being efficient. So she contacted me to see what else we could do. And the first thing we recommended was vaporizing. And here's the bathroom with the vaporizer, the steam coming up in the bathroom. And here's Mr. Morris laying on a pad near the vaporizer, accepting the steam. So he has several sessions of steam a day, and we did this for several months until he didn't want them anymore and didn't need them. It helped to open up the nasal passages. We used a couple of drops of essential oil. Cats are very sensitive to essential oils. And we used lavender and helichrysum. And Mr. Morris loved the sessions. This is Mr. Morris before an acupressure session, and what I wanted to show you is his hair sticking out on both sides. And this is known as the erectopili muscles, hard to say, where the skin surface gets muscle spasms and the hair sticks out. So it shows stagnation and spasms in that area, which is right behind the diaphragm. This is Mr. Morris after the acupressure session that was done online or in person with his human, and see how the hair lays down. This is Miss Patty Pat. Miss Patty Pat is 13 years old. I think she's a total beauty. And she has chronic digestive issues. She was diagnosed with inflammatory bowel syndrome, and she has either erratic appetite or vomiting of bile or phlegm, or she has issues with the stool where it's too loose and it sputters and spatters all over, or she can have terrible constipation. So Miss Patty Pat loves the energy work online, and I connect with her through the ether of the airwaves, and we just do sending of points and moving the energy. This is a quote from my client saying right after the telehealth session, Miss Patty Pat had the firmest bowel movement of the week, and even after eating wet food. And then she zipped around and played with gusto. She loves her energy sessions. This is Cubby and Maureen. Maureen's the person. And Cubby has been my patient for a very long time, since she was a puppy. She's now over 10 years old. And she was having surgery to remove a tumor from her side, a mast cell tumor behind her front legs on her rib cage. And I set up a session with Cubby before the surgery to help calm the energy field and support her for the anesthetic and the surgery. This is Maureen talking after, after the surgery, when she brought Cubby in.
We had to go in for a mast cell tumor surgery, and I saw Cheryl ahead of time for a video telehealth appointment. And I don't know how this works, but Cubby sat through it. I touched her. Cheryl told me what to do and felt what was going on with her. And after it was over, Cubby slept soundly, just like after an acupuncture appointment. And when she woke up, she was so frisky and feeling good. I don't know how it works, but it works. Thanks.
This is Mr. Watson. I keep switching where my face is here. Mr. Watson is 7 years old, and he has a history of being attacked by a coyote outside that damaged his front left leg. My client took him from a neighbor where the cat was not happy, and he did want to move in with my client. And my client dealt with the bite wounds on the front left leg that were healed, but he didn't have much use of that front leg. A couple of years later, Mr. Watson developed hind leg paralysis. This is a situation that was diagnosed as what they call a saddle thrombus, which means there's a blood clot at the ends of the aorta, creating paralysis to the hind legs. Usually the cats either succumb at that point, or they're treated with high levels of prednisone. The clot moves away, but they don't have use of the hind legs. My patient was very lucky. He started to recover. My client took him home and started working with a colleague of mine who does energy work called psychomotor technique that works with the muscle chains and the various energy fields that include emotions and history of trauma. He was able to get Watson to a certain place, and then he asked for my assistance to be part of the team. So here I am with Watson doing Qigong energy acupressure, and I'm happy to say that after working with him, now it's gone over a year, Mr. Watson not only is having great use of his hind legs, but he's also using the front leg. So it's not totally normal, but he's using the front paw to push off, and he can get up and down the stairs and around the house, and he even bullies the other cat in the house. So thank you, colleague. Thank you, Watson. Thank you, client. We're just going to move this around right here. And this is Cody. Cody is 13 right here, and Cody has skin issues. Cody's been my patient for a really long time, and just starting with COVID, we started seeing him online. Now, in most holistic medicine, including Chinese medicine, we believe that the skin and the intestines are like inside out from each other, so they're totally connected. And with food sensitivities and allergies to food, you get skin issues. So the heat on the inside comes to the heat in the skin. And we've been working with Cody with digestive issues using something called NutriScan, which tests for food sensitivities so that we know the best diets. We work with acupressure. My client cooks him amazing food using a desiccator and uses a raw diet. And together, we're helping Cody. Here's Cody at 13. Yay, Cody. This is my niece and nephews and their dog, Alma. Alma is a 2-year-old wonderful dog, and she's totally athletic, and Alma lives to eat and also to play and run. So Alma has no discretion around eating and will eat anything. This is her with her 2-year-old birthday treat, and about a couple of months later, I get a call from my brother and sister-in-law. There's something wrong with Alma. She's sitting and she's just kicking out her back legs and kicking all over, and she doesn't want to move. Her eyes are glazed. What's going on? And in talking them down or talking to them, I found out that the kids were feeding Alma walnuts along with yogurt and different scraps. My brother was also involved in this. Now, walnuts can be toxic to dogs, especially in large amounts. I didn't know if this was toxin related or just total indigestion, because her kicking out at the back legs are part of gas pain in the abdomen or pain in the abdomen that she's trying to get rid of. She also is coming into heat, so there could be pain or irritation from the uterus, just like women get before their period. Anyhow, what we did was we worked with Qigong energy, along with calling up poison control and having my family who live in Tennessee go on their way to the emergency clinic. In the meantime, we worked with energy along the conception vessel, the chest and the abdominal midline, working with points on the paws, on the front and hind paws called the 4 gates, and also on the sides of the body with the gallbladder meridian and a spleen point, and offering the dog chamomile tea. Well, lo and behold, Alma moved out of it. So I was so happy that she didn't have to go to the emergency clinic. Thank you, complementary medicine and the energy field. This is Mr. Winslow, and Mr. Winslow is an older cat, actually the cat in the household with Watson. And Winslow has kidney issues, hypothyroid, chronic herpes in his eyes, and chronic nasal obstruction. So he's got a myriad of things, and my client loves him and does amazing things with him, including having practitioners like me over to do acupuncture and energy work. So Winslow was doing okay, and then he started to have blood pressure issues, probably from the kidney, and the practitioner used upping the thyroid medication to try to decrease the blood pressure. This did not work so well, and all of a sudden, Winslow was having issues as he was walking around. He would lose consciousness almost and fall over. When I saw Winslow, I felt that he was out of his body and that we needed to readjust the Western meds because he was not sustaining enough blood pressure for life. So we used acupuncture, and I sent him back to his regular vet to readjust the medication, and now Winslow is doing much better. This is me and Peppy, and she was a 14-year-old quarter horse who was with me for about 5 years, and she had metabolic issues, which means that she would overeat and create soreness in her feet and muscles and be sick. So we did a lot of work together, and here's me and Pepe doing energy work. And I want you to take a look at the picture and tell me who's doing energy work on whom. Definitely, you were part of the same energy field. Thank you, Pepe. And I wanted to end this little tour of my client stories, my patient stories, with introducing you to Lulu. And Lulu is 14 years old. She's a social butterfly, and she's all over the place. And Lulu, who belongs to my dear clients and friends, who's an avid hiker, started to not want to go on the trail. And she would just sit down and not move. My clients who totally adore Lulu did all kinds of diagnostics and wound up at the cardiologist who told them that Lulu was having heart attacks and her heart was stopping. Lulu got a dog pacemaker put in. So Lulu was the first dog I know with a doggy pacemaker. And this was months ago, and Lulu responded wonderfully. Her energy was out on walks again until a few weeks ago when she started to not be so happy. And my clients then noticed that there was blood in the urine. So before taking her to their veterinarian for a whole urinary workup, which they will do, she wasn't showing any signs of a bladder infection. It was just blood in the urine. And I looked at Lulu, and I just knew from looking at her that there was a circulatory issue. So Lulu runs around all the time, and it would be hard to sit still. And in Chinese medicine, there's a syndrome where when the heart is working overtime, that heat gets developed, and the heat gets spilled over into other organ systems in the body. The end product can be issues with blood in the stool or blood in the urine. I felt this is what's going on with Lulu. So we did Qigong. And I didn't want to do acupuncture because with heart issues, things can get out of hand really fast. And I wanted to be as gentle as possible. So I felt Qigong was the way to go. And Lulu, who runs all over the place, literally sat at my feet while I did this. And I want to end showing you a video of the Qigong exercise that we use to calm Lulu's heart. Before showing you this, I want you to know that my clients during the whole thing finally realized that several weeks before they had brought Lulu to the cardiologist to readjust the pacemaker. And my feeling was that they upped the pacemaker too much. And that what basically happened was the pacemaker was creating too much heat in the heart, and that they would need to readjust the pacemaker to make Lulu comfortable. So here's the video. It's an exercise that Marissa Cranfield teaches called the hardest rhythmic organ. And it goes like this, and you can do it with you bring your hands to the top of your head, feeling your shoulder blades, and you literally hum the fingers of your heart. Use the hands back and forth. This is the rhythm of the heart in the upper chakras. Then you go down to your chest in front of your heart into the center. Remember to feel your shoulder blades. If you feel your shoulder blades, you're activating the back part of your arms, which is the small intestine meridian, and that's coupled with the heart. Then bring it down to your core, in front of your belly button, and your back is leading into the center, and you do the same thing. So thank you for your attention to this, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to do a presentation.
Well, I'll be.
Switch. Turn on the switch.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Well, on behalf of the 23rd World Congress, I would like to thank Dr. Schwartz for expanding our knowledge base, our horizon, and for sharing her clinical experience with our little animals. And they're just like us. They're responding to alternative medicine, to Qigong, and, of course, love. So for your work, Dr. Schwartz, in healing animals. And on behalf of the World Congress, we have Dr. Griffin to present a special award to you. Yes.
This is an award presented to you, Dr. Chow Schwartz, as Animal Integrative Health Healer of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Griffin. So how do you all enjoy the presentation so far? Isn't that wonderful? We have this World Congress, Dr. Chow has established this platform, so for all the healers and practitioners from diverse backgrounds to collaborate, to share. And as you can see from yesterday's presentations, and healers, researchers, and scientists and educators from different career paths, different angles, sharing their healing work and their research, and truly will benefit not only other practitioners and the general public as a whole. So we have 2 more presentations to go. And our next presenter, it's a very, very special friend of Dr. Effie Chow and also the World Congress, and Miss Maria Volka, and she's truly a very special friend. And I had the opportunity to meet her in person in Rome when Dr. Chow and myself organized the Qigong on high sea when we did that celebrity cruise to Europe. So in Rome, Marissa was so gracious, and her whole family came to town. We actually had a wonderful dinner right by the Coliseum, and so that was a very memorable experience. Marissa's contribution to traditional Chinese medicine was in the fact that she brought traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture to mainstream in the medical field in Rome, Italy. And actually, she is a healer. She offers her services to hospitals in Rome, and she truly has helped so many cancer patients, and also, of course, educated mainstream practitioners, medical professionals in Italy to integrate alternative medicine into the mainstream medical practice. So for that, we thank her for her work. So let's hear her presentation.
Everybody, my name is Marisa Vodka. Probably a lot of people that is here at the conference know me because I was the Italian representative during all the last 15 years, from 2008 when I met for the first time Dr. Effie Chow. We became friends and we used to call us sisters. I was so in love with Effie Chow that I wanted to participate this time, but I couldn't come to San Francisco, so I'm sending this video to you. And my purpose of this video is to let you know and to introduce my experience with Qigong teaching in integrative medicine. I think Qigong is very, very important in integrative medicine. That's why for many, many years I worked in Italy introducing Qigong to the medical doctors and to the official organizations of Western medicine. I believe that Qigong is so important as partner of Western medicine, and I want you to know why I believe so. First of all, I introduce myself. I teach Qigong from when I was very young. I started in 1994, and I started practicing Qigong in 1988 when I was 18 years old. I went to China. I studied Qigong in China with my master Yang Yizhong. He died in 2017, but he has been a second father for me. So I was very, very fond of him. I loved him so much that I used to go back to China, even not living there. I used to go back to China every year or at last at least every 2 years, to study with him and to go deep in Qigong practice and in all the theory behind and Qigong medicine. I organized also 4 conferences here in Italy, many conferences, but 4 international conferences when also Dr. Chow came to Italy, and also Master Alex Feng and many other presenters that probably are presenting even this year at the Congress. They also came to Italy for the international conferences of Qigong organized in Rome. Well, teaching Qigong in the last 30 years, I worked with many doctors, and I had the opportunity to enter in one of the biggest hospitals in Rome to teach Qigong for cancer patients. This has been the most important experience for me, because in the last part of my life, I also had experience of Qigong and cancer on myself. But this is past now, so I don't want to talk about this because a lot of you know about my results with Qigong in the cancer. Then maybe if I have time, I'll let you know something more. But now I'm fine, completely healed, and I'm much more motivated in teaching Qigong in this field, because I know that is much more important than what it was before for myself and for the others that practices together with me. So let's start from the beginning. Why Qigong is important together with medical Western medicine? Well, Western medicine, as all of you know, treats the disease normally. Chinese medicine and Qigong cares for the person. Western medicine treats the sick part of the body, while Chinese medicine nourishes the healthy part of the body, and so help the body to fight against the disease. In the Western medical system, the patient entrusts his sick body completely to the doctor and do nothing beside waiting for the doctor or the pills to work on him or her. For Chinese medicine, it's the opposite. The person is at the center of the health, together with the doctor, and takes care of his body and mind. So the practice of Qigong makes the person more aware and active, also becoming very helpful for the doctors. We know all how important is the cure and the care of the person during a healing, because the healing, the traditional healing from Western medicines could be very painful for the person. So Qigong can help the person to avoid or diminish radically the side effects of the cures. So why Qigong in integrative therapy? When you discover a disease, and here my experience talks before myself, when you discover a disease, the first thing that happens is being full of emotions that you have to manage, otherwise you don't go anywhere. You can feel scared, very scared. You can feel anxious. You can feel depressed. But very angry also, because you got the disease and you think you don't deserve it. So what is important in Qigong practice at the beginning is to let the person get to accept the disease and to recognize the disease as a language of the body and a language of the soul through the disease. So the body is telling something to us. It's telling that maybe the style of life, the stress is too much, the style of life is not the right one for yourself, or maybe the role you have in life is not the right one of yourself. Maybe you're doing something too much, too stressing, or maybe you're eating, your diet is not perfect and you have to change. So the disease, at the moment you accept it, it becomes something precious for yourself. And this awareness is very, very easy to get if you practice Qigong. Because practicing Qigong, you learn to listen to your body and to accept the messages of your body. So, first of all, Qigong helps the patients and help the person to accept the situation and to start working on it. And can be only better. Then you decide to be healed. And so you go to the doctor and you ask to the doctor what you have to do or which is the right therapy for yourself. And normally the Western therapy is something that is very poisoned. And even the therapy, even the beginning of the therapy is stressful for the body and for the person. So another important thing of Qigong practice is that, as I said before, is that let you be open to cooperate with the doctor in your own healing. And you can diminish completely, drastically, importantly, the side effects of the drugs, but you can also help the doctor to understand which is the right dosage of the drug for yourself, because you can reduce enormously the dosage of the drugs and so the side effects of the drugs. Practicing Qigong. Another thing that is important to know is that Qigong can help you with the addiction to the drugs. Because drugs, yes, give you the side effects, but some of the side effects, if you leave yourself to them, can be addictive. So, you know that in the United States, but all over the world, addiction to drugs, to painkillers, is itself a big problem for a lot of people. And Qigong can take the pain away completely. During my disease, I had terrible pains because I had broken vertebrae, I had broken ribs, I had fracture in the pelvic bone. So, can you understand how big the pains could be for myself? Well, I started with the right practice, right technique of practice that was walking Qigong, most of you probably know, and I could walk up to 4 or 5 kilometers doing the walking Qigong, doing the Guan Qigong and meditation, walking meditation, and I didn't use any painkiller. They gave me opioids, they gave me morphine. It didn't work, and I decided to stop it completely. And in a few days, I could fight my pains completely, no pain at all for a few hours, and then start again working and start again fighting the pains. So, taking the pain away to people who is fighting with cancer, fighting with chirurgical operation, fighting with depression and the emotions, is something that is so important. And the doctors can help you only with pills, and the pills can give you good side of effect, but they can give you bad side of effects. So in integrative oncology, Qigong, I think, is a must. Qigong is a must for many reasons. And another important thing that Qigong can give to you is feeling the time that you spend, you as a patient, cancer patient in my case, but in the case of all the patients I work with, can feel the time that goes from one medical appointment to the next medical appointment. Because the patients at home, they are left alone with their problems, left alone with the side effects for long, long time, made of hours, thousands of minutes, many, many thousands of seconds. And when you are in pain for side effects of the drugs, waiting for the doctor to receive you and to give you help, that time is so long that if you have Qigong practice, you can help yourself straight away in few minutes, fighting the side effects and feeling much, much stronger. Stronger to fight the disease, stronger to fight the pain, stronger to be yourself and live instead of surviving up to the next appointment. So Qigong during the therapy as integrative technique of therapy, it's what let you live instead of surviving, which is something that is incredibly different. Surviving is just waiting for somebody to help you. Living means that while you cure your disease, you can do everything. You can do sports, you can see friends, you can look at a movie and not feeling in pain. You can be concentrated and reading a book. And it's all so important, even during the therapy, that Qigong becomes the most precious technique in integrative therapy. Also for this, living instead of surviving. And the other important thing is that Qigong can heal. So you become aware of the natural virtues that you have in your body. You become aware to the fact that you can heal yourself while the doctor is healing that little part of your body that is sick, because the cancer most of the times are small part of your body, a small percentage, but is so painful and so difficult to do for the doctors, while practicing Qigong is even easier because you start working on yourself, on your body, being inside your body, so you know yourself much better than the doctors do. You know your sensations, you know your side effects much better than what the doctor knows. The doctor knows because they study. You know what you feel because you live inside yourself. You are your body, you are your mind, you are your soul. And working all together in a practice, in a Qigong practice, working together, body, mind, spirit, is something that make life be wonderful, even if you're sick, even during the disease. I never stopped doing my things. I never stopped teaching the others, and I never stopped living. I never survived. I felt that I lived fully all my life, even during the disease. I was walking for 5 kilometers every time with a walking Qigong in beautiful park. I was doing my stretching Qigong. I was doing my meditation. I used to practice 4-5 hours a day, and this is what I teach to the patients. The more you practice, the fastest is the cure. So self-healing and self-managing of the body, of the soul, is what makes Qigong miraculous, really important in life. But then another thing, while you practice and during the practice and after the practice, you feel that you know yourself much better. So you know much more what is good for you, who is good for you. And Qigong helps you to be aware in your life about what is really good in your life for yourself. Avoiding all the bad things in style of life, adjusting the body, adjusting the diet, adjusting the food is good for you. That is very important. Adjusting the breathing. Because the doctor can help you with pills, can help you with the pain, can help you with the diet sometimes. But the doctors don't know anything about how important is working with the breathing, working with your own soul and your awareness. So we can teach a lot to the medical professionals. We can teach the breathing is the priority. And changing the breathing in the techniques of Qigong makes the difference. Otherwise, Qigong is gymnastic. Otherwise, Qigong is just a pause in life with the meditation, breathing, together with the right movement and the right posture, together with the awareness and the relaxation of the body. And be in the center, inside yourself with the mind, in the moment, now and here. Every moment of your healing is something that only Qigong all together can give to you. Can give you the right practice, right posture, can give the right breathing technique, can give you the right adjustment in sleeping, in eating, can give you the way of living fully your life instead of surviving to disease and to the therapy. So, some of you know that after 2 years, less than 2 years from my complete regression of the cancer, I was not only walking 10 kilometers a day, not only swimming 2, 3, up to 4 kilometers every 3 times a week. And I was swimming in the sea for a long time. I was reading lots of books, so concentration went back, so vitality went back. And now I started already traveling again, sitting and walking. At the beginning I couldn't even sit because of the pains. So I had to train my body to sit, I had to train my body to walk, I had to train my body to get concentrated to read books and to write. And I started to write books because now I know that I have to tell my story and I have to let a lot of people in the world how important is Qigong. And I think now this is a responsibility all of us have. And I let you know why. And I need to dedicate a few minutes for this. Dr. Chow has done a huge work in the world, not only in the United States for Qigong, but in the world, together with me and together with a lot of you presenters and a lot of practitioners. But Dr. Chow was only one person. I've done so much in Qigong and in Qigong study research here in Italy. I've done so much with my experience with cancer and Qigong in cancer in my 30 years of experience. And I want to do much more in the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. I don't know how long I will live. And I'm one person too. Can you imagine how much all of us together, all of us around the world can do to change the world through our practice of Qigong? Can you imagine how much we can educate the people to the awareness, to the right style of life, to the peace inside the heart, to friendship and to living life fully through Qigong, instead of surviving day by day to work, to stress, to diseases. We can make the difference. We can really make the difference. And if we are together, we can make a huge difference around the world. So I pray to all of you to do your best, knowing and researching and going deep in Qigong. We can make the difference, and we can make the difference much more if we are together. So I really hope we all carry on organizing conference, telling our stories, facing diseases, facing the situations around with the power we have, knowing Qigong practice and knowing the precious tool of Qigong practice and Qigong theory. So we have a big responsibility. We don't have only inner power to heal ourselves. We don't have only a inner power to face our own life, but we have an amazing tool, an amazing responsibility to help the others. And if we are 100, 1,000, if we are 10 in our community, we can make the difference, forming other people together with us to help other people around. We can make huge, huge difference, carrying on teaching Qigong, carrying on helping the other. So I don't want to be too long with this talk, because I know there are a lot of interesting talks. And this is only a video. I tried to come to San Francisco for this conference. I really wanted, but the flight is so long. And the travel is so expensive that with the same amount of money, I could help a lot of people here around. It's only this that stopped me. Besides the fact that my body that is getting everywhere, is getting everywhere again. I'll let you know if I have 1 minute how I move. But just believe Qigong is so precious that we have the responsibility to spread it. We have the responsibility to give our experience to the full world. And if you want to visit me, if you want to come to Italy, if you want to invite me, if you want me and my experience as a help, don't hesitate to contact me. Because what I've done with cancer, what I've done with helping the others, I'm sure you can do it, but together we are much stronger. And I will organize something more here in Italy. So please contact me if you want to be in touch, and I let you know every event that I organized. If you want to come, if you want to join online, if you want to know my story fully, I'll tell you everything. Just remember, I was so sick. I was so full of cancer in the bones, from the head to the leg. All my bones were full of cancer, was hidden by the cancer. And in 10 days, only Qigong, before I started the therapy, in 10 days, my cancer went down, I don't know the word in English, came back of 40%, only in 10 days before I started the treatments. So we can do a lot with Qigong. Of course, it's not a present that nature gave you if you don't do your work. I used to work 4-5 hours a day, at least, to get better. But this part-time, this full-time job on yourself give you so much, so huge result that is really worth to do it. So please, I really want all of you to be in contact with me. I really want all of you to know my full story, to be motivated, to do your own best, to be even better than me. I know that I'm not the best. Probably the best master heal himself or herself in 1 minute, and I've done it in few months. But few months of Qigong gave me back my life fully, my travels, my vitality. I gave myself back to my family. I gave myself back to my children. They were too young to have a mother that was dying. So, how precious is this Qigong? I have to say thanks to all of you that came to Italy to my conference, and they say thanks to Dr. F. Chow, because She taught me one important thing. She taught me to tell my story. She used to say to myself, you do miracles in your life with Qigong. Don't be modest. Tell your stories. Tell the people the miracles you do, because it's important. Your example is important. So please, all of you, we do miracles every day with Qigong. Tell your stories. Don't keep the secrets. And help the others, as I do full time. And if you need help, I'm ready to help. All my love to all of you, and I really hope to meet you again in next future. Here in Italy, there in the United States, everywhere in the world, while practicing, while traveling, while enjoying life. Ciao. Ciao from Rome.
What a remarkable story Marisa has shared with us. And, I had a good fortune to met not only her, but her entire family. I have to say, she's absolutely right. She has 2 beautiful children, and they're young. And imagine the ordeal she has gone through without learning Qigong, and she wouldn't have her life back to be a mother, and of course, to be a healer. And the other important message I think I learned from this presentation from Maritza is to teach our healthcare professionals in Qigong. Because during this COVID, as you all know, if you're working on the front line as the healthcare professionals, and you are basically exhausted, your time, your energy, caring for the others. But you have to take care of yourself first, right, as healthcare professionals, and so you can take care of others. So for Maritza, and I know you're watching this, and on behalf of the World Congress 23rd, and we have a special award presented to you by no one but Dr. Chen.
Marisa, this award is for you, Master Marisa, for Model of Miraculous Qigong Healing of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. And you're all remarkable healers in treating cancer patients with Qigong and traditional Chinese medicine. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Well, we have one more presentation to go. And as part of our Day 2 23rd World Congress, Dr. Ted Sibit, and it's a TCM practitioner, and also he's a Qigong practitioner, and he's the director and also founder of Inner Strength. So let's welcome Dr. Ted Sibit.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ted Sibit, and I'm coming to you from the mountains in Pennsylvania at my clinic and where I teach. So pleased to be here with you all, and I wish I could have been there in person, but things didn't work out. I'm hoping that maybe next year or the year after that would be possible. But it's been probably, as for a lot of you, a very busy year. And I wanted to talk to you about how I integrate naturopathy, traditional naturopathy, and medical Qigong, and how I use that in cancer care. So how did I get interested in this? Well, fortunately, unfortunately, depending on how you want to view things in life, how they become your teachers when you go through different types of, let's say, experiences. That's a nice word. I've been researching cancer ever since I was 17, 18. When I was 17, I got bone cancer. And it was a long stint in the hospital, a little over 3 months, 7 different operations, and I'm good. But it piqued my interest in how the body, at such a young age, could develop something so deadly. And so, on my own, because I love to read and I love to research, I just started investigating how the body really starts to develop cancer, what you can do about it. And obviously I see a lot of cancer patients here, and that becomes probably the driving force, is becoming involved in these people's lives and becoming the place where they can go to rebuild their microbiome and keep the weight on as they go through chemotherapy and radiation, keeping the body healthy. And there's basically 3 different pillars of healthcare that I'm going to go through with you today. These are my backbones. These are my backbones of what I do almost with every single cancer patient. And obviously, each patient is going to be individualized, but there are certain things that I like to install, and we're going to go over why I think that they work. And then this does not lead into any customization at all for whatever type of cancer that you're coming. But regardless of the cancer, these are the 3 pillars that I invoke. And so one of the things that I'm very adamant about is good blood work. And so I don't insist, but I strongly suggest that before people start down the journey of doing chemotherapy, radiation, and/or surgery, or whatever combination that we're doing here, that we have really good blood work. And not just CMP14 and CBC, but I really want to look at a lot of inflammatory markers, as many as I possibly can, lactate and pyruvate levels, serum creatine kinase, looking for things that are going to affect the mitochondria later on, homocysteine levels, hormone panels, high sensitivity CRP, all those basic things that I think should be run as a foundational baseline before we actually go in there and start to change things through some very strong drugs, change things through surgeries, and creating, in a lot of ways, much more inflammation, because it's really about the inflammation that I think is one of the roots of the problem here, if not the major root of the problem. And so controlling inflammation, working to reduce inflammatory factors, all the while keeping the body and the blood flow healthy as much as we can. Because remember, the blood in Chinese medicine controls the qi. It rides alongside. You can't separate them. And the Shin is in there too. So, it becomes very important in blood work to look at it from those 3 perspectives. So I just don't look at blood work from the perspective of, oh, you're in range, or you're high, or you're low. I'm looking at it, how that particular blood work is going to influence the qi, and how it's going to influence the Shin, and how that is going to talk synergistically to the whole person, and how we can keep that person as whole as possible. So before we go really any further, I want to make sure that because I don't know who is in the audience, because I'm obviously not there, but it would be imperative to have some understanding of some terminology that I'm going to be using. And the first word I want to make sure that everybody understands is these things called senescent cells. And senescent cells are kind of insidious. They have the nickname called zombie cells, so that tells you it's like a zombie apocalypse within the cellular structure. But what they basically do is they are parasitic, and they create inflammation, and that's the last thing you need when you're basically looking at an already inflammatory state. They eventually stop multiplying, but they don't die off when they should. They basically hang around and create just these junk piles of a mess in the cellular structure. And not only that, that would be bad enough, right? It's kind of like a lot of people have a lot of junk in their garage, right? And you try to find something and you have to navigate and get around. Well, that's what your immune system is trying to do with all these senescent cells. It's basically obstacles for them to be optimized in performance. So that's bad enough. that we have no clutter clearing at all going on in the body, because we know that chemotherapy and radiation are going to kill off a lot of cells, especially when it comes to the gut and to the microbiome, and that is why there is such difficulty in keeping weight on, because of the microbiome inflammation, the massive die-off of certain bacterium that are necessary for assimilation and processing, and none of that's getting cleaned up. And so, but the more insidious part about these senescent cells is they continue to release chemicals that trigger further inflammation within the body. And I think that is probably the thing cumulatively that happens a lot in cancer patients. This is my hypothesis. There is some evidence. I found a couple research studies that basically that they call it therapy-induced senescence. It can actually cause, and this is where it gets scary, can actually cause metastasis, relapse, and a lot of the side effects and adverse reactions that we see in cancer patients. So the senescent cells are largely responsible for the chemo not working, the radiation not working, or the person not being able to recuperate. So it's kind of like, I think we have to focus in on that. And this is what I've been trying to do the last couple of years, is to get those senescent cells out of the body, and I do have a strategy for that, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But the thing is that these senescent cells also can cause tumorigenesis, the proliferation, metastases, and immunosuppression. And, it's all about the immune system, people. I mean, that's why we look at the blood work so frequently to know whether or not we can dose again with another round of chemo. So this becomes, I think, one of the main core issues, is to get these senescent cells under control. Not only that, you're looking at tissue dysfunction and, rapid aging. And that's when I started studying anti-aging, because you can look at a lot of that great research that's coming out of Harvard and Yale and different places like that, and basically apply it into cancer therapy. And I don't know if, in fact, there is a lot of this cross application. But I like to think of, like I learned in Chinese medicine, everything's connected. Everything has to flow into another thing. One thing can invade another, one thing can rob another, one thing can put something out of balance, the whole yin and yang theory. And so I look at that, and I try to take the research in the Western periodicals and apply basically into yin and yang and come in with homeostasis. That's the very simple piece of this. So, and I guess we should just go right in to what I consider my first pillar. And there's another word that we need to become acquainted with, and that's autophagy. And we want to promote autophagy, and that declines as you age. So this is a process by which cells break down and they're destroyed, damaged, just old. They have abnormal protein structures and all these other things in the cytoplasm, which is the fluid inside the cell. This basically is a way that the body, pure genius, comes in and takes a look at senescent cells, for example, and it disassembles them all. It takes all the proteins away, disassembles the entire molecule, breaks it down into amino acids or even amines, and it then can recycle those things. Isn't that amazing? I just find that so amazing. It can recycle these things and for important cellular functions. So the body has its own junkyard that it can basically procure parts from and rebuild protein structures, which is pretty much every single cell. So when we realize this, we want to promote this autophagy, and especially when we start to have large cellular die-off. So how do we do that? Well, that's pillar one. There's a lot of research out there now. When does autophagy actually begin? And that's a very important question. Well, according to these early time restricted feedings, in other words, we're talking about intermittent fasting. That's where a lot of the study research comes from, is does intermittent fasting work? What effects does it have on the body? Is it a good thing? In this particular case, in the case of autophagy, it is a great thing. But we're also finding out from the research that autophagy starts about 18 hours into fasting. And this basically means that the only thing you've had is water up until this point. And we'll get into maybe one other substance that helps autophagy in a moment. But it really is about how we can induce this natural process. This is not something that we're forcing the body to do. This is something that they think, and I could think this theory through too, that when food was not in such an abundance and there wasn't, I don't know, in Pennsylvania it seems like we have a Dollar General like every quarter mile where you can stop in and get milk and snacks and groceries, and so we're never far, and they're open all the time, and we never had 24/7 convenience for food historically. So there was periods of time when there was these mini famines, and this is where they think that autophagy kicks in. And that's typically after the 18-hour mark. The 18 to 20-hour mark is when the process starts, not before that so much. That's kind of interesting because, you're really looking at getting if you're going to follow this tactic, you're really looking at, you don't want less calories. You want the same kilocalories. You don't want a cancer patient to lose weight. You want them to maintain the weight, or you possibly even gain a little bit of weight, right? So the idea is that you're going to get enough kilocalories in a 3 to 4 hour window, which is more like grazing, okay? There was a lot of research studies done in Canada on grazing. I'm not going to get into that, but it was actually something that they did and how it helped to stabilize blood sugar levels and all these kinds of different things. But this time-restricted feeding is what they typically call it, early time-restricted feeding. In other words, you're going to pick a time where you're going to get the most kilocalories in the shortest span. And for some people, that would be evening. Some people, that would be morning. You have to figure out what's going to work best for you. If I try to find out from the patient whether or not they can sleep on an empty stomach or not, because obviously sleep becomes a very important factor in this too. Some people can't sleep on an empty stomach. That's just a fact. So obviously, when they're going to get the majority of their calories is the evening, right? And so that may be at 7 p.m. or something like that, depending on bedtime schedules and rising schedules when you get up in the morning and so forth. So it really becomes finding out from the patient their lifestyle and how they work more optimally when they're healthy, and then continuing that process, just narrowing down so we can induce autophagy, right? So the other thing that happens is when we get off, ketones play a really big process in this, and ketones are kind of like the superheroes of the zombie apocalypse, right? They're the hero rushing in, and they're swooping in to save the day and kill off these pesky zombie cells. And so what we want to do is you can measure the ketones basically with pH strips that you can urinate on. And so that's obviously acidosis. So we can very easily tell by a simple at-home test when in fact you're moving into autophagy. It's kind of simple. It's not exact science, but it is for a home test a way to tell what you're casting off in the urine. So the other thing, we're still in pillar 1. The other thing that becomes very important is to keep the body moving. This, those who know me know I'm a big exercise buff. I believe in it. I believe in its healing powers, and mostly I think of it as circulation. I think of it as flow. I think of it as in the universe, when something is stopped or in stasis, it's dead. And so everything in the universe moves, from molecules to planets to galaxies, solar systems. Cellular structure is nothing different than that. And so I want to keep inducing movement, circulation within the body. And they actually found that one study, exercise intensity was more powerful in inducing autophagy than even fasting. Let that sink in. So what is one of the things that pretty much goes by the wayside when, in fact, we start on any kind of form of chemo, radiation? A lot of times the exercise goes down. And, that's kind of sad. So, we really want to encourage our patients, even if it's walking, to basically keep that circulation going, keeping the chi moving, right? Increasing lymphatic flow, vasodilation, all those kinds of different things becomes very important here, right? And the other thing that this is just a tip. One of the things that I encourage my people to do is to go, and there's many brand names of this, but I use a Tanita scale. It's just one of the brands that I found that really has it has percentage of body fat, it has percentage of muscle, it has percentage of water, it has bone density, it has the number of kilocalories you need to eat to maintain weight. So it's right there, one-stop packaging on helping the patient find out how many kilocalories they need to eat and then how much to maintain their weight. So we can be very scientific about that, and then we can also measure, are you getting enough water to flush? Are you getting enough of, these final, very important points of hydration, as well as what is your body fat and muscle ratios doing inside the body. So I typically, this is just me, when somebody starts chemo and radiation, I like to up their protein intake a little bit because there's a lot of protein synthesis going on in the rebuilding process. So I typically add in probably at least 15 to 30 grams of protein, depending on the size of the person, additionally to the maintenance kilocalories. So to me, that's just because of the enormous amount of protein that is going to be needed, and I want those raw materials available. So there's one other thing that I've found, and these are kind of like side tips, but one other thing has been shown to increase autophagy, and that's chaga mushrooms. So a lot of times when I have somebody starting this process, I'll have them start taking the mushrooms. I have some people do it in tea, some people do it in capsule. I don't really care how you do it, but I start including the chaga because it's very interesting. Now, how to gauge a person's exercise intensity? Well, we're going to use high intensity interval training, and this started in the 70s by the guy by the name Sebastian Coe, and he was like a 4-time Olympic gold medalist. He started this whole HIIT kind of programming, and the idea that you have to keep in mind, I'm not asking cancer patients to start running and cycling and swimming and doing those things. There's a thing called rate of perceived exertion, and basically that is, for me, and I try to make this very simple for people, working to the point where it feels difficult, it feels hard. And in that point, you are in that range where you're going to start autophagy, okay? And so the talk test is really your guide. Can you talk while you're exercising? Can you talk while you're walking, or is it difficult? Or are you only getting a sentence in or only a couple words before you have to take a break? That's all you have to know. You don't have to really do much else. And this HIT training for cancer patients, 20 minutes. That's really all we need. There's this whole new idea out there about the 10-minute walk after you eat, that in fact it helps the pancreas to produce, and it keeps glucose levels stabilized. It helps to reduce the A1A, all these different things that it can do, just a 10-minute walk after you eat. And it helps to stabilize blood sugar and all the things thereof. So that's another way that people can do this, is after they have their grazing, they can go out and do a little bit of walk, and then they can come back and maybe eat a little bit more to get the kilocalories that they need. So that becomes something that I think can be very doable relative to the person, relative to their physical performance. All these factors can be placed in, and we can find something to work for this person, okay? One other tip about autophagy, and this is something that I always do before my workouts. A lot of people have pre-workout drinks, right? And I never used them. I never thought that I needed to purchase in the expense of them all, and some of them are quite expensive. I have found plain old black coffee to be probably one of the best. Black coffee releases the free fatty acids. It doubles, usually 1 hour after a cup, and it can remain elevated for 4 hours. So during that 3 to 4 hour window of creating all the kilocalories, doing your 10-minute walks, if you have a cup of coffee with it, it in fact will increase the amount of autophagy. So it is also very good. You can do black coffee in addition to water during your 18 to 21 hour fast. So all these things can work together: the chaga, the coffee, the exercise, and the intermittent fasting. Okay, that's pillar 1. Pillar 2. Before we how to start this. So I'm very adamant about eating clean. I don't really like sugar and soda pop, and there's a lot of people that say during your chemo radiation you should eliminate all hot spices, Cajun spice and curry and hot peppers and things. They say that it can inflame the gut and inflame the mouth, which is sometimes a side effect of chemotherapy. So I kind of stay away from those things, but I eat very simple ingredients. And basically, I want to make sure that the body stays properly hydrated during that 18 to 20. Sometimes I do lemon water, which also assists the liver in processing. I will also suggest sometimes a beet and a celery juice, and freshly prepared. That's very important enzymatically, and drunk within the 15 minutes after you've juiced it, because it starts to break down and lose those enzymes. So this is pillar 2. This is basically the nutritional aspect, and also becoming very aware of your nutritional needs. And this may be a total rework of how you've been eating before. Absolutely no processed foods, nothing in those middle aisles, looking at the ingredients list, sourcing and knowing where you're getting your proteins, where you're getting your eggs, your fish, your beef, your turkey, chicken, all of that. I spent especially a lot of time, at least in my area, telling people which private farms they can go to get quality protein, because this is critical more than anything right now. And I don't want to take a chance on some of the cross-contamination that can occur in a lot of the slaughterhouses, which is sad to say. The last thing you need is salmonella or something like that occurring. So I like to source where I'm purchasing my proteins. I don't buy them in supermarkets. I go to the local farmers market. I ask a ton of questions and I find out, what are you doing insofar of the preparation for the finished product here? Okay, so the other thing that I like to do, and this is more in a nutritional place, is to increase nitric oxide. And nitric oxide is a very potent vasodilator. It relaxes and widens the blood vessels, which can improve circulation and blood flow. And blood flow is critical during cancer treatment, not only in the delivery of the chemotherapy drugs, but effectively delivering it to tumor sites and ensuring sufficient oxygen and nutrition reaching the cells, obviously, for the rebuilding process. It hasn't really been studied so much in radiation therapy, but there's some evidence, some studies that basically say that it is a radiation sensitizer. In other words, it enhances the effects of radiation treatment on cancer cells. So that can be good news, but I think you need to discuss that with your oncologist where he falls in nitric oxide therapy. So that is the second pillar, okay? And now we're getting into what I consider the medical Qigong, and that's pillar 3. Pillar 3 is really as soon as the person can, after their chemo, I have them doing grounding techniques, basically hooking up kidney 1 to the ground, and basically doing dredging and raking of the channels. And that's just a very simple technique where, in fact, you just demonstrate hopefully you can see me, right? But you're basically going to hug, wrap, and dredge down the channels, okay? And then you're going to start on the yin channels and do it this way, right? With the idea that, in fact, you are taking the acupuncture channels, you are electromagnetically charging the hands almost like a scrapyard magnet, and you're pulling out all these senescent cells out of your body and basically purging them back into the earth to be recycled. So that idea becomes very important. I like people to do this multiple times a day as there is die-off and as they basically go through the day. This seems to help the majority of people in their recuperation, something they can do at home. They don't have to go anywhere. I teach them how to do that. It's a very simple thing. If you need more details on that, feel free to write to me or to send me an email. Be more than happy to explain that to you. It's a super wonderful technique, and most importantly, it empowers the patient in giving them something to participate in. That's the other psychological aspect to cancer care. I think that is very important. The patient has to feel like they can contribute to their getting better. They have to feel like they're in the game, and it's not just everything being done to them, and it's a wait and see what happens on their end. I think it's very psychologically beneficial to become involved and to make these efforts, because as we all know, whether you're in martial arts or you're in high level competitions, athletic events, or just in life, the mental game is everything. And if you're not working with the mental game, you're really losing out, because it really starts and ends with the mind. And so getting the patient to be able to actually get involved and do things daily that they basically feel they're participating in their ability to get well again. Okay? So the purgation techniques become critical. And then what I like to do is I definitely like to get that person in for a medical Qigong table tonification within the first 24 hours. Because I want to keep the excess heat out of the microbiome and destroying it so that they can assimilate food, rebuild the cellular structure. That becomes really important to me, right? And depending on where the cancer is located, we can adjust that. There's many different variables that we can do, but a medical Qigong therapist knows how to work with these types of things, especially if they have a doctorate in medical Qigong, where they have the ability to work on energetic blood work, they have the ability to flat palm scan and sense where the heat, the excess build up, the inflammation is located, and they can energetically purge that out of the body, which becomes critical because then that is preformed that then becomes formed. So if I can cause a purgation of the inflammation before it actually reaches systemic load, then I'm going to reduce overall inflammatory factors throughout the body unequivocally. So I think, this becomes the third pillar, and it's probably one of the most important pillars for this to happen. And then there's also the teaching of various medical Qigong exercises depending on where the cancer is located, as well as healing sounds. And there's many different ways of doing that. I'm sorry I don't have time in 30 minutes to give you all that information, but feel free to reach out to me. I like to collaborate with other professionals because really it's about helping the patients. It's not about who found or discovered what, in my personal opinion. That's why I'm sharing these basic things that I think will work for cancer patients around the world, regardless of what stage of cancer that they are in. And I think it is something that we need to start integrating, not only just in the individual, but in hospitals as well as in the oncologist's office and so forth. It's been my experience that there's not too much talked about insofar as nutrition and alternative therapies, at least where I'm located. It's pretty much all based on oncology. And the one thing that I've learned over the years is we all need to start working together. We need the functional medicine people. We need the traditional naturopaths. We need the herbalists. We need all these people to start assisting these cancer patients. And there's so much that we could do collectively, but we have to communicate. We have to talk to each other. We have to be able to say, right hand, what is the left hand doing? And that's in the best interest of the patient anyway. So I hope that this gave you some insight and some perhaps new ways of thinking, whether you're a cancer patient yourself or, in fact, you're a medical professional and you're hearing this. I look forward to working with people around the globe, and I really want to make a difference in the world. And hopefully some of this information that we're finding out is going to be just that. So thank you very much. I think my 30 minutes is about up. I always lose track of time. Charlene knows this so well. I always have to ask her every time up there. It's actually kind of funny because I get on these rolls and I get on these tangents because I really love my work. And I hope you have a wonderful conference, and congratulations to Alex. And I wished I was there, but I'll probably see you next time. Thank you very much, and I hope to see some of you soon. And again, feel free to reach out to me. Take care.
For over 20 years, World Congress has been focusing on promoting and also researching alternative medicine and its healing power. And for the past 20 years, top integrative health professionals has been using this platform to share their research results and also, of course, their clinical experience with their healthcare professionals and also the general public. So on behalf of the 23rd World Congress Organizing Committee, I would like to thank all the presenters and who are here in person and also online to share your experience, your research with our other healthcare professionals and also the general public. I'm your host, Rose Hong, saying goodbye from San Francisco. I will see you next time on the same channel, same time. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Sam, for your team. Should we take a group picture for all the